out of impulse retreat 1 point and into go to 1.
Dragon is now converged, and Dragon is navigating on Dragonite 2. We will time out of impulse retreat 1 point and into go to 1. Dragonite 2 is time out of impulse retreat 1 point and into go to 1.
Endeavor copy.
And we're following along as the Dragon Endeavor is back away from the
Dragon SpaceX, we see the onboard warnings for Dragonite 1. No correction is required. Dragon is navigating on Dragonite 2.
Dragon SpaceX, we see the onboard warnings for Dragonite 1.
Copy, do
No correction is required. Dragon is navigating on Dragonite 2.
And we're following along as the Crew Dragon Endeavor is backing away from the International Space Station.
Go to waypoint, and that's into docking phase.
As the Crew Dragon Endeavor is backing away from the International Space Station.
SpaceX copies. In go to 1, and the MSs are doffing suits. We will transition cameras to external only if desired.
In go to 1, and the MSs are doffing suits. We will transition cameras to external only if desired.
And SpaceX not required.
SpaceX copies.
Station on 2, the access thrusters are enabled.
SpaceX copies.
Houston copies.
Station on 2, the access thrusters are enabled.
So a lot happening there. The Dragon is about 100 meters away from the International Space Station at this point. The crew inside have gotten the go to start doffing their suits. Now past the dynamic phase of undocking where the suits are required. So they'll start doffing as they head out to waypoint 1, which is about another 100 meters away as they slowly make their way out. They're going to waypoint 1, which is about 200 meters away, right at the edge of the keep out sphere. They'll hold for about a minute before starting the fly around maneuver. Starting at this very top or zenith position towards the space-facing side. See them backing up. They're about at this position, actually, right now, about halfway. Then they'll execute a 50-second fly-around burn 1. This will take them from the zenith or the space-facing side to the aft or the back of the station and cruise for a bit until they hit the aft portion. It's expected that during this part of the flight will be in an orbital nighttime. So right about these two burns, fly around burns 1 and burn 2, we should be getting some views of the International Space Station, maybe even of the Dragon, but they will be a little bit on the darker side. Then, of course, the next two burns, burn 3 and burn 4, will be in the daylight, and the whole maneuver itself will take about an hour and a half. You can see the position of the Dragon, the very top portion of the Dragon with the nose cone face down towards the International Space Station at all times. This allows for the crew inside with a perfect window. Normally be seen by some of the external cameras on board. Not too long after it makes this full loop over the course of an hour and a half, there are 2 departure burns. Departure burn 0, that gets them outside of the keep out sphere, which they will have been hugging for about an hour and a half. And then depart burn 1, which sends them right outside the approach ellipsoid. Not too long after it makes this, we are outside of joint operations between the International Space Station flight control teams and the Dragon teams here in Mission Control Hawthorne. They'll be taking control of Dragon's journey for the remainder of its flight down to Splashdown off the coast of Pensacola, Florida, targeting an on-time splashdown at 7:33 p.m. Pacific time tonight.
Yeah, so we've had an exciting morning so far. The call-outs that we heard just a couple minutes ago was an indication that everything is looking good and that both Aki and Toma can doff or take off their spacesuit. This will allow them to have a little better mobility about the cabin in order to take those photos. Like Gary mentioned, these photos will help basically fill in the blanks that the onboard cameras currently have on station as
SpaceX Endeavor MS-1 is out of the suit, ready to support fly around.
Basically fill in the blanks that the onboard cameras currently have on station.
SpaceX Endeavor MS-1 is out of the suit, ready to support fly around.
Onboard cameras currently have on station
SpaceX copies. MS1 is ready for fly around on Dragon ground.
All right, so there's that call indicating that Thomas has removed his suit and he's ready to take some photos. He'll be doing that as the nose cone is still currently open. And so there's actually a very small circular window at the top of the forward hatch. And he's going to be taking those photos of the station using that port, essentially. And it is tight quarters, so obviously being able to have a little better mobility will certainly be useful to him here coming up.
So again, they're past that dynamic phase, which is why they're getting out of their suits, and they'll remain there. The Dragon itself will fly autonomously. The crew do have the ability to execute small manual correction burns if necessary, but for the most part, Dragon will take that flight around the International Space Station automatically. The flight computers themselves were programmed just ahead of undocking, getting ready for that essentially fly-around sequence. For the fly-around sequence to begin, it's a different set of burns to get them out to that hold point and then eventually around the station. We are getting fantastic views from the Dragon Eye, some of the Dragon cameras that are on the forward end of Dragon pointing down, and that position will be held really throughout this entire fly-around flight. We're a little more than halfway there, about 130 meters at this point. Again, we're getting to about 180 to somewhere between 180 to 220 until we get to that waypoint 1 hold point. We will not stay there for very long. It's only about a minute. And then if everything looks good, which the flight control team are trying to determine right now if they're good to go to proceed, they'll execute that fly-around burn pretty much immediately.
Yeah, so that shot that we just had inside the cabin, you could actually see Thomas there just underneath Megan and Shane taking these photos as we had indicated. Hopefully we'll get that view back momentarily. But this view...
SpaceX, no response required, but we are going to clear the onboard Dragon Eye 1 and Dragon Eye-like sensor cross-check alerts from your board. They are no longer active.
Yeah, so this is a live view from Dragon, and there's that shot inside the cabin. Pilot Megan MacArthur on the right-hand side, Commander Shane Kimbrough on the left-hand side, and that's Thomas Pesquet, basically the designated professional photographer of this mission. If you've been following along on his Twitter account, there have been absolute golden photos that he's really captured all along this mission, and I'm excited to see, what he might be putting his skills to here as he continues to survey the station during this fly around.
Interestingly enough, it looks like the photographic survey is beginning now, even before the fly-around, now that they have, they're only about 140 meters away at this point, but you can see an absolutely gorgeous view of the space-facing side of the International Space Station. Really good to take pictures now because we're getting this view while we're in an orbital daytime. It won't be long until we have a sunset here as we make that first burn maneuver to go from the very top or the zenith space-facing side. We're going to first go towards the aft or back of the space station, towards the Russian segment. That'll be the first part of this journey around the space station to take this photographic survey.
Now, if you're looking at the screen and wondering what that red thing is floating Thomas' head, and there's a blue one on the left-hand side, those are his earpieces. Those are basically part of the uniform. That's what allows him to hear communications during the mission, not necessarily at this point in time, but it looks kind of silly to see them floating there, so I just wanted to point those out for awareness.
Right below the International Space Station is the South Atlantic Ocean. We just passed the southern tip of South America, and we're now heading on a northeasterly course. The Terminator line that separates light from dark is right in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean right now, so we're expecting sunset in about 15 minutes. So Thomas Pesquet taking pictures of the space-facing side of the entire International Space Station while he can. He's got about 15 minutes of daylight left.
live shot there of Mission Control Center here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California, just to the side of us. Like I mentioned before, it is a bustling Monday morning. Here we are a live manufacturing environment, so there is some background noise as we're literally building rockets and spacecraft right behind us. But yeah, that's a shot of our mission control here in Hawthorne.
So you're looking at the control room right now because we are sort of in between the video coverage that we're getting from the International Space Station. You see some of the views are absolutely gorgeous. There is a data link between the space station and the Dragon that provides high bandwidth communications. But for the most part, a lot of that video from the Dragon side will be when we go over ground stations. From the space station side, we use TDRS, or Tracking and Data Relay Satellites, that are in geosynchronous orbit about 23,000 miles from Earth. To give you some perspective, the Dragon crew and the International Space Station crew is about 250 miles, so quite a bit. But they provide that video coverage, the video downlink that we're seeing from the outside of the station. This is probably the longest period of a handover between the satellites that we'll see throughout the flyover maneuver. There's a couple of dips that we may see from video as they're making that their way around, and we'll just see what we get as we make our way around. We have that video coverage from the station camera, so we may be able to see the station side looking out at. There we go. We're already getting some of that. Fantastic. So you can see with the station cameras overexposed, that aperture nice and wide, we can actually see some of the Draco engines firing those thrusters to stabilize Dragon as it makes its retreat out to about 220 meters, now at about 160, looking straight down at the International Space Station. Of course, they're looking straight up. Again, we're about 10 minutes away from an orbital sunset. You can see the views a little bit even dark at this point, and it might be because of the overexposure, just to see some of those Draco engines firing. And high definition views as well. Fantastic. Hopefully we get a lot of these, Kate, as we make our way around the station. Again, we're in some of the longer handover periods now, but we may see it. The cameras themselves should be getting some good views of the Dragon as it makes its way around. Some of the views from Dragon looking down at the International Space Station that we were seeing towards very shortly after undocking. We'll maybe get some of those as well. So this will be a very fun hour and a half.
Yeah, I want to point out real quick while we still have this view that the tiny light there in the center of the dark circle, that is the window in which Thomas is utilizing to take photos during the fly around. So right now, Thomas looking back at us as we're looking at him. Once again, you can see that nose cone is open. It will remain open for the duration of the fly around, and of course, prior to re-entry, it'll close once we are completely done utilizing the Draco thrusters located there at the forward hatch.
You can sort of see them too, the outline of the four forward bulkhead Dracos. Those will be used for a lot of the more important maneuvers. I think the most important of which is the deorbit burn. Very, very important maneuver. That is essentially committing Dragon to re-entering the Earth's atmosphere and splashing down. Right now, we're still tracking weather, and we will continue to do so over the next 8 hours as we make our way down closer towards that splashdown time, 7:33 p.m. Pacific, 10:33 p.m. Eastern Standard. But those four bulkhead Dracos were fired for 16 and a half minutes, super critical time, and that will put the Dragon in a position to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere.
This shot is also great because not only can we see the forward hatch, so that's the hatch that's utilized to get in and out of Crew Dragon while it's on station, but we can also slightly see the side hatch, which is on the left-hand side of the vehicle. It's a square shape, which doesn't look like a square from this angle. However, it's that panel there on the left-hand side of the vehicle. That, of course, is the hatch in which the crew uses to ingress or get on board Dragon. on day of launch, and of course it will be the hatch that they use later this evening to egress or exit the vehicle once the crew splashes down and is recovered by the SpaceX recovery team on one of our recovery vessels.
And that'll be open for the first time in 199 days. By the time that they splash down at 10:33 p.m. Eastern Time, they're only about 7 hours shy of making it to that 200-day mark. But it will be 190. Review towards essentially what is the top of that side hatch. That's where the drogue parachutes are. Shortly after re-entering the Earth's atmosphere, mortars will fire to release those two drogue chutes.
Endeavour SpaceX for fly around.
That's where the drogue parachutes are.
Go ahead for fly around.
All right, Endeavour, you are go to command ISS fly around once hold 1 is reached. It is a required urgent command as soon as we enter hold 1 to limit prop consumption. So repeating, you are go to command fly around once Dragon enters hold 1.
Endeavour copies. Go to initiate ISS fly around at hold 1 with no delay.
That is a very critical time. Megan MacArthur, the pilot of the Crew-2 mission, by the time they actually get to what they're talking about, hold 1, that's waypoint 1. Right now they're at about 185 meters from the International Space Station. They're heading out to approximately 220. At that point, Dragon will transition to hold mode, or hold 1, where it's holding at that waypoint, to limit the prop consumption, as was mentioned over the Dragon to ground loops. The big loop actually right now, as even the station team is listening in, the station crew, Mark Vandehei namely, who's monitoring this sequence right now. That will be about a minute that they have from the time that they enter hold 1 to the time that the first fly around burn is initiated. That burn being the first of 4. It'll be a zenith to aft burn. It's about a 50-second burn that maneuvers the Dragon into a position to essentially cruise down to right behind or at the aft section of the International Space Station. So again, you're seeing, we were getting fantastic views of the Dragon looking right up at it. And Kate, you were perfectly describing that tiny little hole that Thomas is going to be taking photos out of. You can see even after that first burn is executed, those burns will actually keep Dragon in a position where that forward hatch, what we're looking at right now with that bright circle at the very dead center, that's where Thomas Pesquet will be taking some of the digital photographs. That forward hatch will be pointing towards the International Space Station at all times as it makes its way around the International Space Station. Again, all 4 fly-around burns to make that perfect loop all the way around.
Once again, this flyover maneuver is brand new to Crew Dragon. This is the first time that we will be executing it. The maneuver itself is basically a photographic survey of the station. Yeah, so there you can see kind of big picture. Dragon is going to be making one big loop around station, and Thomas Pesquet will be taking photographs through the port window, essentially there on the forward hatch of the station, which will hopefully fill in some gaps that currently exist in terms of the photographs that have taken of station. So even though there are many cameras on station, unfortunately there are certain spots, certain angles that can't be photographed just due to physical location. So Thomas will be taking pictures, and essentially Dragon will be making one big loop around station to perform this photographic survey.
This was a normal, this was a very standard procedure for the shuttle. The shuttle used to undock from the International Space Station, regularly survey the station, providing updates, particularly when it was under construction, right? It was a very dynamic phase. That was more of the assembly phase of the International Space Station. We're in pretty much the third decade. After more than 20 years, we are in it. This is the time of maximum utilization. So there have been a couple of additions recently to the International Space Station, namely commercial modules. I think most recently was the NanoRacks Bishop Airlock, which is essentially a way to deploy satellites. It also removes trash. It can also retrieve some ORUs or replacement unit spare parts from the outside with the help of the robotic arm. So there are a couple of new elements, and we'll be able to see that for the very first time after this fly-around. The last fly-around that happened was on board a Russian Soyuz, where Drew Feustel, NASA astronaut, used a handheld camera to do the exact same thing. As the Soyuz undocked from the International Space Station, it did the same thing, did a photographic survey as it flew around, and so those are from 2018. So this will be brand new, 2021, and we'll get to see some of those new modules, like the NanoRacks Airlock module, as well as a couple of other things. The Bartolomeo external platform that's on the European Space Agency side. So this will be very important to see.
So there on your screen, that is once again a live view of Crew Dragon Endeavour departing the International Space Station with the Crew-2 crew on board. And those pulses that you see are actually pulses coming from the Draco thrusters on board Dragon in order for Dragon to hold position and maneuver. Like we said, it's going to be performing this fly-around maneuver. Those Draco thrusters we can see activating in order to hold course.
It looks very bright because the cameras themselves on the International Space Station are right now overexposed. By doing so, it allows us to see some of those Draco maneuvering thrusters. There, it's becoming clearer now. We're in an orbital. We're about to enter into an orbital sunset. So you were getting some glimpses from the Dragon. We just got a second of it. It looked like looking down at the space station, still a little bit illuminated by the sun. That will not last very long. About 2 more minutes is when we're expected to hit that hold 1 point at about 220 meters. We're at about 217 at this point, so we're slowing down, getting ready to get to that hold point. Again, Megan MacArthur, the pilot, who from this camera view is on the right. There we go.
Copy Endeavour, fly around is initiated. We are tracking.
So a little bit earlier than expected, but it seems like we did hit that hold point, and it was not long at all before Megan MacArthur initiated that burn. Right now we're in a 50-second burn, the first of 4 to fly around the International Space Station.
Dragon, SpaceX on Dragon to ground. We see the onboard alerts for Dragon Eye. Time of flights are still converged.
Say again, you are not readable.
Repeating call. We see the onboard alerts for Dragon Eye 1 and Dragon Eye 2 geometric filters. The time of flight filters are still converged.
And SpaceX still very difficult to hear. Copy, you see the messages. I believe these are expected in this quadrant. Is that correct?
That's affirmative, Endeavour. The geometric filters were lost, but the time of flight filters are still converged. So Dragon is still in a good configuration for fly around.
Copy, good config for fly around.
Station Houston for Mark. You are go to stand down for monitoring Dragon's fly around.
Copy, thanks much, and to the Dragon crew, I'll be looking for you if I get a chance to see you outside, but
very quickly wanted to say thanks to all of you. Thomas, thanks for being such a great guy, an inspiring, famous person from France. Aki, you're a commander who knew exactly when to be serious and when to be funny. Let me just stop talking if I'm talking too long. Kate, thanks for being such a great example of what putting others first looks like. And Megan, thanks for becoming a sister to me up here in space. I'll miss hearing your laughter in adjacent modules.
Hey, Mark, we're really going to miss you. Had such a great time with you. Learned a lot from you, and I know you're going to treat Crew 3 really well, and let us know if we can do anything for you. Take care. Fly safe.
Yeah, get home safely. It's been a great part being. It's been great being part of your team.
Likewise, my friend. Take care of Anton and Piotr for us.
I'll do that right now.
You were hearing NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei, the sole NASA astronaut now on board the International Space Station, relieved of his duties to monitor the retreat of Dragon out to the hold point. Now he can stand down for monitoring the fly around. Some wonderful words from Mark Vande Hei, who got to spend the entire 197 days that the Crew-2 astronauts spent on board the International Space Station. Vande Hei being a crew member that's staying on board for almost a year as part of the Soyuz rotation crew. A shout out to the Crew-3 astronauts who are set to launch just a few days from now, no earlier than November 10th. To make their way to the International Space Station. It'll be Mark Vande Hei's job to brief them on everything that the space station, everything about the space station, where things are, about emergency procedures. So he'll do the handover as Crew-2 is returning home now.
As we mentioned previously, we prefer to do direct handovers from crew to crew, but the weather off the Space Coast and just around Florida in general has been incredibly tricky the last week, really. So the teams at NASA and SpaceX did reviews and jointly made the decision that the best thing to do for both Crew 3 and Crew 2 would to be bring the Crew 2 crew home before launching Crew 3, purely because of weather restrictions. We've been monitoring splashdown conditions on both sides of Florida, including wave height and wind speed, and those are really primary restrictions on allowing the crew to splash down, and it just happens to be that today was our best day to attempt that splashdown.
And before undocking, we did a weather brief, and the Crew-2 astronauts are undocked today because they did a weather brief of the prime landing site, Pensacola, and it looks fantastic. Even with the trajectory, it's about 8.5 hours, even fitting in this fly around maneuver, which they're doing right now. So we just executed a good 50-second burn, the first of 4 to fly around the International Space Station. We're now in a cruise phase between what's called the zenith, or the space-facing side of the International Space Station. We're heading to aft. That's the Russian segment of the International Space Station. We'll be getting some great views the whole way. We're in an orbital nighttime, so we're relying on some of the external floodlights on the outside of the space station to illuminate those views, and Thomas Pesquet has his camera ready, taking some of those surveys. We're getting some views as we're going in and out of that connection from between Dragon and station, but it looks like we have some Dragon views now. You can see a lot of, particularly the habitable volume of the space station is illuminated. We'll be in this position for at least this one, from the zenith or the space facing to the aft or the back, for about 20 minutes. It's about a 20-minute transit to get to that next point, which is essentially right on the V-bar, or the velocity bar that's directly behind the International Space Station. There are no hold points throughout this maneuver, so right at about that time they'll execute another 50-second burn. That'll do essentially the same thing, maneuver from the aft section or the back to the very underside of the International Space Station. We did hear Mark Vande Hei actually mention that even though he's not in a monitoring phase for watching the fly-around maneuver, he's been relieved of those duties. Right on on the Earth-facing side of the International Space Station is a 7-bay window called the cupola. Provides fantastic views of the Earth, and it's used very frequently for capture operations for some of the cargo craft that come to and from the International Space Station. But it'll also provide a very good view of his crewmates, who will be flying around the International Space Station at that time on the underside or on the Earth-facing side of the International Space Station. So we'll hopefully get a couple of fantastic shots from Mark Vande Hei taking some of those photos. By about that time, when the Dragon is directly underneath the International Space Station, we should even be in an orbital sunrise. So we should get some sunrise photos as well.
Yeah. The shot that we had a little earlier with that nighttime view and all the exterior lighting of station, something about it so black and white, kind of looked like it could be in a Kubrick film.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As we saw before, oh, right there it is actually. We have some shots there inside the Crew Dragon capsule. You could, when we get that back, you might notice that Thomas Pesquet has taken off his spacesuit to allow him to have better mobility while taking some photos. Once again, this fly-around maneuver is essentially a photographic survey of station, and this is super helpful because, as Gary mentioned before, the last time this was performed was 2018, I think you said?
That's right.
And there have been lots of new additions on station since then, so this is a new capability for Crew Dragon. This will be the first time we're executing it today, and yeah, so Thomas Pesquet will be taking photos. They're in night mode inside Crew Dragon.
It's likely to limit the glare from the lit cabin inside the Dragon, likely reflecting off of the single window that Thomas Pesquet is using to take those photographs. We're in an orbital nighttime, right? So the only thing illuminating the outside of the space station is the lights of the space station itself. So limit those glares and get even better photographs. I cannot wait to see these photographs that Thomas is taking.
Yeah, you can kind of think of it as, you know, imagine if you're in a car and, you know, somebody's driving a car in the middle of the night and you're sitting in the passenger seat and you turn the interior cabin lights on and you try to take a picture of something scenic outside, right? You're probably not going to be able to capture that because the interior cabin lights are reflecting off of your window. So you turn the lights off and enable night mode on your camera and take some pictures.
I bet you they do the same thing during crew sleep as well. The Crew-2 astronauts had about a 24-hour transit to the International Space Station, almost. It was very just shy of 24 hours. So as part of that was an 8-hour sleep period. So everybody found a place inside Dragon, either bunking up in the seats, which I think is more common, or just finding a random spot to strap yourself and float. But they get an 8-hour rest period. Not on this flight because it is a very short transit, and so we're going to be doing this for about an hour and a half, circling around the International Space Station, and then from there, you're really only at about, 6.5 hours, maybe 6 hours, from the time that you execute that first departure burn, which is departure burn 0, to break out of the fly around and then make your way towards splashing down off the coast of Florida.
Yeah. So once again, we have been keeping an eye on weather. We are targeting a splashdown off the coast of Florida near Pensacola, and we're targeting that at 7:33 p.m. Pacific time this evening. So like Gary said, once we complete the fly-around maneuver, while it will be another 6.5 hours left, big picture, that's actually a pretty quick trip home. And I'm sure that after the 199 days that they have spent in space, they're all excited to get home and see their families.
Absolutely. So they're going to be splashing down off the coast of Florida, and there's going to be recovery teams there. The Go Navigator recovery ship will be stationed out in the Gulf of Mexico. We'll see a lot of that action as we get closer to that period, about 8 hours, maybe a little less than that at this point from now, until we actually splash down off of the coast. We're going to see all the action. It'll be a nighttime splashdown, unfortunately, but we did see a lot of that for Crew 1, and we did get some pretty good views of the fast boats going out, and really readying that capsule inside the water to be picked up by the A-frame, which is on the back of the Go Navigator and positioned inside the Dragon nest. Like you said, Kate, from there, the crew themselves are going to be extracted, or they're going to egress the Dragon spacecraft. There are some medical facilities that are on the boat, but what will likely happen is they'll take a helicopter ride out to the coast of Florida, where they'll have different planes stationed ready to take them home. 3 of the crew members, Shane Kimbrough, Megan MacArthur, and Aki Hoshide, will take a plane out to Houston, where they'll undergo a series of additional medical checks and just make sure they're ready to go, and they'll have a chance to see their family. Thomas Pesquet will depart for Europe. So we're in the middle of a fly-around period now, so we should be in this period for, it's a cruise phase between the zenith or the space-facing side until we get to the aft side. We're here for about another 10 minutes. It's about a 20-minute transit from the very top, or the R bar, essentially right in line with the top of the International Space Station, to the aft position. There's going to be no stops along the way. It's a very fluid transit from each of these different periods, but once we get to the V bar, we're essentially right in line with the velocity bar of the International Space Station. You can see it there. It's the point directly to the back or to the aft of the International Space Station. Right there, they'll execute another 50-second burn to enter into another cruise phase. It limits the prop, right? They need to save a lot of that prop for some of the departure burns, and you can see 2 of them are part of this fly around to actually break out from it. But this is essentially where we are right now. In fact, we're about halfway through the maneuver. This position that you're seeing right now in this graphic is pretty much where they are, about halfway between the zenith, or the space-facing most point, and the aft, or the backmost point of the International Space Station. And again, a 50-second maneuver. It's just to limit prop. After these 50-second burns, they enter into a cruise phase. So the next maneuver will be just about another 20 minutes, maybe a little bit more than that, 25 minutes, to get from the aft position to the nadir, or the bottom position. Right about that time, they'll be entering into just about this period where you see the Crew Dragon on this graphic. That will be about where we see an orbital sunrise. So we'll be able to photograph the underside of the space station while it's lit and illuminated by the sun. And about that time, we should see Mark Vande Hei. Well, not see Mark Vande Hei, but it's about that time that Mark Vande Hei from out inside the space station will be taking digital photographs of the Dragon, as the Dragon is taking photographs of the cupola. Maybe we may even get to see Thomas Pesquet take a photo of the cupola, maybe seeing Dragon, seeing Mark Vande Hei inside. Another 50-second burn right at the bottom there at the nadir position to get over to the forward end of the International Space Station, all in the daylight. So we should be getting some great views of, well, at this point, which is the U.S. side, U.S. OS side. We'll be getting to see some of the U.S. modules, some of the commercial modules that I was talking about, as well as the international modules. Right about here, you'll get some great views of the nadir, the underside, as well as part of the forward parts of the Japanese module, the GEM, as well as the Columbus module, which is the European module, each with their own respective external facilities. The Japanese exposed facility has a lot of experiments on the outside, and then we have the commercial module Bartolomeo, a ESA, European Space Agency astronaut, and Airbus partnership, which is another external platform, does a lot of the same things, external payloads. So we'll get to see some of those, which have been installed. Well, the Bartolomeo, at least, has been installed recently.
Endeavour, SpaceX on Dragon to ground or cabin temperature.
On Dragon to ground.
We see on the ground that the cabin temperature has been increasing slightly and is at a little elevated level. We're wondering how you're feeling in the cabin and if you'd like us to take any commanding to cool the cabin off.
And SpaceX, our temperature is adequate at this time.
Copy that, Deborah. Thank you.
All right, no need to adjust the thermostat for the inside of Endeavour. All the crew feeling pretty good. We were seeing Commander Shane Kimbrough and pilot Megan MacArthur inside, stationed in their same seats. They were still suited up. We saw Thomas Pesquet doffed or took off his suit fairly quickly after undocking and some of those initial burns, the undocking burn and the impulsive retreat burn, because it's his job to take photos of the outside of the International Space Station. I thought I saw Aki there for a bit.
I think he
with
did.
His suit still on, assisting Thomas Pesquet, but we'll be in this position for quite some time. The whole fly-around maneuver takes about an hour and a half.
Now, for those that might be unfamiliar with how teams in space communicate with those on ground, you have probably noticed by now that there is a beep that precedes communication. This is known as the Quindar tone. If you've watched pretty much any space movie ever, you probably might recognize it. But essentially, that tone rings, and then the destined, so for example, if I were calling Dragon here from SpaceX, I would say Dragon SpaceX, because I am calling Dragon and I am calling from SpaceX. So you basically identify the destination first, as well as the origin of the communication as well.
And then what loop you are calling on.
Yes.
So it's who you want to talk to, who is calling, who is doing the calling, and then what loop you're essentially talking on. For a while, they were on the big loop, right? So the International Space Station could hear them as well, and you heard that term. That's where really every team is integrated. The Dragon teams here in Mission Control Hawthorne, the Dragon crew, Houston Mission Control, which is controlling the International Space Station, as well as the Space Station crew themselves. For once we exit outside of the approach ellipsoid, we'll break that off, and we'll be relying namely on Dragon to ground. So again, we're in the cruise phase between the nadir, or the space-facing side, and the aft side. We should be here for another maybe 6 minutes or so until we get to the aftmost portion, or the very back of the International Space Station. From there, we'll do another 50-second burn to get us from the aft to the nadir position, which is at the very bottom. And right around that time, we should hopefully be seeing views from the International Space Station or from the Dragon, depending on the ground sites and our coverage there. But we should be seeing an orbital sunrise as well.
Yeah, so there on your screen, a view of Mission Control Center here at SpaceX Hawthorne. This is where ground teams are commanding Dragon when necessary. But for the most part, Dragon is flying itself. This whole process of undocking and deorbiting, this whole journey is intended to be autonomous. Dragon essentially driving itself, which is a super important capability.
Now you're seeing the commander and the pilot. When we do get those views, Shane Kimbrough as commander, Megan MacArthur as pilot, they're still in their designated positions, the commander and pilot seats, and they are monitoring every step of the way, right? Even though Dragon is completely controlling itself, they have views of the Dragon Eye camera, which is looking down at the space station. You can see that on the commander's side. They have views of the trajectories. They have views of the Earth. They're looking at all the thrusters. They are checking every step of the way to make sure that the Dragon is healthy. But they also have, of course, the teams here in Mission Control Hawthorne doing the same, even monitoring their cabin temperature, making sure they're very nice and comfortable inside the Dragon.
Yeah, they still have a few hours left to go. I can imagine that working up a sweat at this point, probably not the most comfortable condition. As we saw earlier, Thomas has actually taken off his suit in order to perform the photographic survey during this fly-around maneuver. We did see Aki off to the side, still in his suit, and like Gary just said, both Megan and Shane are still in their suits as well, in their seats.
and they'll be in this position for quite some time. So again, they're going to just remain really in a monitoring position, and with Thomas Pesquet with the handheld camera. So we'll continue to provide the coverage of that. And in fact, we're going to provide continuous coverage of the journey home. We'll be here for quite some time as we break out from the keep out sphere and the approach ellipsoid and start making some of those calculated burns. There are 4 burns to bring us home. The first 2 happen pretty shortly after the fly around maneuver. There's no holding. It's just the fly around happens around the space station, and then if they get the go, they'll execute the depart burn 0. You can see here's the entire maneuver from, and this is where we are right now after the 50-second burn. The first quadrant of the fly around, going from the zenith or the space facing to the aftmost part. Well, each of these different points that you see, fly around burns 2, 3, and 4 will be 50-second burns. It's the same maneuver for each of these different sections, with the Dragon pointing towards the International Space Station every step of the way. We should be getting the same Dragon Eye camera views whenever we can. We'll be getting the external camera views from the space station looking out at Dragon, so we should get some pretty good coverage.
Endeavour, SpaceX on the big loop. The aft waypoint has been reached.
Never copies, we see that.
And with the aft waypoint reached, it means we are in that burn. So the burn, the 50-second burn to get from the aftmost position to the nadirmost position, so you see on this graphic, fly around burn 2 is now underway.
So if you've just joined us, Crew Dragon Endeavour has departed the space station with an undocking separation at 11:05 a.m. Pacific. They have now moved away from station and have begun the fly-around maneuver, which is essentially a photographic survey of the station.
And we did get confirmation that the full 50-second burn, the second of 4 burns, has been completed. We have a good fly around burn 2, or what's called the aft to nadir burn. So now we're in a cruise phase, and this cruise phase will take place for about 25 minutes. We'll be cruising from the very back of the station to the nadirmost point. We should be getting a sunrise here soon as well. In about 11 minutes, we should be getting a sunrise. So about halfway through, right about the position where you see the Dragon in this graphic, about halfway between the aftmost and the nadirmost point, will be about when we start seeing the sun rise and start to illuminate the underside of the International Space Station. So Thomas Pesquet should be getting some fantastic shots of that section.
As we've mentioned before, the blackout on the video feed is expected. We knew that this was going to happen a number of times throughout the fly-around, partially due to ground station coverage. And when we get those views back, we will bring them back to you as soon as we have them as well. But unfortunately, right now, we don't have those views inside Dragon or of station.
Now we should be getting some from station, hopefully soon. And as well as the Dragon, you've been seeing them very sporadic through this maneuver, which is anticipated. There are some handovers. It's a very long maneuver, about an hour and a half to get from the very top of the station and make essentially what is a full loop. It's a whole hour and a half. So through that time, we'll make essentially what is a full orbit of the Earth. We undocked right over the South Pacific Ocean, I believe. And then right around the time that the fly-around maneuver was executed, we were over the South Atlantic. So right about that time, we should be somewhere over the South Atlantic, right around the time the fly-around is complete.
But in the meantime, let's learn a little bit about the crew on board, starting with our commander, Shane Kimbrough. He is the commander of Crew Dragon spacecraft and the Crew-2 mission. Kimbrough is responsible for all phases of flight from launch to re-entry. Selected as a NASA astronaut in 2004, Kimbrough first launched aboard Space Shuttle Endeavour for a visit to the station on the STS-126 mission in 2008, and then aboard a Russian Soyuz spacecraft for his first long-duration mission for Expedition 4950 in 2016. After 199 days in space during Expeditions 65 and 66, he has spent a total of 388 career days in space, the fourth highest for any U.S. astronaut, and performed 9 career spacewalks. Kimbrough is also a retired U.S. Army colonel and earned a bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering from the United States Military Academy at West Point, New York, and a master's degree in operations research from the Georgia Institute of Technology in Atlanta.
Megan MacArthur is the pilot of Crew Dragon spacecraft, and she's the second in command for the mission. MacArthur is responsible for spacecraft systems and performance. Expeditions 65 and 66 was her very first trip to the International Space Station. She was selected as an astronaut in 2000, and MacArthur launched on the Space Shuttle Atlantis as a mission specialist on STS-125, which was the final Hubble Space Telescope surfacing mission in 2009. MacArthur operated the shuttle's robotic arm over the course of the 12 days, 21 hours that she spent in space on shuttle, capturing the telescope and moving the crew members during the 5 spacewalks needed to repair and upgrade the telescope. She holds a bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering from the University of California, Los Angeles, and a doctorate in oceanography from the University of California, San Diego. She now has a career of 212 days in space.
Akihiko Hoshide is a mission specialist for Crew-2. As a mission specialist, he works closely with the commander and pilot to monitor the spacecraft during dynamic launch and re-entry phases of flight. Hoshide joined the National Space Development Agency of Japan, NASDA, which is currently JAXA, in 1992, and was selected as an astronaut candidate in February 1999. Hoshide is a veteran of 2 spaceflights in addition to Expedition 65-66. In June 2008, he flew to the International Space Station on the STS-124 mission to deliver the Japanese experiment module Kibo to the station. From July to November 2012, he stayed on the space station for 124 days as a flight engineer for the Expedition 32-33 mission. The Crew Dragon will be the 3rd spacecraft that he has flown to the orbiting laboratory. He commanded the station for Expedition 65 and performed 1 spacewalk, bringing his career total to 4. He spent a total of 340 days in space on his 3 flights, 8 days short of Koichi Wakata's record-setting mark of 348 days in space by a Japanese astronaut.
Thomas Pesquet is also a mission specialist for Crew-2, working with the commander and pilot to monitor the spacecraft during the dynamic launch and re-entry phases of flight. He was selected as an astronaut candidate by ESA in May of 2009 and worked as a Eurocom, communicating with astronauts during space flights from the Mission Control Center. He previously flew as part of Expeditions 50 and 51, launching aboard a Russian Soyuz spacecraft in October 2016, and he spent 196 days in space, returning to Earth in June of 2017. His mission also included 2 spacewalks to maintain the station, 1 to replace batteries on an electrical channel, and 1 to detect a cooling leak and service the robotic arm. He performed an additional 4 spacewalks for Expeditions 65 and 66 to outfit the station with new solar arrays, bringing his career total spacewalk to 6. He commanded the station for a part of Expedition 66 and has a career total of 395 days in space, the most amount of time in space by any European Space Agency astronaut.
So if you just joined, sorry, go ahead.
So we are now still in a fly-around position. We just passed the first quadrant of 4, detailing and surveying the first, quarter of the maneuver, which is the space-facing side to the aftmost portion. That covers a lot of the very top as well as the Russian segment. We are now essentially underneath the space station, and now with the external views of the space station cameras themselves, getting views views of the Crew Dragon as we are still in an orbital nighttime, seeing the navigation lights as well as the little tiny hole in the middle where Thomas Pesquet is with a digital camera surveying the International Space Station, and we should be seeing sunrise soon, so hopefully we'll be getting some more illuminated views of Dragon as it continues this maneuver.
Yeah, so that small light that we saw is actually a small window located on the forward hatch. And like Gary said, that is the window that Thomas is utilizing in order to take the photographs for this survey of the station.
Dragon SpaceX, we see the onboard alert for Dragon Eye. No crew response at this time. We are still in the cruise state.
Endeavor, copy.
So as I was saying, that's essentially a shot of the top of Dragon, and that small window is what the crew is using in order to perform this photographic survey that we're doing today on the fly-around maneuver.
That's right, and we got 15 minutes just about of this quadrant of the fly-around maneuver. In about 3 or 4 minutes, we should be seeing an orbital sunrise. So we'll see the views of the Dragon get a little bit brighter. And of course, from the inside of Dragon, the International Space Station will get a little brighter as well, making those photographs all the more useful.
SpaceX for awareness. Dragon Eye 1 time of flight has reconverged, but we will leave it on the board in case it loses convergence again.
They're just watching that Dragon Eye. It's the forwardmost camera. So right from that little hatch window is where Thomas Pesquet is taking the digital photographs, but also on that same side is guidance navigation equipment called the Dragon Eye, which provides detailed survey or a detailed look and navigation guidance of the International Space Station, and really helps with this maneuver, relying on essentially watching the space station, making sure that it is in the predicted orientation, the predicted state as it makes its way through this fly-around maneuver.
Yeah. And as we mentioned before, the fly-around is basically a photographic survey of the station with all of the recent additions to station. There are areas that the onboard cameras are unable to photograph, and the last fly-around maneuver was performed in 2018 by Soyuz. So this is the first time that we are executing the fly-around with the Crew Dragon, and Thomas Pesquet is the designated photographer, floating about in the cabin in any orientation he needs in order to get the photographs required in order to complete the survey.
Now you see, when we get those views from inside the Dragon, we're seeing that the commander and pilot are still in place. They're still suited up. They're not pressurized. There's no need to. In fact, for nominal departure from the International Space Station, at this point, all the crew will have doffed their suits. But because we're inside the keep-out sphere and the commander and pilot are in a monitoring phase, they're just going to hang tight for at least an hour and a half and just take a look at all the different views. They're watching the Dragon Eye. They're watching the Dragon's orientation. They're watching the thrusters, making sure that the vehicle that they're flying right now, or rather that is flying them, is in a tip-top shape as they make their way through the maneuver. After the hour-and-a-half fly-around is done and they perform the 2 depart burns to break out of the keep-out sphere and the approach ellipsoid, at that time they'll be able to doff or take off their suits for a couple of hours, and they'll make sure that they're dry, and they'll put them in a temporary stowed position before they have to put them right back on again, because they have to get ready right before the trunk separation and claw separation, put them right back on, because there's a very fast sequence of events that's going to happen. You're starting to see views of the Dragon now, and in the back is the trunk. The trunk will separate and then orient it for re-entry, and that very dynamic phase of flight, we will require the suits. Sunrise in orbit. We are seeing the Dragon capsule being illuminated by the first glimpses of sunlight, and we should be able to see, when we do get those views from Dragon looking down at the International Space Station, the station itself being illuminated by that light.
This is a great view of the forward hatch. Of course, the nose cone is configured into the open position, as we can see, but we can also see the 4 Draco thrusters located there on the forward hatch. These are what are utilized in order to move Dragon away from station. Those are the 4 larger circles in a rectangular shape there around the hatch.
Those forward bulkhead Dracos will perform some of the more important deorbit maneuvers, or departing and deorbit maneuvers, namely the deorbit burn, which is a 16.5-minute burn. Very, very essential that those forward bulkhead Dracos execute that maneuver. It commits them to re-entering the Earth's atmosphere, aiming for what is the prime location now of Pensacola, Florida. Very shortly after that 16.5-minute burn, it will only take a couple of minutes for the nose cone, which you're seeing opened up here from this view at the very top portion of your screen. That will only take a couple of minutes to close and protect some of those critical components, including the docking mechanism, the forward bulkhead Dracos, some of the guidance and navigation equipment. But for the most part, during this flight, the nose cone will remain open.
And of course, this camera that we have here keeps having to readjust because Crew Dragon is currently performing one big loop of the station. And of course, the camera has to readjust in order to keep Dragon in its views. Just coasting away.
We're in this cruise phase for a little less than 10 minutes until we execute the 3rd of 4 fly-around burns. This will take us from the nadir, or the very bottom portion of the International Space Station, in between the station and the Earth. Another 50-second burn to bring it to the very forward end.
As we mentioned before, Megan and Shane are still in their suits and buckled into their seats. However, Thomas Pesquet is taking photos for this fly-around maneuver, and Aki is also out of his seat assisting Thomas to take these photos. As Gary mentioned before, the crew will be taking off their suit in a little while to get comfortable in it's not really a break period, but it is a small break in the action before the dynamic events pick back up again prior to re-entry. But these spacesuits are custom fitted for each astronaut. They go through a series of checkouts prior to leaving the station, and so they'll do the same once again when they put the suits back on. But as you mentioned before, we saw Thomas get out of his suit pretty quickly. Actually, I was really surprised to see how fast he popped back up on screen, ready to begin the fly-around maneuver and begin using that DSLR camera to take photos. And yeah, so each of these suits are custom fitted for each individual astronaut, so there's no option to switch around.
You are committed to a suit.
Yeah.
All right, we got a little less than 10 minutes of this cruise phase until we execute that other burn. There's 2 more. One that brings us from the bottom portion, the nadir position, over to the forward position. Through the remainder of this fly around, we should be in daylight. So we'll get fantastic views of both the Dragon and the International Space Station as we acquire the signals from space to go ahead and provide that to you. But again, Thomas Pesquet will be photographing the station. At this point of the journey, there is a chance that Mark Vandehei, on board the International Space Station, is inside the cupola, and we'll be able to capture some images from the Dragon. Now getting views from inside Dragon. The cabin lights are still off to reduce the glare from the window which Thomas Pesquet is at, to allow him to take some photos of the International Space Station. Very, very clear. Now we're getting the views of the Dragon from the space station. Absolutely beautiful. We're now over the North Pacific Ocean, about 260 statute miles. We just passed over the east coast of Japan.
In this view here, we have a great shot of the forward hatch with that nose cone open, as we've said before. And if you're looking closely, you might see there's a great side-by-side there of the station and Dragon looking back at each other. And that view of Dragon, you can actually see the fins of the Dragon trunk. So if you were wondering what from this angle might have looked like little spikes coming out from the side of Dragon, they look like spikes from this angle, but they're actually fins that are built into the trunk section or the unpressurized section of Crew Dragon. That trunk will be jettisoned prior to the capsule coming back. Once that trunk is jettisoned, that will expose the heat shield, which is, of course, what we need in order to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere and splash down.
That heat shield has the very important job of slowing the Dragon from what is essentially 17,000 miles per hour to about 350 miles per hour. A ton of energy, as the Dragon itself is really engulfed in plasma that's reducing that speed quite drastically. Once it gets down to 350 miles per hour, it's really up to the parachutes in the atmosphere itself to slow Dragon down through a series of drogue and main parachutes down to a mere 15, 16 miles per hour before it splashes down off the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, while the temperatures near the heat shield can get close to 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit, the inside of the cabin stays a pretty comfortable temperature. The crews that we have brought back home have indicated that it's actually a pretty comfortable ride in Crew Dragon during that descent phase.
Wonderful side-by-side views. We're getting feeds from both the Dragon and the International Space Station. From the space station view, you're seeing the underside, as the Dragon spacecraft, you can see, is wedged between the space station and the Earth. And by wedged, I mean there's a 250-mile distance between those two things. But right now, the Dragon is about 200 meters from the International Space Station, and we're seeing some of the features now. Cabin lights inside Dragon, as we get some of those feeds as well, still turned off, allowing the photographs to be taken of the space station, part of this photographic survey of the exterior. And of course, we're getting wonderful views from the station, looking down at the Dragon capsule. Right below them, 259 statute miles, is the North Pacific Ocean. North Pacific Ocean.
Endeavour SpaceX on the big route. Gator waypoint has been reached.
And Endeavour copy.
And we're now directly beneath the International Space Station. The International Space Station, they're now executing a 50-second point. We are now executing a 50-second burn. The Earth-facing side of the space station over to the Earth-facing side of the space station. And we're now directly beneath the International Space Station, the Nadir waypoint. We are now executing a 50-second burn to maneuver from the Nadir point, or the Earth-facing side of the space station, over to the forward end. and that burn is in progress. And that 50-second burn is complete. You can see we're essentially right below the International Space Station. We're essentially right below the International Space Station. We're getting some great coverage, both from the space station side using teachers from the as well as the Dragon spacecraft. And that 50-second burn is complete. You can see we're essentially right below the International Space Station, and we're getting some great coverage, both from the space station side using Tedra's satellites as well as the Dragon spacecraft. Below the Dragon spacecraft, you were seeing some of the coast below the Dragon spacecraft. You were seeing some of the coastline of the Marshall Islands. Right below the Dragon spacecraft, you were seeing some of the coastline of the Marshall Islands in the Pacific Ocean. We are executing a Endeavour spacecraft, which is essentially one of the stations around the space station.
Once again, the Dragon Endeavour spacecraft is basically directly below the station at this point in time. We are executing a fly-around maneuver, which is essentially one big loop around the space station. And the reason for doing this is we're doing a photographic survey of the station, thanks to the several new installations on station over the last few years. The last fly-around maneuver was performed in 2018, and unfortunately, just because of positioning of some of those onboard cameras on station, they can't quite see everything. So this photographic survey on station is taking photos that help fill in some of those blanks of the exterior of the station. So we're about halfway through the maneuver. Once again, we are directly below the station. And Thomas Pesquet, the designated photographer on board today, is taking photos actually right through that small white hole there in the center of the hatch. So what we saw there is the forward hatch, and that small white light is a little window there in the forward hatch. And Thomas Pesquet is taking photos out of that hatch of the station to complete this photographic survey. On board the International Space Station, Mark Vande Hei, the sole NASA astronaut on board the orbiting laboratory, has been relieved of the duties to monitor the undocking and retreat of the SpaceX Dragon and the Endeavour crew inside. But now is in a position inside the cupola. He mentioned he was going to go over with a digital camera from his side and take some wonderful photographs of the crew during their fly-around maneuver.
Come back.
The cupola faces towards the Earth and provides some fantastic views of the planet as they orbit the Earth every 90 minutes. It's also used for some operational reasons, like capturing spacecraft. From inside the cupola, they're able to control the station's robotic arm and get a good view of some of the spacecraft that they're capturing.
As Gary mentioned before, the remainder of the fly-around maneuver should be in orbital daylight. And while it was pretty cool to have the nighttime photos, because we could actually see the pulses from the Draco thrusters as that was occurring, gotta say, these daylight views are pretty breathtaking.
And we'll see them for the remainder of the fly-around.
Easterly course down the Pacific Ocean, heading towards the South Pacific. We'll make our way up and cross over South America as we continue the fly-around maneuver.
Some Pacific island chains that we're seeing as we head on a southeasterly course down the Pacific Ocean, heading towards the South Pacific. We'll make our way up and cross over the South America as we continue the fly-around maneuver.
recently joined us, the Crew-2 crew is, if you've just recently joined us, the Crew-2 crew is on board. They have departed the space station. They have an on-time separation at 11:05 a.m. Pacific. If you've just recently joined us, the Crew-2 crew is on board Crew Dragon Endeavour, which we just had a view of moments ago. They have departed the space station. They had an on-time separation at 11:05 a.m. Pacific, and they are currently executing a fly-around maneuver around the station. And after that, they will be executing 4 burns, essentially, a series of carefully choreographed maneuvers in order to put Dragon on a trajectory back home. We are anticipating a splashdown at 7:33 p.m. Pacific time this evening, just off the coast of Pensacola, Florida.
We're getting high-definition views from the International Space Station. These cameras on a camera assembly, which includes high-definition and standard-definition views, as well as the ability to manually control each of the individual cameras that are positioned on the station's truss. There is a single position inside Mission Control Houston now, the Cronus position, a person who is literally on the ground in Houston, manually controlling each of these views. The Cronus has full autonomy to position the cameras wherever is needed to get views of the action. In this case is the fly around of Crew-2 and Dragon Endeavour around the International Space Station. Earlier you were seeing that same console position adjust the exposure or the aperture of some of the cameras, which allows some of the plumes coming from the Draco thrusters to be seen as the image is overexposed. But in this scenario with the daylight, have view plus cameras, they're high definition to check out some of these views. This is the Japanese module. You can see on the very right the flag of Japan clearly marked on that module. Right above that, towards the space-facing side, is the logistics module, essentially the storage area. And then the Japanese module has its own airlock to put out experiments. It's too small to fit humans. We have bigger airlocks for that. But this airlock is small enough to fit some of the payloads or experiments, many of which you see on this external platform, each with their own grappling fixture to allow the robotic arm to maneuver it wherever it needs to go. One of the experiments on that external platform is called the OCO3, or the Orbiting Carbon Observatory 3. As the space station covers about 85% of the inhabited Earth, that one of the experiments is looking down at the Earth, monitoring carbon all across the planet. We're seeing that external facility as well as the Dragon come into the forward end of the International Space Station, hovering about 200 meters away. Fantastic views all around.
And as we've mentioned earlier, the whole point for doing this fly-around maneuver essentially is to take pictures of the station. There have been a number of new installations put on station since the last fly-around maneuver, and so this is a great opportunity to document the exterior of the station, basically do a photographic survey, and be able to see parts of the station that some of the onboard cameras might not be able to reach. If you look closely, you can still see Dragon. They're just kind of off to the right hand, slightly right of center.
Yeah, you got to squint.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see a little bit of there, pretty much directly in the center of the screen now. Gary, a lot lot of what you just mentioned about all the different modules and components of the space station really highlight the first and possibly the most important thing about the space station is that it is international. It is the International Space Station, and all of these experiments and modules are a really great representation of teamwork. Also represented by our crew members on board today. We have JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide, European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pesquet, and of course 2 NASA astronauts, Shane Kimbrough and Megan MacArthur. So it's a great demonstration of international effort.
And cooperation, really. You were seeing some of the features on the space station themselves. Those modules owned and operated by different space agencies. We even have commercial modules as we're transitioning to enable commercial activities in low Earth orbit, all enabled.
Getting some fantastic brand new views from the crew taking photos of the outside all along the way, being able to capture for history this moment in time in 2021 as we have new European divisions added since the last photographic survey which happened in 2018 during Russian cities. We had some commercial modules, some international effort and commercial partnerships, namely the commercial using some of the features on the space station and that international operator different space agencies. We even have commercial modules.
Now that the Dragon is approaching the very forward end of the International Space Station, which it should be getting to here momentarily, about 10 minutes. This is approximately the position where the Dragon is now, a little more than halfway to the very forward position, but right about that position, they should be getting.
So they're shooting next, looking top down from the station Dragon on the Japanese side. But from Pearson, this is the bottom part. When you come to this view, you can actually see the side hatch door, which is where the crew
Hatch has been closed since
199 days ago when they launched from that day at Kennedy Space Center.
it will reopen tonight once after they splash.
And it will reopen tonight once after they splash down off the coast of Florida. And once that side hatch opens, that will basically be their first breath of fresh air since launching almost 2 months
Down off the coast of Florida, and that will, once that side hatch.
But they are very excited to see their vision once again working here momentarily on their recovery and SpaceX recovery teams. Then it's with NASA and as well as European doctors. It's really an international effort, even out in the middle of the Gulf, to recover some of these crew. And it won't be long until they're flown back to shore. They'll have planes stationed for them, ready to get them back home, see their respective families.
Getting some very good views of some of the cross runs,
And please give him a gold star.
Somebody at Houston, please give him a gold star.
As part of the external survey, ever-evolving international space station.
So they're a great shot looking top down from the station at Dragon. As what appears to us as the bottom part has Dragon position, you can actually see the side hatch door, which is where the crew entered into their capsule 199 days ago when they launched from Space Pad 39A at Kennedy Space Center. That side hatch has been closed since, and it will reopen tonight once after they splash down off off the coast of Florida, and that will, once the side hatch opens, that will basically be their first breath of fresh air since launching almost 200 days ago.
It's a very slow and calculated maneuver. You can see all along the way, now that we have the view of the Dragon against the blackness of space with the overexposed camera views from the station cameras, you can see that all along the way, the Draco thrusters have been firing to continue to keep Dragon in the intended position. All along the way, we've been seeing essentially the same view, much like we see the moon, right? We always see the same face of the moon anywhere it is in the sky. We are seeing the same face of the forward end of the Dragon, as it is critical that we have that same hatch with the windows facing this way to allow Thomas Pesquet to continue his photographic survey. It's only a few more minutes that we're in this phase, which is the cruise phase between the nadir and the forward positions. Once we meet that forward position on the V-bar, the velocity bar, essentially directly in front of the International Space Station, Dragon will automatically execute a 50-second burn, the final fly-around burn, the fourth of four, to move it from the forward end back to the zenith end, effectively doing a full loop around the International Space Station. The last quadrant from there are two departure burns where the Dragon and the crew will break away from this fly-around position about 200 meters from the International Space Station and start exiting the keep-out sphere, the sphere which it's essentially been hugging for this entire maneuver, about a 200-meter circle around the space station. It'll exit the keep-out sphere and then the approach ellipsoid. There we have a graphic as we're getting dual views of both the Dragon capsule as well as the maneuver itself. You can see we are in the third cruise phase of 4. Very shortly we'll be executing that fourth burn maneuver. You can see at the far left of the graphic, that's the fourth maneuver. It's directly in front of the International Space Station. It's at that position where that fourth burn maneuver is executed. That is where the Crew-3 Dragon and the Endurance crew will be heading in just a couple of days to the forward end to meet up with the docking axis of the forward port of the space station and move into dock for their 6-month stay. After that 50-second burn, that is the last cruise phase. They'll meet up with the same point where they started, which is essentially on the R-bar, or it's a vertical line right through the middle of the space station, where the Dragon will automatically execute the depart burns, which you can see on the graphic there, depart burn 0 and depart burn 1 to get it outside the approach ellipsoid. It's a 2 kilometer by 2 kilometer by 4 kilometer oval shape that's around the space station. And once it exits there, we'll stop joint operations between the station and Dragon mission control teams. And from there on, it's really Mission Control Hawthorne that's taking the Crew-2 Endeavour astronauts home back to planet Earth.
The teams here in Mission Control Hawthorne have been busy over the last several days in preparation for Dragon's departure and, of course, the intended launch of the Crew-3 crew. So it's been pretty busy here, trying to juggle the opportunities to both return crew and launch crew. Of course, if you've been following along, weather has, up until this point, not been playing very nice with us. But fortunately, we do have an opportunity. Obviously, as we've undocked, we do have an opportunity to splash down today, return the Crew-2 crew home, and we're expecting that splashdown to occur at 7:33 p.m. Pacific time. And while it is preferred that we launch the next crew prior to bringing the previous crew home, just because of those weather conditions and limited opportunities for splashdown going forward later in the week, the teams jointly decided, both SpaceX and NASA worked together to determine that the best course of action for both crews was to bring Crew-2 folks home prior to letting the Crew-3 launch proceed.
That's right, Kate. And as you mentioned, the reason that we're seeing Crew-2 Endeavour in this position right now is we've done several weather briefings throughout the week. We did one immediately before docking. We want to make sure that the weather at the landing site, the prime site, which is Pensacola, Florida, for today, is looking good, and it continues to look good. We'll continue to hear weather updates through the entire phase of flight all the way down. Through just before committing to that deorbit burn, we'll do another weather briefing just to make sure that everything down in the Gulf looks A-OK. And part of the reason that we're seeing this today is because it really does look like the best opportunity for the crews. Again, all along the eastern seaboard and the ascent corridor for Crew-3 not looking as great, but the Gulf looks pretty good. So we transition to an indirect handover to allow Crew-2 to splash down first because the weather is looking so good.
Live view there on your screen now, coming from the International Space Station as Crew Dragon has departed and is in the final phases of completing the fly-around maneuver, which is basically a photographic survey of the exterior of the space station. And like I said, we're coming close to the end of that maneuver, and we had some great views there. We do expect the video feed to come in and out occasionally just due to ground station coverage. However, we'll bring those views back to you now that we're in daylight once again. As you just saw moments ago, we have some pretty incredible shots.
We're in the final minutes of that third cruise phase between the nadir side, or the bottom portion, to the very forward end of the International Space Station. It's really a matter of moments at this point before we hear that the Dragon and the crew, here we go.
Endeavour SpaceX on the big loop. The forward waypoint has been reached.
Endeavour copying forward waypoint.
And with that forward waypoint reached, the Dragon is automatically executing a 50-second burn, now in progress. It's the final fly-around burn for today. It should be a matter of moments until it's complete, and there it is. Looks like the fly-around burn, the 50-second burn, is complete, so that's it. That is the final.
Fly-around is done.
They still have that cruise phase of the final quadrant. That's at the forward end to the zenith end, so they'll be able to survey the very forward end of the space station. They'll get a good look at the forward docking port, where Crew-3 is going to be docking to in a couple of days here. They'll be able to see the Japanese module, the European module, and they'll see a lot of the United States orbiting segment, which includes a lot of the U.S. modules as well. And they'll, of course, see the back of the Russian modules, but they were already surveyed as part of burns 1 through 3. That's the final burn, so they're now in the cruise phase, and they'll continue to drift for the next about 20-25 minutes until they reach that depart burn 0. It'll be essentially at the same point where that first fly-around burn was executed, right in that same position. The difference here is it'll be executing a departure burn, which means it'll break away from the keep-out sphere, which it's been pretty much hugging through this whole fly-around maneuver, about 200 meters from the International Space Station, and then execute another one to exit the approach ellipsoid, which is an imaginary marker that will effectively end joint operations between the Mission Control Houston and Mission Control Hawthorne. Although Houston will be monitoring along the way, it's really up to the Dragon teams here in Hawthorne to carry the crew home.
there on your screen while the shot was still overexposed, and just a little bit now as well, you can actually see the Draco thrusters firing, which of course are allowing Dragon to hold its position during this very carefully choreographed maneuver around the station.
It's about 20 to 25 minutes that the Dragon will be in this drifting phase, and like I said, we'll see the Draco engines firing along the way. Again, it's about 20 to 25 minutes that the Dragon will be in this drifting phase, and like Kate said, we'll see the Draco engines firing along the way just to keep it in that same orientation, making sure that forward end, the open hatch that you can see there, that's where the Dragon was docked to the station for 197 days, and it's also at the very center of which you can see sort of a light at the very center of that docking port or the hatch. That's where Thomas Pesquet is taking some of those photos. He's got about 20 to 25 minutes left of this before the Dragon automatically executes a departure burn 0. The entire way should be in daylight, so we should be seeing great views as long as we have coverage, right? We need the geosynchronous satellites, the TDRS satellites, to provide some of those high bandwidth views, to provide these high definition camera views from the station looking at Dragon. We may even see some of the similar views from Dragon looking at station. But it's about 20-25 minutes until we get to that point. Dragon will automatically execute depart burn 0 and 1, and all crew members, including Shane Kimbrough and Megan MacArthur, who I believe are still in their SpaceX launch and entry suits in the commander and pilot seat monitoring this entire maneuver, they'll be able to take a short break, doff their suits for just a little bit, just a couple of hours, until they have to put them back on again, getting ready for the final phase of flight, which is the dynamic part of the flight. It is the deorbit burn and the entry into Earth's atmosphere, slowing down Dragon from 17,000 miles per hour to a mere 350 miles an hour. Which is the dynamic part of the flight. It is the deorbit burn and the entry into Earth's atmosphere, slowing down Dragon from 17,000 miles per hour to a mere 350 miles per hour. Thrusters firing, which of course are allowing Dragon to hold its position during this very carefully choreographed maneuver around the station. It's about 20 to 25 minutes that the Dragon will be in this drifting phase, and like Kate said, we'll see the Draco engines firing along the way just to keep it in that same orientation, making sure that forward end, the open hatch that you can see there, that's where the Dragon was docked to the station for 197 days, and it's also at the very center of which you can see sort of a light at the very center of that docking port or the hatch. That's where Thomas Pesquet is taking some of those photos. He's got about 20 to 25 minutes left of this before the Dragon automatically executes a departure burn 0. The entire way should be in daylight, so we should be seeing great views as long as we have coverage, right? We need the geosynchronous satellites, the TDRS satellites, to provide some of those high bandwidth views, to provide these high definition camera views from the station looking at Dragon. We may even see some of the similar views from Dragon looking at station. But it's about 20-25 minutes until we get to that point. Dragon will automatically execute depart burn 0 and 1, and all crew members, including Shane Kimbrough and Megan MacArthur, who I believe are still in their SpaceX launch and entry suits in the commander and pilot seat monitoring this entire maneuver, they'll be able to take a short break, doff their suits for just a little bit, just a couple of hours, until they have to put them back on again, getting ready for the final phase of flight, which is the dynamic part of the flight. It is the deorbit burn and the entry into Earth's atmosphere, slowing down Dragon from 17,000 miles per hour to a mere 350 miles an hour.
Hey guys, while I got a moment here. Let's see here. Just want to say welcome to live coverage of Crew-2. This is the second crew rotation mission of the International Space Station. The 6 crew members who have been up there since April, they can't stay up there forever, so they're coming home. And the next crew to go up to the space station is launching on Wednesday. And they're scheduled to go up towards the evening. So you're watching live coverage of the Crew-2 return after being in space for over 6 months now. So anyway, I'll return you back to live coverage, and you can watch me set up more Ethernet cables. So thanks for watching. Appreciate you guys.
separation at 11:05 a.m. If you've just joined us recently, the Crew Dragon Endeavour spacecraft has departed the space station, had an on-time separation at 11:05 a.m. Pacific. If you've just joined us recently, the Crew Dragon Endeavour spacecraft has departed the space station, had an on-time separation at 11:05 a.m. Pacific. It is nearly done with the fly-around maneuver around the space station as a photographic survey, and we are one step closer to bringing the Crew-2 crew back home to Earth later this evening, expecting a splashdown off the coast of Pensacola, Florida at 7:33 p.m. Pacific.
That's right. We're in the final stretch, about a little less than 10 minutes remaining in this cruise phase. There were 4 burns that were executed, 50 seconds each, at each quadrant of the fly-around, starting at the zenith-most, or the space-facing side of the International Space Station. The zenith port on the Harmony module has been the home of Crew Dragon Endeavour for the International Space Station, attached for the past 197 days. It backed away, making its way from the docking position out to waypoint 1, about 220 meters away from the International Space Station, into a hold position, and it was really a matter of seconds that the pilot, Megan MacArthur, on board the Crew Dragon Endeavour, executed the first fly-around burn, initiated Dragon to automatically enter into its fly-around sequence. Again, 50-second burns each at each quadrant around the International Space Station, starting at the very top and working its way towards the back of the station and making its way around. We're now in the final 10 minutes in the cruise phase at the forward-most port, making its way back to the very top, essentially the starting position where we were just an hour and a half ago. As I mentioned, during this hour-and-a-half long maneuver, the Dragon and the International Space Station have orbited the Earth one time. So we started over the South Atlantic Ocean, and we are now again over the South Atlantic Ocean. We're about to cross over the Terminator line, which is the line between orbital daytime and orbital darkness. That'll be essentially the final end, or the end of the fly-around maneuver, and right at about depart burn 0, which is the first departure burn of 5. Departure burn 0, 1, 2, 3 to get us outside the International Space Station, roughly co-elliptic with the International Space Station, followed by a 5th burn called the departure phase burn. That'll take us outside of the same plane of the station and line up with the landing location that is Pensacola, Florida.
All the meanwhile, ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet has been taking photographs basically out of that small white light that you see there at the top of Dragon. Well, it is the top, but to us it looks like it's the middle. That is essentially the middle of the forward hatch. It's a small window, and Thomas Pesquet has been basically positioned right there near the hatch with a camera and taking photographs through the hatch, that hatch window of the station throughout the duration of this fly-around maneuver. NASA astronauts Commander Shane Kimbrough and pilot Megan MacArthur have remained in their suits and in their seats throughout this time to monitor progress and position. And Thomas and Aki had the opportunity to actually hop out of their seats. Thomas took off his suit to allow better mobility and has been doing this photo documentation of the exterior of the space station for, as you said, Gary, the last hour and a half or so.
So we're in the final stretch here, just a few more minutes until we get to the very top, or the R-bar. Is essentially an invisible vertical line that goes right through the middle of the space station. That is where Dragon will automatically execute the first of 5 departure burns. You see departure burn 0 there at the very top, right in line with where that first fly-around burn was executed. That was a 50-second burn. Departure burn 0 is a little shorter. It's about 15 seconds. Its job is to take Dragon outside of the keep out sphere. The keep out sphere is, you can see, almost a perfect circle. It's a 200-meter radius around the outside of the International Space Station, and that is what Dragon has been following. It's been pretty much 200 meters the whole way, give or take a little bit of oscillation in either direction, but for the most part, it's been following that line. Now we're just minutes away from executing that departure burn 0. That'll be an automatic maneuver to get our crew members home. And Kate, as you said, the commander and pilot have been suited up, monitoring this entire procedure, really just not having the time to get out. But after this, after the departure burns, actually departure burn 1, I believe, once they're outside the approach ellipsoid, they'll have a chance to doff or take off their spacesuits for just a little bit before they have to put them back on again. It'll be about that time where they'll have the ability to have a crew meal, get some food in them.
Endeavour SpaceX on the big loop. The forward waypoint has been reached. Departure burn 0 is in progress.
Endeavour copies. We see depart 0 burn.
You heard confirmation that that depart 0 burn has started. It's also just in time ended. It's only a 15-second burn, very short, to allow the Dragon to exit the keep out sphere, which we'll be hearing confirmation of here momentarily.
As I've mentioned before, Hawthorne here is an active production facility, so we've got some...
SpaceX departure burn 0 was nominal.
All right, good call out there, indicating that the first of the 5 burns that we're going to execute today was nominal. Again, that was a 15-second burn, known as departure burn 0. Again, that is the first of 5.
It's about 5 minutes from the next departure burn 1, the second in a series of 5 that brings the Crew Dragon Endeavour back home to Earth right before that deorbit burn. It's a very critical burn that'll be that final 16.5-minute burn of the forward Dracos that'll slow Dragon down enough so that it enters the Earth's atmosphere. The Earth's atmosphere doing most of the legwork to slow Dragon down to a reasonable speed. Right now, traveling at about 6...
procedure and audio config complete.
SpaceX copies on Dragon to ground. Suit doffing and audio configuration procedure is complete.
Suit doffing, that simply means taking the suit off. So he, Shane, and Megan.
All right, so good call out there. Suit doffing, that simply means taking the suit off. So Aki, Shane, and Megan will now be, or have taken their suits off. Thomas already had his removed because he removed it prior to beginning the fly-around maneuver.
So they should be outside the keep-out sphere at this point as well. They're just minutes away from the second departure burn. That'll be depart burn 1. Depart burn 1 is a little bit longer, 21 seconds long, but its job is to increase the distance from between the International Space Station and the Crew Dragon. You can see there, it's a burn that just slows it down, and orbital mechanics does the rest, allowing the Dragon to reduce its altitude, and by doing so, it exits the approach ellipsoid. It's a 4 kilometer by 2 kilometer by 2 kilometer oval shape. Once it exits from there, the crew will be outside of joint operations. So the Houston teams and Hawthorne teams will now be, they don't need to do the joint operations anymore. Once we were inside the vicinity of the International Space Station, which was really that entire fly-around maneuver, each of the teams was carefully monitoring that procedure. But once you're outside the approach ellipsoid, it's really up to the Dragon teams here in Hawthorne that you're seeing on your screen. These teams will be the one to carry the crew home for the next few hours until we splash down 7:33 p.m. Pacific time, 10:33 p.m. Eastern Standard Time over in the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, now, like we said before, these departure burns that we're executing, a total of 5, it's all a series of carefully choreographed maneuvers in order to safely move Dragon away from station and essentially put it on a trajectory back home to Earth. Like we said before, we're going to splash down off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. But if you're familiar with how long it takes to get to station, you might have noticed by now that it's a lot faster to leave station than it is to approach it. So at this point in our journey today, we're kind of back into what you might consider like a regular departure from station. That fly around maneuver was a special one, like we said before, just a photo documentation of the exterior of the station. So at this point in time, we have kind of moved back into those maneuvers that we have seen previously on Crew Dragon departures from station. And like I said before, total of 5, and it's a lot faster to leave than it is to arrive.
There are some trajectories that take about 18 or 19 hours. That would have been approximately what we would have looked at if we were to depart yesterday. But again, we are constantly monitoring weather. We were looking at some of the splashdown zones. There are 7 identified splashdown zones around the coast of Florida that we were looking at, and weather just wasn't cooperating for us. Some of the wind speeds were a little on the high end. So we deferred to today, did the same exact thing, did a brief of the weather, making sure that everything was good. And then prior to undocking today, did a final weather brief to say, are we good to undock and splash down off the coast of Florida? The answer was yes. That is not the final decision, right? There is a scenario where we could use some of these departure burns.
SpaceX on the big loop. Part 1 burn is complete and nominal. Reminder that the ground will be deactivating the big loop following exit from the approach ellipsoid.
Endeavor copies all.
There you go. A good depart burn 1. That is a critical burn, and you can see a lot's happening after that burn. Now that that burn has been executed, it really increases the distance between the Crew Dragon and the space station, a 21-second burn. You heard that the crew themselves have already doffed their suits, so they don't need it anymore for this phase of flight. But once we are outside the approach ellipsoid, which is a 4 kilometer by 2 kilometer by 2 kilometer oval shape, we'll be outside of joint operations, which we're currently in now. So you have this Houston teams, you have the International Space Station, Dragon, and Hawthorne all on the same communication loop called the Big Loop. Once we're outside that approach ellipsoid, which we should be very shortly now that we've executed Depart Burn 1, we'll take down that loop and we'll just be hearing Dragon grounds from here on out.
Yeah. So as Gary said, we're now waiting for Dragon to exit that approach ellipsoid, or AE, as you might hear it referred to as. And like we said, that's another imaginary shape. This time a 3-dimensional ellipsoid measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers. And it's in the same family as the keep-out sphere. But one of the key differences with the approach ellipsoid is that vehicles outside of it have to be on what we call a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory. So that basically means that the spacecraft would not cross into our
This is a very choreographed, we'll call it a dance, right? Every moment counts. You heard, even as we were undocking from the space station and getting towards that hold point, waypoint 1, which is on the edge of the keep-out sphere, and was really important to make sure that we were ready to execute that fly-around maneuver. It was really moments. We have to execute in a series of moments because we're timed perfectly. Well, all we have to do is just a couple second bursts here and there, right? We heard Departure Burn 0, which is a 15-second burst, Departure Burn 1, which is a 21-second burst. All of these are very carefully choreographed to maximize fuel efficiency, making sure that we're not burning like crazy. But as Kate, as you said, in the scenario now that we've done this Depart Burn 1, in the scenario, if we were to, for whatever reason, lose all control of those Draco thrusters, thrusters, we know that the trajectory now that that burn is complete would take the Dragon outside of the approach ellipsoid, and we can pause there for at least 24 hours. Like, that was the safe trajectory, was 24 hours. We can pause there for a while to assess the problem, figure out how to recover Draco's thrusters, and then of course we could stay there for a couple of days. The crew on Dragon has meals for at least 3 days to find different landing opportunities, assess weather, all part of the backup plans that are necessary for taking the crew home from the International Space Station.
Yeah, and like we mentioned before, we are expecting to bring the crew home today. We're anticipating a splashdown of 7:33 p.m. Pacific time, and they'll be splashing down off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. So as we've said a couple of times, weather has been the primary watch item, forcing us to wave off an attempt yesterday. Like Gary mentioned earlier, that would have been an 18-hour journey home. Today, it's really only about 8 hours, so I imagine that the crew themselves are excited that they have more time on station with their pals on station, and now they have a shorter journey to head home and splash down in the Gulf Coast.
Now, you say shorter, Kate, but it is a number of hours, and we're going to be here with you the entire time until they splash down at 7:30 p.m. Pacific time, which is a little bit more than 6 hours from now. So that's a lot, and we'll be here with you the entire way. So during that journey, we'll be giving you periodic updates of the crew. Now that the fly-around maneuver has been completed, that was pretty dynamic. We were getting some pretty fantastic views. But now things are going to be a little bit more spaced out. Again, conserving those departure burns, making sure that we're maximizing the fuel efficiency and staying right on target. So in the meantime, over the next 6 hours or so, we'll answer as many questions as we can from you. We want to make this an interactive program. So if you want to ask a question to us, use the hashtag AskNASA, and we'll do our very best to answer as many of them as we can in between some of these very important phases of flight. Of course, the next one coming up is the exit of the approach ellipsoid. So while we wait for confirmation of that exit, let's go ahead and take a couple of questions. The first one that I see is coming from Netta, who's asking the very existential question of what is space weather? What is weather? Space weather, funny enough, you think about weather, you think rain, you think thunder, you think wind, a lot of the things that we see on the ground. There is such a thing as space weather. It's not quite as what you would think of as weather here on Earth, but the main thing you have to look out for space weather is cosmic rays. Cosmic particles are coming from the sun at all times, and there are, of course, solar events that can happen. In fact, we had one just, I think it was last week or maybe the week before, where there was a solar particle event. We're monitoring that, looking at all the systems and how that can affect satellites or, the International Space Station. Another one is galactic cosmic rays. These are general radiation events that are happening all across the galaxy, and of course we are looking at those as well. So weather, just like on Earth, in space can be a little bit unpredictable, so we just have to react in time. And so yeah, space weather is one of those things that we are constantly looking at. These are fantastic questions, and we're going to try to continue to answer them here as part of our continuous coverage until we have splashdown. So keep using that hashtag AskNASA. We'll do the very best that we can for you. We have one more. Let's see. Hashtag AskNASA. This one says NASA SpaceX Crew-2 returns home. Hatch closure of the Crew Dragon spacecraft on YouTube. What kind of solar power does the International Space Station have to sustain a crew like that? Very good question. Lots of solar power. It's a very good observation. The International Space Station is completely solar powered. There are 8 sets of gigantic solar arrays that are providing more than 200 kilowatts of power to really power the entire International Space Station. Just like solar arrays on Earth, solar arrays on station don't last forever. So we've seen a little bit of degradation over the 20 years at this point that the solar arrays have been in orbit. So right now we are undergoing a series of spacewalks to upgrade some of those solar arrays, and as you can imagine, solar array technology increases as time goes on. So just recently, the Crew-2 astronauts who are on board the International Space Station right now, Shane Kimbrough and Thomas Pesquet, did a spacewalk during their 6 months on board the International Space Station to outfit and install brand new solar arrays on the port truss, the far port truss, that's port 6, on the very, if you're looking at the space station, the left side, or looking at from behind the space station. There's 2 new solar arrays out there. They're called ISS rollout solar arrays, and they'll continue to provide power for some of the critical items on board the International Space Station. We'll continue those power upgrades for the next couple of years to make sure that station continues to operate as we enter this 3rd decade of utilization, science, and even more exciting, commercialization. We're seeing a lot of unique activities on board the International Space Station. Very good question.
One more question coming to us from Oliver. How long will it take for this Dragon unit to be reusable? That is a great question. As you noted, reusability is super important. Actually, this Dragon capsule was previously used on the Demo 2 mission, which flew, of course, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley on basically the initial crew flight for Crew Dragon. And so this capsule was actually reused. I believe it was in August of 2020 that mission splashed down. And then this mission launched just a couple months ago. So kind of get a feel for how long it took to reuse this capsule. However, this was the first time that we did go through the reuse process on a Crew Dragon capsule. Took a lot of our learnings from the cargo program and reusability there. So each time we reuse a capsule, it gets more efficient and takes less time. So I'm not sure which capsule this one will be assigned to in the future. I can't remember off the top of my head. But it will certainly only be a matter of a couple of months for the team to actually ready the hardware. And then after that, it's just a mission timeline. But fun fact about this capsule, as we mentioned before, Megan MacArthur is the pilot of this capsule for Crew-2, which we mentioned earlier is named Endeavour. Her husband, Bob Behnken, was also the pilot, sitting in the same position seat for the Demo 2 mission. So I'm sure Bob is super excited to get Megan back home.
Thanks, Endeavour on Dragon to ground for cameras.
Speaking of Megan, that's her voice now.
Endeavour, this is SpaceX MD standing in for Core. Go ahead.
Hey, MD, just like to ask you to step outside for a few minutes while we take care of hygiene.
Copy that. We'll put that in work.
All right, so just a call there asking to turn off the internal cameras on board Crew Dragon just as the crew takes their suits off and prepares for a little bit of a rest period. As I was saying, I'm sure Bob is super excited to have Megan home. He knows exactly what she has gone through, also being the pilot for the Demo 2 mission that this capsule specifically was reused on. So like we mentioned before, we want to get through as many questions as we can, so be sure to use the hashtag AskNASA.
Dragon, no response required. Cameras are external.
All right. And they're just a confirmation of that request coming from Dragon. As we mentioned before, when the ground teams are communicating with the capsule, there is a procedure of calling out. So we hear that Quindar tone first, and then the destination of the call. So in that case, Megan was calling the teams here in Hawthorne, calling out ground or SpaceX. They called out SpaceX to basically call here, Mission Control Hawthorne, and make that request.
All right, as we await the exit of the approach ellipsoid, let's take one more question from hashtag AskNASA. This comes from the launch pad. How long before splashdown do we normally see deorbit burn? A very good question. We've been talking about how each of these burns are very carefully choreographed, so the burn itself has to be executed at the precise moment before the splashdown is predicted. So when we say 7:33 p.m. Pacific time, 10:33 p.m. on Eastern time. That's what we need. So it'll be precisely 53 minutes before that time, before that splashdown time, that will execute the deorbit burn. The deorbit burn varies based on the trajectory that is predicted. So for this very short transit from the undocking port of from the docking port of the space station down to the coast of Florida off the Gulf, that will be about a 16.5-minute burn. So not only is the timing have to be precise, but the burn itself has to burn for that long to make sure that the maneuver is very carefully executed. Very good questions, and we'll continue to answer them as much as we can throughout our continuous coverage as we get towards that point, just about 6 hours from now. So stay with us using the hashtag AskNASA, and we'll be providing some periodic updates, namely confirming the exit of the approach ellipsoid here soon. We'll be back with you.
SpaceX on the big loop. Dragon has exited the approach ellipsoid and is on a safe free drift trajectory. Houston will be taking down the big loop shortly. Expect ISS audio traffic to cease. Request that you swap your audio destination to Dragon to ground. ISS audio traffic to contact ground post swap for a comm check on DG destination to Dragon to ground. Endeavour SpaceX on the big loop. Dragon has exited the approach ellipsoid and is on a safe free drift trajectory. Houston will be taking down the big loop shortly. Expect ISS audio traffic to cease. Request that you swap your audio destination to Dragon to ground and contact ground post swap for a comm check on DG.
Copy all.
And with that, the Dragon and the crew have exited the approach ellipsoid. So now that they've exited the approach ellipsoid, or the AE, which is another imaginary shape, this time a three-dimensional ellipsoid measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers.
SpaceX Endeavour, comm check on Dragon to ground.
SpaceX has you loud and clear, Endeavour.
We have you loud and clear as well. Thank you.
That was Commander Shane Kimbrough inside the Dragon, confirming that communication check. Now that they have exited the approach ellipsoid, they are no longer on the big loop, which is a joint communication loop between the Hawthorne teams and the teams in Houston, as well as the astronauts on board the International Space Station. So now, with that comm check, they are ready to go. Again, that approach ellipsoid measures 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers. It's in the same family as the keep-out sphere, which they've been hovering through most of the flyover maneuver, or fly-around maneuver. One key difference, though, with the approach ellipsoid is that vehicles outside of it have to be on what we call a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory. You heard that confirmed over the loops. This means the spacecraft would not cross into the approach ellipsoid for at least 24 hours, even if it lost all of maneuvering. So it's going to be some time until we get to the next departure burn. It's about 40 minutes, and that's a third departure burn called Departure Burn 2. The thrusters used are a combination of the service section and the forward bulkhead Dracos. It's a longer burn than we've seen with some of the previous 2 departure burns, the first being 15 seconds, departure burn 1 being 21 seconds. This departure burn 2 is 44 seconds. So it's done at the orbital apogee, and it lowers the Dragon's perigee to below the space station to start bringing it beneath and in front of the station's orbit. Once you decrease the altitude of the Dragon, orbital mechanics does the rest, and you actually end up passing the space station. You're going what seems like a little bit faster, even though you're not, but because you're at a lower altitude, it seems like you're going faster. So it'll actually go in front of the International Space Station and continue to do so as it preps for some of those future deorbit or departure burns. That's departure burn 2. There's a departure burn 3, and then a departure phase burn.
Then, of course, the exciting part whenever we get to jettison the trunk and essentially return Crew Dragon back to Earth in the deorbit burn. As we've mentioned before, we jettison the trunk in order to reveal the heat shield. That is the component of the spacecraft that is critical to helping slow the spacecraft down. It's essentially going 17,000 miles per hour right now, and we're going to be slowing it down using the heat shield and the friction caused by re-entering the Earth's atmosphere, slow it down to about 350 miles per hour, at which point we will then deploy drogue parachutes as well as main parachutes and essentially bring the spacecraft down to a mere 15 miles per hour or so for splashdown. Once again, we're targeting a splashdown around 7:30 p.m. Pacific this afternoon off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. So right now the crew has doffed or taken off their suits and not too much activity going on at the moment. So we're going to go into a quick break period, but we will be back shortly with more activity.
SpaceX for alerts. We are go for depart. We are go for departure. You are aboard. You are go. You are go.
Crew Dragon Endeavour is continuing along in its journey back home to Earth. We had an on-time separation from the space station at 11:05 a.m. Pacific time earlier this morning. Seems like so long ago. And it has completed the fly-around maneuver, and we are now coming out to the third departure burn, also known as departure burn 2. Moments ago, we heard the call out to the capsule, to the crew on board, indicating that they are go for departure 2.
It's going to be a 44-second forward on Dragon's service section Dracos as well as the forward Draco Dracos. It's going to be a combination of those. We just heard over the clips that it's about 5 minutes until we go ahead and execute that 44-second maneuver. It's going to continue to bring Dragon and station even further apart, setting on a course really for Dragon to move in front of the International Space Station as it drops its altitude and get in position for departure burn 3. That'll keep it in phasing about 10 kilometers immediately below the International Space Station and the engine starts going a little bit faster. But it will be roughly co-connected with the International Space Station, really on the same order plane. There's one more burn that happens after that from the departure burn called departure burn 3. Remember, there's a hard departure burn 0, and it's called a departure phase burn. And that departure phase burn will change the plane, and so it will no longer be co-connected with the International Space Station, and it will set course to line up with the landing zone, the prime of which is Pensacola, Florida.
Yeah, so we've been keeping our eye on weather. If you've been following along, we have had some trouble with weather over the last couple of days, impacting both the return of Crew-2 as well as the launch of Crew-3 from Cape Canaveral, Florida. So, unfortunately, we weren't able to do a direct handover on station, i.e. launching Crew-3, getting them up to station, and doing a direct handover with Crew-2 before bringing Crew-2 home, just quietly playing nice with us. So, the team's really decided to bring the Crew-2 team back first, momentum protect. So, like Gary said, we're going to be splashing down off the coast of Florida, on the Gulf Coast near Pensacola, later this evening. And so far, everything has been proceeding nominally, actually a couple minutes early here and there, as we've seen. And like I said before, we're getting ready for departure burn 2.
This will be a critical burn, and of course, as Kate, you mentioned, weather has been one of those concerns as we've been sort of shifting all of our launch and landing opportunities. But part of the reason that we're covering this operation here live with you today is because the teams pulled a go for weather before even undocking from the International Space Station there in Pensacola, Florida, just off the coast of which looks very good for Splashdown at about 10:33 p.m. Eastern, 7:33 p.m. Pacific. Opportunities, but if the prime continues to look good, that's where we're going.
And last we heard, it's looking pretty good. So I'm sure the crew is excited to get back home. They've been in space for 199 days. They've completed hundreds of hours of workout experiments and a number of spacewalks by the crew. And yeah, so it's been a privilege to stay on station, and I'm sure they're excited to get on.
Without question, we're going to be covering these operations with you live, even as we exit from the Crew Dragon Endeavour or egress. Once they splash down, it'll be really less than an hour before the fast boats go out. Rig out the outside out and getting ready to pull that spacecraft onto the Go Navigator recovery ship, pull it into the Dragon nest, and get the side hatch open for the docks. Go check them out, pull them out. We'll cover all of that live with you today. But in the meantime, we are just about a minute away from the start of Depart Burn 2. The team's pulled go, and we are ready for that burn to start. It's a 44-second burn. So let's go ahead and pause and get ready for that burn to start here momentarily. All right, we just heard confirmation Depart Burn 2 has started. Again, this is a combination of the forward bulkhead Dracos and the service section Dracos. We're in the middle of a 44-second burn. Just standing by for that burn to wrap up, and we can confirm if it has been a nominal burn. That's a good call from us. SpaceX, nominal burn. All right, we just heard confirmation Depart Burn 2 has started. Again, this is a combination of the forward bulkhead Dracos and the service section Dracos. We're in the middle of a 44-second burn. Just standing by for that burn to wrap up, and we can confirm if it has been a nominal burn. That's a good call from us.
SpaceX, nominal burn.
Nominal burn.
All right, exactly what we love to hear. Nominal burn. Again, that was 44 seconds, and it is the third of 5 burns. Kind of deceiving name, Departure Burn 2. That's because the first one's actually named 0. So that is the third of 5. Next up in just a few minutes, the crew will have the next one. Our coverage is going to keep on going until Crew 2 lands back on Earth, as Gary said. But that's going to do it for me and my coverage this afternoon. My teammate Andy Tran is going to be stepping in, and we'll be with you until the mission is over this evening.
Thanks, Kate. It's been super fun. We got to see amazing views of Dragon, of the International Space Station, and thank you for joining me. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to stay here through all of the action, through the splashdown and the recovery. Sit tight, and our coverage will continue momentarily as we swap out our hosts.
Endeavour SpaceX for upcoming scheduled PMC.
SpaceX, say again, please.
We had a call concerning the upcoming scheduled PMC.
And go ahead regarding PMC.
Yeah, Megan, just wondering if anyone on board would like to take advantage of the PMC, otherwise we will forego it occurring.
And you can waive the PMC. Thanks for checking.
Copy that, Megan. Thank you.
We're continuing our live coverage as Crew-2 has undocked from the International Space Station and is on its way home. We conducted a successful departure burn 2. It's the 3 of 5 departure burns that's going to line us up, getting ready for that deorbit burn. And we just heard that the crew had the opportunity to take place of a PMC, Private Medical Conference. They did this pretty regularly when they were on board the International Space Station. They're going to go ahead and waive that. That's a good sign. That means all 4 crew members are pretty good. This is really their down period in between some of these burns. All 4 of them have doffed or taken off their suits. They have a chance to have a meal, and they're going to forego that private medical conference before they get ready in the next couple of hours to return home.
Yeah, it's great news. For those just joining, I am replacing Kate. I know, Gary, you've been here for a couple of hours. Yeah, my name is Andy Tran. I'm a quality engineer here at SpaceX. Gary, you had just mentioned that the astronauts, they're going to forego the PMC. Again, great news. That means that they're all feeling great. Dragon has performed 3 of its 5 departure burns from the International Space Station. The 4th one's coming up at 2:40 p.m. Pacific time. Again, this will be what is necessary for the Dragon vehicle to slowly decrease its altitude and make its way back to Earth.
So at this moment, NASA astronauts Shane Kimbrough and Megan MacArthur, JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide, and ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet are flying through space at about 17,500 miles an hour in Crew Dragon Endeavour. And they are just a little bit, they're coming up on their 3rd departure burn, or 4th departure burn rather, about to wrap up a 6-month mission aboard the International Space Station. They are there. They've been on station for 197 days. If you include the transit time to and from the International Space Station, they're coming up on 199 days. It'll be 7 hours shy by the time they actually splash down tonight at 10:33 p.m. Eastern Time. It'll be 7 hours shy of 200 days in space. Done.
So close. I'm sure most of them are eager to return home. I mean, they've been super busy on the space station. A lot of their day is jam-packed with science experiments, things, maintenance and repairs on the International Space Station. So I'm sure they've worked very hard and are excited to breathe the fresh Earth air again.
That's right. They were very busy with science on board the International Space Station. And now, as we're in between some of these very important burns, we'll go back to those social questions that we were answering a little bit earlier in our broadcast. Keep using the hashtag AskNASA. This one comes from Des, who's asking, what science did Dragon do this time on the International Space Station? I'm going to go ahead and assume you mean the Dragon crew, the 4 crew members. They did quite a bit of science. Most recently, and I think which was a big headline, at least in terms of the science world, they grew chili peppers. They grew hatch green chili peppers, and they got to not only grow them, but they got to harvest them and eat them. I did hear that on board Dragon right now actually is one of the chili peppers that's coming back with them, so that's pretty cool. Also on board Dragon are a couple of other science experiments, mostly in the realm of human research. Some of them are part of a study called Standard Measures, which is a pretty regular study that's going from crew to crew. It's a massive data gathering study to gather saliva, blood samples, all kinds of human biological samples that are returned to Earth for analysis. And this is one of those things that the more samples you get, the better. better. And it's between all of the different astronauts that are on board. They did a number of other fantastic experiments as well. It'd be really impossible to go into all of them. But I think one of the highlights from their mission as well, and I covered this a little bit earlier, was they installed new solar arrays on board the International Space Station. Those will continue to provide power to the International Space Station for the next decade at least, if not more, so that we can keep doing some of this fantastic science. It's really, truly incredible. Keep sending in these questions. They are absolutely fantastic. The next one, Andy, I think you would be able to answer this one.
Yeah, next one comes from @Fernando Valner. How strong is the G-force that the astronauts experience at re-entry? So it's typically somewhere between 3.5 to 4 Gs on re-entry. It's about the same that they feel during ascent. So that's 3.5 or 4x of your normal body weight.
That's pretty much in line with what they experience after launch, right? I think the highest G-loads they get after launch is about after second stage separation. It's pretty brief. It's not a very long experience of those G-forces, but it's about 4 Gs. All right, one more that's coming from Kelvin. He is asking, is the oxygen in the space station supplied from Earth? The answer is yes, kind of. As part of the regular resupply missions of cargo that goes to and from the International Space Station, there are these tanks called NORS tanks. They can be used for either nitrogen, which has to be constantly resupplied to the International Space Station, as the station itself is a mix of nitrogen, oxygen, atmosphere, just like we have here on Earth. But there is a little bit of oxygen that gets resupplied every once in a while in these tanks. So the answer is yes, that it does get resupplied on the cargo vehicles. However, on board the International Space Station, they also have something called an oxygen generation system. And it's part of a partially closed-loop environmental control and life support system that's working with the same stuff as that's recycling water and all of this. And so what's happening is some of the water that's on board the space station that's being recycled gets fed into this oxygen generation system and goes through something called electrolysis, where they separate the oxygen and hydrogen atoms. And so some of the oxygen actually gets put back into the atmosphere as breathable air. And some of the hydrogen gets put back into the system that gets reformed with some oxygen to make fresh water. And the water itself is actually, that's called the Sabatier system, but the water itself is so fresh that they actually need to add some minerals to it because of the way that the science actually works. Very, very complicated system, and actually it's one of those things that we are working on aboard the space station to improve, because some of these, the more we learn about operating these systems for long periods of time in low Earth orbit, the better that we can improve these systems for when we go further into space. They keep getting better. In fact, we're working on carbon dioxide scrubbing systems called thermoamine, which are fantastic for a vacuum environment, so they work in low Earth orbit, and they will work on the moon. Essentially, it's capturing the carbon and dumping it out into the vacuum of space, and that again works in low Earth orbit and the moon. It's not going to work for Mars. Mars does have an atmosphere, so you can't really dump it into Mars' atmosphere, but all of these technologies are super important. We'll probably use something very similar to thermoamine on the moon to continue to improve that, because that'll be necessary for the journey to Mars as well, because you still have 9 months out, 9 months back.
Yeah, there's something interesting too. As we get closer and closer to Crew-3, one of the first things that happens when the Dragon vehicle docks with the International Space Station is they'll store their lithium hydroxide compounds or cartridges away for the return flight home. So lithium hydroxide is a compound that will remove carbon dioxide from the cabin. So in Dragon, like the Crew is in right now, it is a closed environment. So we want to make sure that the air remains breathable, and so that is one of the components that helps with that as well.
If you've been following along with our coverage, even before we undocked from the space station, we did cover the hatch closure, and right around that time, as soon as the Dragon crew ingressed into their Dragon to get ready for the ride home, one of the very first things that they did was they swapped out those bio cartridges, making sure that they had fresh ones for the ride home. That'll be plenty for them to use. for this 8.5-hour journey from the undocking to splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico. But if necessary, if they needed to stay in orbit for longer for whatever reason, they do have enough LiO cartridges to carry them all along the way.
Yeah, so please keep sending us questions. Use the hashtag AskNASA, and we will try to answer as much as we can on air. So once it's time for the 4 Crew-2 astronauts to deorbit and splash down back on planet Earth, they'll be heading to one of 7 targeted sites supported by SpaceX and NASA. Now, all of these sites are located off the coast of Florida.
Denver, SpaceX for cargo pallet packing.
Go ahead.
Shane, we noticed on undocking that the front strap, that's the side hatch side strap on cargo pallet C6, was starting to fall off that front bag in location C64, C63. We suspect that you may be accessing this bag on the downhill, but we'd like to discuss a potential repack of that bag in order to ensure that that strap can be properly securing the bag to the cargo pallet. How copy?
Okay, what you got?
Copy. So on that bag, if you have not accessed it yet, we do observe the inner side of that strap going in the Y direction was starting to fall off the front corner of the bag. So we would ask that you open up that bag and shuffle contents in the top. We know that some soft goods were added, but to make the front top, so side hatch side of that corner more rigid if possible. And when re-strapping, try to move that strap towards the displays side of the vehicle, so farther away from the side hatch to ensure that it does not fall off the front of the bag.
Copy all.
Thanks, Shane. And then no rush at this time, but when you're ready for us to come on board, we will ensure that we have that cargo camera configured, and then I will have our cargo specialist check out the images and let you know if any other repairs is required.
Okay, sounds good. We're working on it now. We'll let you know here in a minute.
Thanks.
So that was our core talking to Shane Kimbrough on board the station, making sure that all carry-on items are properly stowed and secured. So we had just talked about the amount of G-forces that the astronauts will experience upon re-entry. The entire vehicle and everything inside also experience the same thing. So we don't want any type of material floating around or potentially damaging the vehicle. And so the crews check in to make sure that everything is properly secured.
And they'll do so with a cargo specialist right there, looking over their shoulder. Coming aboard really means that the teams here in Mission Control Hawthorne are going to turn on the cameras and they'll get those same feeds. So a cargo specialist will literally be able to see what the crew is doing to make sure that all of the directions that you heard on board that Dragon to ground, that they are strapping everything in exactly that, Andy. They want to make sure that items are secured before landing.
So before that, we were talking about the 7 sites. These are selected by SpaceX and NASA, and we monitor things such as weather and sea states to make sure that when the vehicle does come back down, it is in the best possible condition, and we have the highest chance of successful recovery, not just for the vehicle, but the crew inside, and also for the recovery operations teams.
That's right. And one of the things we're really looking at is weather. So in the lead up to today, NASA and SpaceX jointly selected splashdown opportunities at the locations off of Pensacola, Florida, which is the primary site, and then Tallahassee as the alternate. This selection process works with a lot of different variables, Andy, as you were mentioning, including the space station's orbit, their trajectory, what landing sites are available and have favorable weather, how much free flight capability Dragon has.
Copy Endeavor, we'll let you know when we're on board.
Sounds like the crew is configuring that cargo camera, as we were talking about, Andy, to make sure that that cargo specialist is able to look over their shoulder and ensure that everything's strapped and secured nice and tightly. We were talking about some of the landing parameters and what is needed to assess before giving the Dragon to go to undock, and we'll see the same thing again when the Dragon's coming home before committing to that deorbit burn, making sure the weather out there and everything else about Dragon. We were talking about free flight capabilities the Dragon has, making sure that it has enough prop and everything for the trip home, and of course the sleep schedule for returning crew members, which in this case, because of the short transit, they don't need a sleep period.
Yeah, so we'll start with calculating daily return options based off of the space station's current orbit and the Dragon vehicle's capabilities to maneuver and line up for re-entry.
With a few questions.
Go ahead, Shane.
Hey, we're trying to figure out the fluid loading protocol based on the timing, and it looks like we're not done with that yet before we get suited, so that doesn't make a lot of sense to us because we can't put our bottles appropriately away. So can you tell us what time the leak check, you guys anticipate the leak check being, and maybe we can work back from that?
Copy that, Shane. I did circle up with flight surgeon prior to this, and we are okay with you beginning your fluid loading, that's the salt tablets and the liquid, at the time that your crew meal is scheduled on your tablet timeline. That should allow you to be complete with the suit donning start. I'll copy.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks. We might go a little bit over that, just 10 minutes or so, putting everything away, but yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Thanks.
So the crew and support members here on Earth are continuing to double-check, cross-check things in preparation for re-entry later on today. So the time from undock to landing at the primary site can vary a little bit, from, again, less than 6 hours to more than 39 hours today.
How much time are you budgeting for?
And Endeavor SpaceX, can you repeat that call? It was cut off.
I'm sorry, yeah. How long are you guys budgeting for suit donning? Is it 30 minutes or 40 minutes, or what are you planning on? How long does it take?
And Shane, we budget 20 minutes for the donning of these suits, as well as the orthostatic protection garments. And that would be 50 minutes total for 4 crew to don in pairs of 2. And then we have 10 minutes for the stowing of the suit stowage bags and other clothing, as well as the comm checks before we allow for time for the suit leak checks, with potential backup suit leak checks if any were to fail.
Okay, copy. So what time now are you targeting for the first leak check?
We are targeting the first suit leak check at 01:30 UTC. That's 01:30.
Copy, and we got plenty of time for fluid loading in. Okay, thanks.
Copy, and we concur.
So a read back on what you just heard there. Fluid loading is exactly what it sounds like. The crew members are going to drink a lot of water, and that really helps them to deal with being in microgravity for 6 months, experiencing no G's, to all of a sudden experiencing 4. So they are just looking at their timeline, because now they have this cargo activity that they have to do to strap everything down. If you add in that, and plus the time that it's taking to for them to allow a meal period. It's about that meal period time that they'll do some of the fluid loading. The time in UTC, about I think it was 1:30 UTC, that lines up with when all of the departure burns that we were talking about, all 5 departure burns have been completed. So there's a couple of hours in between that last phasing burn and the time that we start getting ready for that deorbit burn, and it's in that time that the crew is scheduled to don their spacesuits and get ready for landing. And Andy, it was landing that we were talking about just earlier.
Yeah, so we were talking about how long it could potentially take for the crew and vehicle to undock from the International Space Station and make their way back to Earth. Anywhere from 6 to 39 hours today. Our primary landing site gets the crew home in about 8 hours after undocking. Getting home the quickest comes with some obvious benefits, but we always have to make sure that the crew is properly rested for these dynamic operations, preventing us from scheduling 20-plus hour days for them. Trajectory and ballistics experts provide the daily opportunities that would line up Dragon with the 7 landing zones and then split them into what we call ascending and descending opportunities.
That's right. Dragon uses its Draco thrusters after leaving station to execute a series of altitude-lowering maneuvers and to line up with the selected primary site. It can also change to a different alternate site while in free flight if sudden weather moves in, and we'll need to avoid that. And weather is something that we are constantly looking at, making the final call to proceed just about 2.5 hours before the crew undocks, and we saw today that weather at Pensacola looks good. For the Crew-2 return, we'll be looking at a number of weather items. Some of the obvious ones are no rain or no chance of lightning in the recovery zone, both for the safety of the crew inside the capsule when they splash down.
SpaceX, for awareness, we are now on board with a ground station pass, and we are having our cargo specialist review the strapping.
Endeavor copy.
Wonderful. So we may be able to see some views here if we have access to them as well as they're doing that cargo assessment, all to make sure that all the items are securely fastened as they get ready to splash down. We were talking about some of the weather conditions at the splashdown site. We were looking at rain, lightning, and that's for both the safety of the crew inside the capsule, but it is also for the recovery teams that are out in the water. We're looking at wind speeds less than 17 feet per second, or about 12 miles an hour, and relatively calm seas, so we can safely execute recovery operations, which includes landing a helicopter on the recovery ship to fly Shane, Megan, Aki, and Thomas back to Florida. So once Dragon is flying free, we'll have a number of additional checkpoints to either proceed towards that primary site, Pensacola, or head to an alternate site, or select a new zone based on real-time weather data. These checks are happening all the way up till we're in the final hours before that deorbit burn, which is the last burn, a very critical burn on the trip home, and commits Dragon capsule to re-entering the Earth's atmosphere.
If the mission teams were to wave off after undocking prior to the deorbit burn, the crew can remain on orbit for more than 60 hours before they have to come home. After undocking, the trip home will take less than 3 days to either our prime or alternate location, so the crew has 3 days worth of food and snacks on board with plenty of water.
And as we just mentioned, for today's undocking, Pensacola is the prime splashdown location. Tallahassee is the current backup.
Endeavor SpaceX. We have reviewed that strapping on cargo pallet C6. It does look much better. Thank you for making that adjustment. And when you're ready, I have some words on cabin temperature and pre-chill.
Okay, copy that. Go ahead for the pre-chill.
What we are looking to do is to avoid a pre-chill. We can begin to lower the cabin temperature slightly now by commanding the hex bypass. We do believe that this is going to be a more comfortable option to slightly lower the cabin temperature and then remove the need to perform a pre-chill in the future. If you guys are okay with us taking that commanding now.
Yeah, no problem at all. We're ready for that.
Copy, and we'll take that commanding on the ground.
All right, they're going to make the cabin just a little bit cooler for them. Just a series of steps to make sure that they are comfortable all along the way. Not just now in space, but once they enter through the Earth's atmosphere, the outside of Dragon is going to heat up to about 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. So we want to make sure the cabin temperature inside is pretty good. Again, we're aiming for Pensacola as the prime splashdown location after that deorbit burn. Tallahassee right now is the current backup location for splashdown. As a reminder, Dragon does have the ability to change alternate locations after docking, undocking from station if bad weather continues to move in. But it looks like the weather out at Pensacola is still pretty good. Again, we're going to monitor it along the way, but we'll still aim for that prime landing site. So while we continue to monitor the situation, we are looking forward to the deorbit burn 3, which is the fourth departure burn, rather, to get Dragon in a phasing and in a position ready for that deorbit burn. Let's go ahead and head over to the Johnson Space Center for an update.
Gary, and welcome back to the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Just to recap some of what's happened so far today, Crew-2 began suit donning around 10:30 a.m. Central Time. They had final ingress around 10:50 a.m. Central Time, and hatch closure was around 11:15 a.m. Central Time. We had vestibule depressurization starting and at 11:40 a.m. Central Time, around with the following vestibule leak checks around 12:10 p.m. Central Time.
But for your awareness, we did take the commanding of the hex bypass. From this commanding, you no longer have ability to command the
We had a
hex
final
bypass
go-no-go for undocking around 12:50 p.m. Central Time, with the undock command being sent at 1 p.m. Central Time.
Copy, will do.
We had Dragon separation confirmed and completed at 1:05 p.m. Central Time, as Dragon and the International Space Station is flying 270 statute miles above the South Pacific Ocean off the coast of Chile. Dragon also completed an undock burn and a relocate burn around 1:05, 1:06 p.m. Central Time. And they backed off into a holding position around 1:30 p.m. Central Time to start a fly around for the crew to take photos. Taking about an hour and a half, the fly around completed around 2:40 p.m. Central Time. And then upon the last hour, Dragon has conducted depart burn 0, exited the keep sphere, completed a departure burn 1, exited the approach ellipsoid around 3:15 p.m. Central Time, completed departure burn 2 just about 35 minutes ago. And you've heard a preview up to the departure burn 3. We're expecting that around 4:41 p.m. Central Time. Around 5 p.m. we are looking for the crew to have a crew meal. And we will look for them to have suit donning around 6:10 p.m. Central Time. They'll go for leak checks around 7:30 p.m. Central Time. 8:09 p.m. Central Time, departure phase burn will begin. We are also looking for deorbit burn to last around 16.5 minutes at 8:39 p.m. Central Time, completing around 8:56 p.m. Central Time, with the nose cone closed around 9 p.m. Entering the atmosphere around 9:21 p.m. Central Time, and a splashdown in the Gulf off the coast of Pensacola, Florida at 9:33 p.m. Central Time. If you are just joining us, this is the live coverage of the Crew-2 undocking. The crew is currently on their way back to Earth. Let's have a look at your crew. Shane Kimbrough is the commander of the Crew Dragon spacecraft and the Crew-2 mission. Kimbrough is responsible for all phases of flight from launch to re-entry. Selected as a NASA astronaut in 2004, Kimbrough first launched aboard Space Shuttle Endeavour for a visit to the station on the STS-126 mission in 2008, and then again aboard a Russian Soyuz spacecraft for his first long-duration mission for Expedition 49 and 50 in 2016. After 199 days in space during Expedition 65 and 66, he spent a total of 388 career days in space, the fourth highest for any U.S. astronaut, and performed 9 career spacewalks. Kimbrough also is a retired U.S. Army colonel and earned a bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering from the United States Military Academy at West Point, New York, and a master's degree in operations research from the Georgia Institute of Technology in Atlanta.
Too many Shanes.
Megan MacArthur is the pilot of Crew Dragon spacecraft and second in command for the mission. MacArthur is responsible for spacecraft systems and performance. Expedition 65 and 66 was her first trip to the space station. Selected as an astronaut in 2000, MacArthur launched on Space Shuttle Atlantis as a mission specialist on STS-125. The final Hubble Space Telescope servicing mission in 2009, MacArthur operated the shuttle's robotic arm over the course of the 12 days, 21 hours she spent in space, capturing the telescope and moving crew members during the 5 spacewalks needed to repair and upgrade it. She holds a bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering from the University of California, Los Angeles, and a doctorate in oceanography from the University of California, San Diego. She now has a career of 212 days in space.
SpaceX, no response required. Forward, we are go for the upcoming departure on 3. Prepare displays, forward view burn tools, forward view burn tool. Endeavour SpaceX, no response required. Endeavour SpaceX, no response required. Before awareness, we are go for the upcoming depart burn 3 for your displays forward view burn tool.
Copy, go.
While Crew 2 Adam is coming home, Aaron still remains on 39A for Crew 3.
Hoshide joined the National Space Development Agency of Japan, NASA, currently JAXA, in 1992. Aki Hoshide is a mission specialist for Crew-2. As a mission specialist, he works closely with the commander and pilot to monitor the spacecraft during the dynamic launch and re-entry phases of flight. Hoshide joined the National Space Development Agency of Japan, NASA, currently JAXA, in 1992 and was selected as an astronaut candidate in February 1999. Hoshide is a veteran of 2 spaceflights in addition to Expedition 65 and 66. In June 2008, he flew to the International Space Station on STS-124 mission to deliver the Japanese experiment module Kibo to the station. From July to November 2012, he stayed on the space station for 124 days as a flight engineer for the Expedition 32 and 33 missions. The Crew Dragon will be the 3rd spacecraft that Hoshide has flown on to orbit to the orbiting laboratory. Hoshide commanded the station for Expedition 65 and performed one spacewalk during his career, totaling to 4. He has spent a total of 340 days in space on his 3 flights, 8 days short of Koichi Okada's record-setting mark of 348 days in space by a Japanese astronaut. Tomas Pesquet is also a mission specialist for Crew-2, working with the commander and pilot to monitor the spacecraft during the dynamic launch and re-entry phases of the flight. He was selected as an astronaut candidate by ESA in May 2009 and worked as a Eurocom, communicating with astronauts during spaceflight from the Mission Control Center. He previously flew as part of Expedition 50 and 51, launching aboard a Russian Soyuz spacecraft in October 2016 and spending 196 days in space, returning to Earth in June 2017. His mission also included 2 spacewalks to maintain the station, one to replace batteries on an electrical channel, and one to detect a cooling leak and service the robotic arm. He performed an additional 4 spacewalks for Expeditions 65 and 66 to outfit the station with new solar arrays, bringing his career total to 6. He commanded the station for part of Expedition 66 and has a career total of 395 days in space, the most amount of time in space by any ESA astronaut. And that's your Crew-2 astronauts. And this will be my goodbye for today. We will have continuous coverage at Johnson Space Center as well. My colleague Sandra Jones will pick up from here. Now back to Gary and Andy in Hawthorne.
All right, thank you so much, Shaniqua. We are now awaiting the third, departure burn 3. It's the 4th departure burn. This is a burn that's just a little bit more than a minute, 62 seconds to be precise. And it'll be the firing of a combination of the service section Dracos as well as the forward bulkhead Dracos, and will make the Dragon roughly co-elliptic with the International Space Station. That's the last of the departure burns until we get to the departure phase burn, and that will put it in a different plane from the International Space Station, lining up with the ultimate target of Crew-2, off the coast of Pensacola, Florida, and really lining up for that D-orbit burn. That D-orbit burn is a 16.5-minute firing of the forward bulkhead Dracos, as well as some of the service section Dracos to keep it in the same attitude. But that is a very critical burn and really commits Dragon to re-entering the Earth's atmosphere and splashing down off the coast of Florida.
So we are just a few minutes away from beginning that 4th burn known as Departure Burn 3. It is quite interesting. Today, specifically, we did a 360 fly around of the International Space Station, and then we started doing these departure burns. So the goal here is to slowly and methodically increase the distance from the International Space Station and get closer and closer to Earth. It's very similar to what we do on liftoff. So we start very, very close to Earth, and then we have a couple of burns that get closer and closer to the International Space Station.
This is a shorter journey home and is really just based on the trajectory that was needed for this particular day. If the undocking today, November 8th, allows us to splash down later today, November 8th, U.S. time, for an 8.5-hour transit. If we were to undock yesterday, it would have been a little bit longer, and the crew would have been able to squeeze in a sleep period, but orbital mechanics are what they are, so we just have to work with the opportunities that are given to us. The reason that we're targeting, that we have targeted this day as undocking and splashdown is mainly due to weather. The weather off the coast of Pensacola, Florida looks good, continues to look good, and we'll continue to track it to make sure it's still solid before we commit to that 16.5-minute deorbit burn. We're still in the preparation part for departure burn 3.
Yeah, I was going to say, this past week and a half, weather has been something that all teams have been closely monitoring. It is a great chance that we get to, attempt to return home today. I'm sure the Crew-2 teams, again, are looking forward to meeting up with their friends and family and being back on Earth. But again, we are going to be watching weather and the sea states all the way until we begin that deorbit burn. Because again, once we start that deorbit burn, that is sort of a one-way path path we are committing to Earth, whether it's at the primary site or the alternate site.
That's right. So we're waiting for that departure burn 3 to execute, and in the meantime, we're continuing to monitor the weather and the health of the crew. We've been hearing some of their tasks on board throughout the flight. For the most part, during that fly-around maneuver, Andy, like you were saying, Shane Kimbrough and Megan MacArthur were in the pilot and commander seat. Shane Kimbrough in commander seat, Megan MacArthur in the pilot seat, in their suits, really monitoring the entire procedure. They didn't really have a chance to doff or take off their suits during that time, but Thomas Pesquet did in a pretty quick amount of time. His job was to go to the very forward hatch of the Dragon, where the Dragon was pointing towards the International Space Station. There's a tiny little window, and he was able to take photographs of the station for about an hour and a half. They got a full 360-degree, like you said, Andy, coverage of the outside of the station. They were able to document its exterior.
SpaceX, depart burn 3 is complete and nominal.
Copy, nominal burn.
All right, fantastic. That was a great call. Depart burn 3, the 4th departure burn was complete and is nominal. It was a 62-second burn that allows the Dragon to be co-elliptic with the International Space Station using a combination of the service section and the forward bulkhead Dracos. So now Dragon is hovering just about 10 kilometers below the International Space Station and is again co-elliptic, which means it's pretty much in the same orbital plane. So with that, it'll be a couple of hours, I believe, I'll have to check, until we get to the phase burn. And the phase burn takes it out of that co-elliptic orbit and puts it on a plane to meet up with its target today, which is off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. Even after that, they do have the ability to switch to alternate sites if necessary, but everything is continuing to be on track.
Yeah, we have, I believe, 2 more burns left. So we have the departure phasing burn,
right,
and then that
to line up for the deorbit burn, right.
And then we are home free.
That's right.
So again, thank you for staying with us. Again, we have a couple more hours to go before things can really get exciting. In about 20 minutes here, the crew will be having their, I guess, final meal in space as part of this mission. And then a few hours after that, or about an hour after that, they'll start to don their spacesuits again, do some leak checks, and then get ready for re-entry.
In the meantime, we are going to provide continuous coverage the entire way. We're not going to stop. We're going to follow the crew and provide you periodic updates, just like these burns that are executing, to make sure the crew is safe, and we'll provide weather updates as we get them as well. But so far, everything's looking good. In the meantime, as our coverage continues, we're answering questions from online using the hashtag AskNASA. This next one comes from Investopedia, who's asking how communication between the crew and Earth is established. What technology is it used for? There is a series, a communication network called the Space Network. That is a series of ground stations that are all around the planet Earth. You have ground stations in the United States. You have ground stations in Australia. You have them all over. And they connect with a series of geosynchronous satellites called TDRS. TDRS are tracking and data relay satellites that are about 23,000 miles from Earth and provide data links that go to the International Space Station and to Dragon. Dragon has a TDRS link as well. There are a couple of other ways to get communication with the Dragon directly through the ground stations. When it's close to the International Space Station, they have a connection called a C2V2, called the Common Communication for Visiting Vehicles. And so you can have a connection between the two vehicles and rely on the station's very powerful TDRS network and communications array that it has on board. So there's a number of different ways that we can get communication from the crew. You've been hearing, we've been having pretty solid voice communication for a while, and we'll even be able to provide, as we pass over ground stations, video from on board.
Yeah, and I want to add on that, if you guys are tuning in for the first time, you hear a couple of beeps prior to the communication between folks here at the ground and the crew in space. Those are known as Quindar tones, and really those are used to help clear the air to make sure that the message can be relayed as quickly as, or as clearly as possible. And Gary and I are doing our best to make sure that we don't step over those communications, but that is super important that, as long as we have good connectivity, that the messages and important information are being relayed to the astronauts.
That's right, and they take precedent over us every time.
Yes.
So we'll continue to let those pass through, and we'll add context as much as we can. And in the meantime, we'll continue to select some of your questions. We're using the hashtag AskNASA right now. This next one is about ships and the recovery teams. How many ships will be waiting for the crew? There's a lot of different recovery assets.
Yeah, so especially as we get closer to re-entry and splashdown, you see a couple of different ships out here. There are fast boats that will approach the vehicle first after splashdown. Its job is to grab the main chutes that have been cut from the Dragon vehicle and also do some inspections around the air to make sure that the final approach for the recovery team is good. Then we have our larger recovery vessel. A helicopter can land on it and also has all the other inventories and a hoist to get the Dragon vehicle out of the water and onto the boat. So there are a couple of boats in varying sizes with a bunch of different purposes, but they're all part of the launch and recovery team.
And we do have that prime boat called the Go Navigator that has the helipad. It has the A-frame that's actually going to, like you said, hoist the Dragon really right from the water and put it onto something called the Dragon Nest. They have that one that's stationed to cover all of the different 4 landing sites in the Gulf. And there's another one called the Go Searcher that's out on the Atlantic side, able to cover the 3 recovery sites, prime recovery sites that are out there. In this case, we'll be using Go Navigator, so we should be hopefully be getting some fantastic views. It's going to be nighttime, so we'll see what we get, but hopefully we'll be getting some stuff from Go Navigator. We'll take one more question. This one comes from Robbie, who's asking what the maximum speed of Dragon capsule is on re-entry. So the maximum speed actually happens before re-entry, and re-entry is really the job is to use the atmosphere, use the heat shield. There's a lot of plasma that builds up because there's a lot of energy that in that moment as it slows down rather from about 17,000 miles per hour, which is orbital velocity.
For ground shift handover. Right, Shane, for your awareness, we are doing our shift handover to the deorbit shift, so you will next be hearing from KY, who will be taking over as core. It's been a pleasure getting you guys off station and bringing you home today. Otherwise, I'll see you back when you're on the ground.
All right, thanks so much for working with us and your whole team. We really appreciate it, getting us set up and teed up for KY's team. Looking forward to working with them and getting us back home safely, and look forward to seeing you guys hopefully in the next few months when we get back out there. Take care.
All right, we're going to get a fresh team in Mission Control Hawthorne to take us through the next series of burns. Now, after a successful departure burn 3, we got that phase burn, we got the deorbit burn, we got the splashdown and recovery operations. The new team going into Hawthorne will carry us through the entire way. We were talking about the social questions about the velocity of Dragon at re-entry, about 17,000 miles an hour, which is about orbital velocity, and the atmosphere does really a lot of the work to shave that speed down as much as possible to below supersonic. So right about that time from entry, there's about a 7-minute period that we're going to have a loss of signal from the time that it enters the Earth's atmosphere, and you have that plasma buildup. So there's not a lot of communication that's going to get through that. But in between that time that we lose the signal, they'll be going from 17,000 miles per hour to roughly 350 miles an hour, with the speed of sound being somewhere on the order of, I think it's higher than 760 miles per hour, so just shy of the speed of sound. We have confirmed that as it goes through that, we do hear a sonic boom, which is pretty cool, from the capsule as it enters through, because it's slowing down quite a bit, but it's still going very, very fast.
Yeah, and that's 17,500 miles an hour. It's about the same speed as the International Space Station, and really that's the velocity that's needed to keep an object in orbit. And so, as Gary mentioned, the atmosphere does a lot of the work, again, going from 17,500 miles an hour to 350 miles an hour in a few minutes, just by drag alone.
That's a lot. So we're in between some of the critical burns here. We have the departure burn 3, which happened just moments ago. The next burn will be the departure phase burn, which will happen about just roughly 2:40 p.m. Central Time. So we got some time until we get to here. Actually, I think I'm messing up on that. Yes, it's 4:40 p.m. Central Time. So there is a decent amount of time. It's about this time where the crew is able to just take a break. They are going to enter into a period where they are able to eat a meal. This is about the time where they'll do a lot of their fluid loading as well. So there's a lot of water on board Dragon. Even at the time of launch, there's about 64 liters or about 17 gallons of water. So they have a lot of drinking water to use, a lot of spare drinking water as well, just in case they need to be in orbit for a couple of extra days. So there's plenty to go around, but they'll be drinking quite a bit of water, fluid loading, as it helps them to go from no G's to 4 G's. When we were talking about that entry period where they are entering through the Earth's atmosphere and slowing down quite a bit, you can imagine the forces that are necessary to slow the capsule down that much. And so they'll experience 3, maybe 4, maybe even a little more than 4 G's. And so having that extra fluid inside is really critical to help them to withstand that.
So again, we are providing continuous coverage. We have a couple minutes, a couple more moments before the next major activities will happen in terms of the operations for re-entry. So we are going to take a quick little break, but we'll see you back here shortly.
SpaceX, count check.
Denver, you loud and clear.
Shane, good evening. You got Chris here for the remainder of your flight. Looking forward to bringing you folks home. We're just getting settled in, but in the meantime, is there anything I can do for you folks?
Not right now, thanks. I'm glad you guys are with us and look forward to getting back here soon. Take care.
SpaceX for status update.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Shane, a couple things for you. First and foremost, regarding pre-chill, we'll be doing a mild one, so not the full pre-chill in the cabin. And so we've currently moved the thermal mixture set point to medium. As per the prior status from Arthur, the hex bypass is in a fully closed position, such that manual control of the cabin temperature has been disallowed. Additionally, the deorbit sequence and entry has been enabled. I understand you're probably in your last meal period here, and so we'll be ready for an inventory update whenever you have it. I'll copy.
Copy all the hatches in position, manual control on board. And we'll look to you here soon with the inventory.
And we copy all. Thanks, Shane.
All right, so we are hearing some of the Dragon-to-ground communications between the teams here in Mission Control Hawthorne and the Dragon Endeavour crew, currently orbiting Earth, getting prepared to splash down off the coast of Pensacola, Florida here in a couple of hours, just a little more than 4 hours from now. They should be splashing down. A lot's going to happen in that time, so they're going to go through a couple of things in the meantime. Right now,
Endeavour for inventory when you're ready.
Adam, go ahead. Go for inventory.
Okay, out of section 11, we had 1 full meal and 1 half meal eaten. Same for location 12. And location 9, fluid loading water bottles. So in location 10, we had 3 bottles from 207, 3 from 208, and 1 from 206. And in location 9, 3 from 203 and 3 from 204.
Okay, Shane, from location 11, 1 full meal, 1 half. Location 12, 1 full meal, 1 half. Location 9, 3 bottles from 203, 3 bottles from 204. Location 10, 3 bottles from 207, 3 from 208, and 1 from 206. How to do? Copy all, thank you.
So again, we were just hearing during that break, we were allowing the crew to eat their meal, and you just heard what they had on the menu: full meal, half meal. There's plenty of meals on board if they needed to stay in orbit for a couple of extra days, but this is the time really that they have to just sit back, relax, and have a couple of meals. You heard that they have a couple of items coming up, including stowing some various items, making sure that all the cargo is strapped and in place, ready for some of the next maneuvers that are coming up here soon, including, and this happened during the meal for the crew, fluid loading, making sure that they are having plenty of fluids ingested to get ready for taking on pretty much 4 Gs when they get into the Earth's atmosphere. It's going to be, there's a lot of stress on the human body, and the fluid loading helps them to counteract that. So they're towards the end of their meal period now. You heard them. They all ate. They had some time off. So there's a couple of things that are coming up here pretty soon. First is the suit donning. Very shortly, the crew, within the next hour, probably less, they'll be able to put on their suits and perform a leak check. Probably at least an hour after that, maybe a little bit less than that, depending on how quickly they're able to get their suits on. The suit donning process takes roughly 50 minutes because they do it in pairs, 2 at a time, with assisting one another. So it's about a 50-minute process until the suits are donned, and then they'll be able to perform some leak checks. We're monitoring switching some of the burn profiles. So we were talking about a departure phase burn. That's going to happen a little bit later than we were anticipating, probably sometime after 6 p.m. So we'll give you the updates once we have those times completed. But we're also monitoring a potential what's called an OOP burn, or an out-of-plane burn. This is a normal occurrence that it's just an extra burn that could happen, and it's called out of plane for a reason. It just is a minor course correction to make sure that they are right on track before executing that phase burn. That phase burn is very critical, and now that it's happening closer to some of the dynamic activities like claw separation, trunk separation, they just want to make sure that the Dragon itself is perfectly in line, getting ready to execute that phase burn. That phase burn is going to align with the prime landing site.
For the orbit preparation.
Go ahead for deorbit prep.
Shane, just a friendly reminder for you. You should be stepping into 4.700, deorbit preparation procedure, and you should be most of the way through the first 3 sections.
Okay, we'll take a look.
You know, 8.5 hours seems like a very short period of time, or a very long period of time, rather, between undocking and splashdown. But I think what we're witnessing here is it goes by pretty fast, especially because a lot of it was dedicated to that fly around. As soon as they departed, they had to exit their suits, and it just seems like they haven't had any time for the meal period until it's like, okay, now it's time to get ready for the departure prep. But they're working their way through that to get ready for some of these critical burns, and of course, even less than an hour from now, donning their suits.
Yes, and some of the things that you have gone over, Gary, those are really the major sort of tasks that we talk about here, but the crew on board and the crew supporting them are very, very busy, making sure that everything is aligned and checked and stowed away properly to make sure that we bring everyone back safely.
It's a very critical time, and we're going to be following all of the steps along the way. We'll be taking some periodic breaks in between some of these lesser dynamic periods, just like just previously, the crew meal, when they just had some private time to ingest. It sounded like a meal and a half is what they ate, but they have plenty on board as spares, and of course a lot of drinking water, which they've been ingesting, primarily for the fluid loading procedures that's needed to counteract some of the G-forces that they're going to experience upon re-entry. So we'll continue to provide that coverage, and then of course it's not going to be too long. They're going through these procedures, as you heard on Dragon to Ground now, some of the deorbit prep procedures, but one of them is donning their suits.
Through section 3 of 4.700.
We can be through section 3. Thanks, Shane.
And just check in to make sure that the team is exactly where they need to be at this point in time as part of their journey home. Those numbers that they're calling out are part of a procedure, and there's a tablet that each of the crew members has to make sure that, again, they are checking off and taking care of all the things and items that they need to make sure they come home safely.
There's checks on all sides. There's checks on the flight control teams here in Hawthorne, checks from the crew. Everybody's really monitoring to make sure that everybody's in place. Even now, that's not happening through some of these communication loops right now. There are recovery teams that are getting staged, getting ready. There's all of those recovery assets that we were going over a little bit earlier in the broadcast, including some of the recovery ships, fast boats, making sure everything is right on track. They're keeping track of where the Dragon is throughout its flight to make sure that they're ready to intercept it. By the time the Dragon enters through the atmosphere and splashes down, the hope is that the crew, or the recovery teams rather, are positioned about 3 nautical miles away from the splashdown site. It allows the fast boats to go out exactly how they sound, fast, that 3 nautical mile distance to start outfitting the Dragon. There's 2 fast boats that go out. One is to really start setting up some of the rigging equipment that's going to be essential from when the Go Navigator gets out there, attaches to the A-frame and brings it onto the Dragon nest. There's another recovery boat that goes out that's sort of a redundant boat, but if everything's looking good for the first fast boat, the second fast boat will just recover some of the main parachutes. There are 4 parachutes that deploy, 4 main parachutes to slow the vehicle down once it enters through the atmosphere, down to about 15, 16 miles an hour.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about redundancy and the Dragon vehicle itself. The Dragon vehicle is a very intelligent vehicle. It knows how fast it needs to go, the attitude it needs, its attitude in space, and what it needs to do to make sure that, again, it is targeting the correct landing zone. If for whatever reason we need to switch, we do have recovery assets pretty much all over Florida to make sure that, again, the recovery team can get in there, do their jobs, and the crew and astronauts can come home safely.
That's right. We perform these periodic checks throughout the flight. Even now, if you've been following along with us, we're always looking primarily at weather, and weather was one of those main drivers that allowed us to make the decision to switch to what's called an indirect handover. It means that Crew-2, the crew of Dragon Endeavour that's now flying through space, undocks first before the Crew-3 astronauts arrive at the International Space Station. There's still a Crew of 3 that's on board, ready to welcome them when they arrive, now scheduled for no earlier than 2 days from now, November 10th, U.S. time. They'll be lifting off from Pad 39A in Florida to rendezvous at the station about 22 hours later. But in this indirect handover, part of that was because the primary landing site that we're talking about, Pensacola, Florida, for late tonight, 10:33 p.m. Eastern Time, 7:33 p.m. Pacific Time, looks very good. We'll continue to check in weather all throughout the flight. There are weather checks, Andy, as you're saying, that allow us to see, hey, is the weather still good before we go ahead and commit to deorbiting and landing. It's really that deorbit burn. Once we begin that, it's a 16.5-minute burn. Once we begin that, we are committed to landing in Pensacola.
And again, it is going to be, I would say, relatively quiet in terms of operations for about 2.5 hours.
Right.
Once we hit the 6 p.m. Pacific time mark, things really start to pick up pace. But everything is going well so far. I do want to check in and send it over to Sandra, who is in Mission Control Houston, for a quick update.
Thanks, Andy, and welcome back to Mission Control Houston. Since Dragon's departure, it's been back to business as usual for the International Space Station flight controllers during this Orbit 3 shift, being led by Flight Director Anthony Varya. Though we have transitioned out of joint operations after Dragon moved out of the approach ellipsoid, flight controllers have continued to monitor Shane, Megan, Aki, and Tomad's flight home. The team here in Houston is still playing a few roles with Dragon's return trip and recovery. Our TOPO, or Trajectory Operations and Planning Officer, is continuing to monitor Dragon's path on the lookout for any conjunctions or chances of any space debris crossing paths with Dragon during the flight home. We also have a representative from NASA's Flight Operations Directorate on console to serve as an information clearinghouse for all NASA personnel, supporting Splashdown and providing input should any changes to return need to take place. We also have our spaceflight meteorology group actively providing weather data to the joint NASA and SpaceX teams as we keep a close eye on conditions to make sure they're clear for a safe splashdown today. And finally, our landing support officer is on standby in the event we run into any major issues that would cause Dragon to end up at an unsupported splashdown location. From there, we would call up support from our Department of Defense colleagues. Meanwhile, back on the International Space Station, the 3-person crew of NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei and Roscosmos cosmonauts Anton Shkaplerov and Pyotr Dubrov are in their sleep period after a busy day preparing for Crew-2 departure. From our end, all continues to go smoothly, and we're looking forward to seeing Shane, Megan, Aki, and Tomah back on Earth shortly. In the meantime, we'll continue to monitor here from Mission Control Houston. For now, I'll send it back over to Hawthorne.
All fantastic to hear, Sandra. Thank you very much. We're continuing to monitor this undocking and splashdown of the Crew-2 astronauts, and we're going to be providing continuous coverage all along the way. Andy, as you mentioned, it's going to be some time until some of the more dynamic phases of the flight start to happen. What with the phase burn, we're going to separate the trunk, we're going to enter the atmosphere. A lot is going to happen, a lot of action. But very soon the crew are going to be donning their suits, and we'll, of course, follow along with that. In the meantime, we are providing continuous coverage and constant updates throughout this flight, even answering some of your questions. We're following the hashtag AskNASA, so just send those in, and whenever we can, Andy and I will answer as many questions as we possibly can throughout this flight. This first one comes from Carolyn. Carolyn's asking, will the crew of Crew-2 ever go to space again? A very good question. So you have 4 crew members on board Crew-2. Shane Kimbrough, you have Megan MacArthur, Aki Hoshide, and Thomas Pesquet, all veteran space flyers. Do they have the opportunity to go to space again? Yes. Probably not in the same, as the same crew, not taking all 4 crew members at the same time. There's a lot of variation that happens based on crew schedules. There's personal stuff as well, making sure that they have time to spend with family. A lot of them, after their missions, take different details as part of the astronaut office, and they oversee a particular program. Some of them look at engineering, some of them look at human health and performance, some of them are working right now on some of the upcoming moon missions, the Artemis missions, and they all take different paths. And so the likelihood that they'll all come back and be the same 4 crew member crew to go up in space again is pretty low. I haven't really seen that in my time, but the chances that any one of them can fly again, they're totally not off the table. Any one of them can.
We have another question here. What does capsule burn feel like and sound like? Is it very noticeable by the astronauts? And so I'll answer this in terms of when the Dragon capsule is in orbit in space and we're going through some of these departure burns, the astronauts definitely can feel it. It is gentle, I would say, so they do feel a little bit of force. They are in microgravity, so when there is any type of force put on them, they will definitely feel that inside the capsule. In terms of sound like, it's not what you would expect in terms of an engine. The Dragon capsule uses hypergolic propellants, and it's actually fed into the system via a pump of sorts. And so what you actually hear is clicking. And so that clicking is the fuel being fed into the engines and, combusting, eventually producing the force that is necessary for all of these burns.
It can be pretty loud, and there are, we were actually seeing a lot of these pulses, particularly during the fly around when we had the opportunity to have a station camera fixated on the Dragon capsule. And what they did, the Cronus position over in Mission Control Houston, they overexposed the image, and you had a really good, you had a really good view of just how many pulses were happening. They were happening pretty much constantly to keep the Dragon in orbit. It's not true for the entire orbit. It's not constantly firing the entire time, but particularly through some of those more dynamic phases, like a fly around, where the Dragon really had to be pointed directly at the International Space Station. It was constantly firing to just make sure it was in the right orientation. It is happening pretty regularly, I will say. So there are these little pulses, but of course we've seen a lot of the astronauts, including these astronauts, on the ride, what we call uphill. It's essentially launching to docking. That was a 24-hour transit, and they were able to sleep. And a lot of them said that they got some pretty good shut-eye. It is a long day, of course, but even through all the pulsing, they were able to get some shut-eye. All right, this next one comes from Jeremy with a fantastic profile image for recognizing the Crew-2 mission with the patch. How long is the communication blackout for return to Earth for the Dragon? Very observant. After the Dragon makes the 16.5-minute deorbit burn and it sets itself up for re-entry, the nose cone will close, and the entire Dragon really will be engulfed in plasma, with the heat shield taking on most of that work and dissipating the heat with 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. That whole section takes about 7 minutes. In this particular profile, it will take about 7 minutes from the time that we actually enter into entry interface and we make contact with the atmosphere to the time where we're out of it and have the ability to communicate with the crew. That's an anticipated time frame, so there could be some deviation in that, but we're looking at 7 minutes.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, the reason why plasma is formed is the capsule is moving extremely fast, and when it hits the Earth's atmosphere, it starts to superheat the air, and we start to form plasma. And one of the properties of plasma is it interferes with communication signals. So as they're slowing down and as they get to the other side of the atmosphere, so to speak, we'll be able to regain signal about after 7 minutes. We'll take one more here from the Space Watcher. Will Crew-3 do a fly around of the space station? If not, how often does it need to be done? I don't believe so, and Gary, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. For Crew-2, Crew-2, this was specific to the capsule and this mission to do that 360 fly around of the International Space Station. Typically, when we're going uphill, we're doing a couple of phasing burns to get closer and closer to the International Space Station and eventually dock. And then when we are downhill, we'll do the sort of same in reverse and head back to Earth.
That's right. Definitely not during the rendezvous approach and docking phase. When we're getting the crew up to dock with the International Space Station, that takes absolute priority. I will have to check if they're going to do it after they depart. I'm not entirely sure if they're going to do it. I know definitely ahead, Andy, as you mentioned, ahead of the Crew-2 launch, we already knew that this fly-around capability was added. Whether subsequent missions will do it, I will have to check. That may be so, just to do regular surveys of the International Space Station, which was very much a regular thing during the shuttle missions, but that was more because of the assembly phase. That was the shuttle was flying when the International Space Station was being built, and so these regular surveys were needed as new elements were added all the time. But even since we've done this fly around, which in 2021 we now have completed that fly around, the last fly around was with a Russian Soyuz vehicle back in 2018, and it was NASA astronaut Drew Feustel who had the camera in his hands taking some photos of the exterior of the International Space Station. Since then, quite a number of things have changed. It's not the same as it was in 2018. We have new cameras that have been installed, but namely we have new modules, namely commercial modules like the NanoRacks Bishop airlock, as well as commercial platforms, which is international commercial partnership like the Bartolomeo platform. This is on the Columbus module. So we'll get the first views as part of a fly around of some of these new modules now. Keep sending these questions. They're fantastic. As much as we can throughout this phase of flight, especially while we're in this period waiting for some of the more dynamic activities. Andy, you mentioned right after about 4 p.m. Pacific time is when we'll have a lot of action. The departure phase burn is scheduled to happen just about then. Right now, we're pretty much co-elliptic with the International Space Station. That means we're roughly in the same orbit, about 10 kilometers right underneath it. We're going a little bit faster, so we're going in front of the International Space Station now as well. But once we have that phase burn, we'll go ahead and get out of the same plane of the International Space Station and line up with our target, which is Pensacola, Florida, right off the coast to splash down and return our crew safely back to Earth.
Yeah, so again, quiet period, so to speak, and the next really major event is when the astronauts will don their suits just after 4 p.m. Pacific time. Until then, we are going to take a quick break again, and we'll see you back here shortly.
Endeavor, you on section 4.700.
And Shane, copy, have you completed section 4?
Now, would you like us to to do it.
No rush, at your discretion.
Okay, that's in order. SpaceX Endeavour Section 4 complete. Good test.
We copy. Complete with vehicle rear health LEDs. We saw you data on the ground as well. Appreciate that. And you got about 5 minutes until you'll start to see that.
Endeavor, can you go external on the cameras?
In work. Dragon, SpaceX, no response required. We're looking outside. Dragon, SpaceX, no response required. SpaceX, no response outside. Dragon, SpaceX, no response required. Dragon, SpaceX. Dragon, SpaceX, no response required. We are less than 3.5 hours to the scheduled splashdown time.
Endeavor copy, thanks.
Dragon, SpaceX for suit donning.
Go ahead.
Shane, you are go to begin 4.010, suit donning and audio configuration.
Copy, go. We're finishing up our fluid loading here, and we'll crank that up here in just a minute.
We copy, and you have plenty of time, so no worries there. Two quick reminders for you. When donning the orthostatic protection garments, please be sure to adjust them according to your note from the flight surgeon. And second, when you're closing out and stowing the cabin mic up in location 8, please double check that the two redundant lid latches are in place.
Okay, copy the latches and also the words on that OIG. Thanks.
We copy, thank you.
And welcome back. We just heard from the Corps and the crew that they are gearing up for suit donning, which just means that they are going to put their spacesuits back on. It should be starting up in a few minutes here. That should take about 50 minutes. They do them in pairs, and it's about 20-25 minutes per pair. And then about at around 5:30, they'll do suit lead checkouts in preparation for re-entry. We want to make sure that because there is nitrox or nitrogen, oxygen flowing through the suits, and they are pressurized, there are no leaks in case of a depressurization event. So that is happening here shortly, which is very exciting. Again, we are marching towards the more dynamic phases of this mission, which is re-entry, again, scheduled for 7:33 p.m. Pacific time, and that's going to be off the coast of Pensacola, Florida.
So you heard that Commander Shane Kimbrough respond back to the Corps here in Mission Control Hawthorne that the crew were still fluid loading. This is part of their procedures that comes pretty much around the same time that they have the meal. So they just had about a meal and a half each getting prepared for the journey ahead. Fluid loading is exactly what it sounds like. They're taking on a decent amount of water, just making sure the extra fluids in their body helps them to take on the G-forces that they're about to experience when they go into enter the Earth's atmosphere. Right now, they are experiencing 0 Gs pretty much in the microgravity environment, and they have been doing so for about 6 months. When they enter through the atmosphere, that extra fluids will help them to do so. You heard there's a little bit of margin in there for the suit procedure. Andy mentioned that it's about a 50-minute procedure, so it'll wrap up around 5:30 before we start doing some of those suit leak checks, as long as they get through their procedures relatively quickly, or in the predicted amount of time, again 50 minutes. That sets them up for at least a half an hour, maybe a little bit more, until they are getting ready for the departure phase burn. This is the last in a series of departure burns before they get set up for the big burn of the day, which is the deorbit burn. The departure phase burn takes them away from the 10-kilometer orbit, 10-kilometer co-elliptic orbit that they're in right now, essentially following the International Space Station. They're in the same orbital plane, but this departure phase burn will take them out of that plane. They'll go into a new plane to essentially sync up with the landing site, and that is the prime site for today, still Pensacola, Florida. They're going through all of their procedures right on time today. So a couple of steps that are coming up here to get ready for these some of the major activities, and everything right now is looking pretty good.
A little bit more about the suits. Earlier in the broadcast, we did have some members have the suits on. We actually doffed them. They were able to spend some time outside of suits, enjoyed a meal. But those suits themselves, and I'm sure we'll see them later on the broadcast as we get closer and closer to re-entry, they are a one-piece suit. And the way I like to describe them is they're sort of a spacecraft inside of a spacecraft. Yeah. They are extremely intelligent. They provide a lot of communications and avionics, as well as some safety protection for the crew. And there's an umbilical on the thigh satellite that would actually hook up to the chair of the Dragon vehicle and provide all of those, again, electronics and some of the fluids for the crew.
You've been hearing that they've been prepping the environment of the International Space Station as well. Really, the suit is its own contained environment. They're pumping nitrox air, which is a mix of nitrogen and oxygen, into the space suit itself. You have the 3D printed helmet. Each component of this is form-fitted to each individual astronaut. The gloves, the suits, the helmets, everything. It is very individualized. The fit is super important for the journey home. Not only the fit of the suit, but the seats themselves are even molded for each individual seat. So got to make sure that you find your right seat. You notice that Commander Shane Kimbrough and pilot Megan MacArthur have been using touchscreen interfaces. The gloves themselves are compatible specifically with those touchscreens, and then of course an extra layer of protection for the astronauts themselves, flame resistant, an added layer of protection, even though most of the spacecraft itself has designed specifically to minimize that risk of flame, just a added layer of protection. When the crew actually walks out to the launch pad, they have protective covering underneath their boots, and they're removed prior to ingressing, and those boots specifically designed to fit right into the footrests of those suits.
Yeah, and the helmets themselves, they are 3D printed, and the whole suit is designed in-house here at SpaceX. We definitely took form and function into play. They look pretty darn cool, if you ask me, very modernized. And so, again, the crew right now are donning those spacesuits right now in preparation for re-entry and splashdown later on in just a few hours today.
All right, and we'll continue to provide some periodic updates to you as we continue our coverage. Again, we're donning suits, and we'll follow along until we get to that departure phase burn. We're here in Mission Control Hawthorne, but of course we have teams that, since they've departed the International Space Station, are monitoring over there in Houston, Texas. So why don't we go over to Sandra Jones over in Houston for an update. Texas. So why don't we go over to Sandra Jones over in Houston for an update.
For any conjunctions or chances of space debris is our topo. Teams continue to monitor Shane, Megan, Aki, and Toma's flight home and are playing a few key roles with Dragon's return trip and recovery. Monitoring the path of Dragon, on the lookout for any conjunctions or chances of space debris, is our topo or trajectory operations and planning officer. We also have a representative from NASA's Flight Operations Directorate on console who's serving as an information clearinghouse for all NASA personnel supporting Splashdown and providing input should any changes to return need to take place. There's also the Spaceflight Meteorology Group actively providing weather data to the joint NASA and SpaceX teams as we keep a close eye on conditions to make sure they're clear for a safe splashdown today. And finally, our landing support officer is on standby in the event we run into any major issues that would cause Dragon to end up at an unsupported splashdown location. From there, we would call up support from our Department of Defense colleagues. Meanwhile, back on the International Space Station, the three-person crew of NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei and Roscosmos cosmonauts Anton Shkaplerov and Pyotr Dubrov are in their sleep period after a busy day preparing for Crew-2 departure. It will be great to see the crew suited up here shortly, and all continues to move along. The next big milestone we're looking towards today is the departure phase burn, scheduled at 8:09 Central Time. We continue to look forward to seeing Shane, Megan, Aki, and Tama return back to Earth and splash down off the coast of Pensacola later this evening. In the meantime, we'll continue to monitor here from Mission Control Houston, and for now, I'll send it back over to Hawthorne.
All right, great to have Mission Control Houston following along the way. Now, of course, we are outside of joint operations. This happened shortly after the Dragon and the Dragon crew exited the approach ellipsoid. For a while, during the fly-around maneuver, we were in those joint operations, and we were on something called the Big Loop. This is a joint loop, and we'll see this again in a couple of days when Crew-3 rendezvous and approaches the International Space Station. It is a communication loop that includes the Dragon crew, the teams here in Mission Control Hawthorne, as well as the teams in Mission Control Houston, and the crew on board the International Space Station, all part of that big loop. That was part of the first phase of today's departure with the fly-around maneuver and, of course, exiting the approach ellipsoid. Once we exited that, we were outside of joint operations, and now it's really up to the teams in Hawthorne to really take control of this flight, and, of course, the crew on board Dragon. But it's great to have teams. It is a joint operation. This whole mission was really a journey to and from the International Space Station to spend 6 months on board doing incredible science and, of course, maintenance. We put on new solar arrays during Crew-2's time on board the station. But now it's really ready. We're in the final stretch here, about less than 3.5 hours until we splash down.
Yeah, things continue to go very, very smoothly. We have been taking some breaks because really not a lot is going on in terms of the operation. Everything is going great. We hear check-ins from the core to the crew on board station. Again, things are fine, and so once we get, again, after that 6 p.m. Pacific time mark, we'll have a burn, we'll have some vehicle separation and re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. We are going to take some more social questions, which is great. So if you want to ask any questions, use the hashtag AskNASA. We have this one here from Atlas. How much training goes into these types of missions specifically?
Very good question, because this is several-fold. First, you, of course, have training for the Crew Dragon. You need to learn how to operate systems, and each position has its own responsibilities. The pilot and commander get a little bit more training because they have the very, very important role of monitoring the more dynamic phases of flight. But in the case of, let's take, for example, Crew 3, Mission Specialist Kayla Barron. She was assigned to the Crew 3 mission and is launching within a 6-month period. A lot of that is the Dragon training. But also in that period is refreshers on training for life aboard the International Space Station, and that is some critical training in and of itself. You have training in T-38 jets. They train for spacewalk, so they get inside the neutral buoyancy laboratory, gigantic pool, and practice what it's like to be in a spacesuit, conducting maintenance activities outside of the International Space Station. They know how to work the science, they know how to work all the intricate components of the space station, and very importantly, each of them gets a briefing on if anything were to go wrong at any point in the flight, on board the station, on board Dragon, they are prepared for every possible scenario. So, you know, it just depends. There's a 6-month period there. There's, of course, to become a NASA astronaut, you have to train for at least 2.5 years just to get to the soft skills and the hard skills, really, ready for life aboard the station. So it could be on the order of months to years.
Yeah, and I do want to echo that the training is quite extensive.
Yeah.
So one thing that we do like to say here is the astronauts have almost every moment of their day planned out when they're aboard the International Space Station. That includes physical exercise, that includes science experiments, maintenance, repairs. And so as they're going through all these different tasks, they need to be able to work the tools or be able to pull up the manuals and be able to communicate with whomever they need to in terms of support down here to make sure that they can do the tasks accordingly. So it's not just training prior to the launch. I'm sure there's a lot of training that happens during their times at the International Space Station too.
Yeah, that's right. Even on board the station, you have to know how to work all the systems, and you really have to know, this is actually one of the soft skills that they learn, is really how to pace themselves. During the shuttle program, where they were up in space for maybe 2 weeks at a time, it was really a sprint. They worked long hours, they worked hard, and knowing that they were going to be returning back to Earth in just 2 weeks' time. But when you're on board the International Space Station for 6 months, you really have to pace yourself, and they are some long days. You got 10+ hour days. That includes the work itself, as well as at least 2.5 hours of exercise every single day, just to maintain your body as you're learning what it's like to live and work in space. And speaking of which, that is the next question that we have. A very good one, a very appropriate one. This one's, how does space travel affect your body? That is the question, Andy. That is why we're doing expeditions on board the International Space Station. We are trying to figure that out. We have been up there for 20+ years now, and a lot of the research that's done on board this gigantic orbiting laboratory is figuring out this big question. What happens to your body during space travel? we are learning a lot about muscle and bone loss. If you were to do nothing in space, your body would really adapt to that, knowing that there's no stress on the human body. Just like me standing here, I'm experiencing at least 1 G of stress as the Earth is pulling me down towards the ground. But in space, that goes away, so you experience muscle and bone loss, so they counteract that with some with exercise, with resistive and aerobic exercise. There's changes to the way that your to the fluid shifts. There's a shift in fluid towards your head. There is a change in vision. They are learning all of this from doing all kinds of good research on board the International Space Station, and that's why we're sending crews up there for 6 months at a time.
And especially as we look towards longer duration missions, to Mars and perhaps even beyond that, we do definitely need to understand all the ins and outs of long duration space travel and how that affects the human body. So all of these experiments, everything is extremely important to, again, get a better understanding of how the microgravity environment will affect people. We have another one here from Howie. I understand that the crew will be landing in Pensacola, Florida. I live in Sarasota, Florida. Will I be able to hear the sonic boom tonight? So Pensacola, Florida is right on the panhandle of Florida. And then Sarasota, I believe, is on the west coast.
SpaceX for departure phasing burn 1. Shane, we are go for the upcoming departure phasing burn. For awareness, this will be an out-of-plane prop wasting burn. We will be staying at orbit tanks the entire time and do not expect to take transition. I'll copy.
Okay, orbit tanks out of plane burn in about 20 minutes. Copy all.
Good read back.
We will be staying at orbit tanks the entire time and do not expect to take transition.
So there you have it. As we were talking about before, we're tracking some of these deorbit burns or departure burns, and we were talking about 5 of them. There was departure burns 0 through 3, and then the departure phase burn, which we're looking at a little bit after 6 p.m. Pacific time. This one that we're talking about now, coming up in about 20 minutes, is called a departure out of plane burn. This is a pretty standard burn that is tracked throughout most of the phases of flight, both on the way uphill, which is after launch, to docking to the space station, and on the way downhill. And it's really just a periodic check to look at that trajectory of the Crew Dragon and make sure, hey, are we still lined up? Are we still where we need to be in order to execute the burn when we are expected to? And so an out-of-plane burn is just a short firing of those Draco thrusters to just make a subtle course correction. We've seen it on a number of Dragon flights so far, and so now it looks like we are tracking an out-of-plane burn coming up in about 20 minutes.
Yes, I believe the Corps also mentioned that this will be used as a prop wasting burn as well, and so that is propellant wasting burn. And what we want to do is there is a bit of extra propellant on the Dragon vehicle, and we want to shed that mass. It helps the deorbit burn be more efficient, and also helps the parachutes do their job a little bit better. Slowing down a heavier object is more difficult than a lighter object, so we get rid of any propellant that we won't need for re-entry.
So Andy, you were talking about, we had a question from Pensacola, Florida. It looks like some other folks in Florida are looking for an opportunity to see if they can hear the sonic boom.
Yes, so the Dragon vehicle will definitely be entering the Earth's atmosphere at supersonic speeds. In fact, it's 20 times the speed of sound. Sarasota is a little far away from the proposed landing site. You might be able to hear it, but I don't know if that's a guarantee.
We'll do a little experiment. How about that? For those who are tuning in and watching our coverage, entry interface into the Earth's atmosphere is expected to take place roughly 10:20 p.m. Eastern time if you're out in Florida. So between 10:20 and we'll say 10:26, right? That's about the 7-minute period that they're in that entry. Go outside. It's okay if you don't watch us the entire time. Go outside and let us know if from Sarasota, Florida, you are able to to hear that sonic boom. This will be a pretty cool experiment.
Yeah, and if you do hear it, trust me, it'll be very noticeable. You're not going to miss it. So, yeah, that'll be a cool little experiment to see if the folks on the west coast of Florida can hear the sonic boom of the Dragon capsule coming in. Real quick, so we haven't talked about the crew in a little bit. They are donning their spacesuits right now, again, getting ready for re-entry here in a couple hours. So let's talk a little bit about the crew and re-meet them. So first up, we have Shane Kimbrough. He is the commander of the Crew Dragon spacecraft and the Crew-2 mission. Kimbrough is responsible for all phases of flight from launch to re-entry. He was selected as a NASA astronaut in 2004. Kimbrough first launched aboard the Space Shuttle Endeavour for a visit to the space station on the STS-126 mission in 2008, then aboard the Russian Soyuz spacecraft for his first long-duration mission for Expedition 49, 40, and 50. In 2016. After 199 days in space during Expedition 65 and 66, he spent a total of 388 career days in space, the fourth highest for any U.S. astronaut, and performed nine career spacewalks. Kimbrough also is a retired U.S. Army colonel and earned a bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering from the United States Military Academy at West Point, New York, and a master's degree in operations research from the Georgia Institute of Technology in Atlanta.
Pilot for today is Megan MacArthur on board the Crew Dragon spacecraft. She's the second in command for the mission. MacArthur is responsible for spacecraft systems and performance. Expedition 65 and 66 was her first trip to the space station. She was selected as an astronaut in 2000. MacArthur launched on a space shuttle Atlantis on a mission specialist for STS-125, which was the final Hubble Space Telescope servicing mission in 2009. MacArthur operated the shuttle's robotic arm over the course of the 12 days, 21 hours that she spent in space, capturing the telescope and moving the crew members during the 5 spacewalks needed to repair and upgrade the telescope. She holds a bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering from the University of California, Los Angeles, and a doctorate in oceanography from the University of California, San Diego. Now, with Expeditions 65 and 66, she has a career total of 212 days in space.
Next up is Akihiko Hoshide. He is a mission specialist for Crew-2. As a mission specialist, he works closely with the commander and pilot to monitor the spacecraft during the dynamic launch and re-entry phases of flight. Hoshide joined the National Space Development Agency of Japan, NASDA, which is currently known as JAXA, in 1992 and was selected as an astronaut candidate in February of 1999. Hoshide is a veteran of two space flights in addition to Expedition 65 and 66. In June 2008, he flew to the International Space Station on the STS-124 mission to deliver the Japanese experiment module Kibo to the station. From July to November 2012, he stayed on the space station for 124 days as a flight engineer for the Expedition 32 and 33 mission. The Crew Dragon will be the third spacecraft that Hoshide has flown to the orbiting laboratory. Hoshide commanded the station for Expedition 65 and performed 1 spacewalk, bringing his career total to 4, and he has spent a total of 340 days in space on his 3 flights, record-setting 8 days short of Koichi Wakata's record-setting mark of 348 days in space by a Japanese astronaut.
Thomas Pesquet is also a mission specialist for Crew-2, working with the commander and pilot to monitor the spacecraft during the dynamic launch and re-entry phases of flight. He was selected as an astronaut candidate by ESA in May of 2009 and worked as a Eurocom, communicating with the astronauts during space flights from the Mission Control Center in Europe. He previously flew as part of Expeditions 50 and 51, launching aboard a Russian Soyuz spacecraft in October 2016, and he spent 196 days in space, returning to Earth in June of 2017. His mission also included 2 spacewalks to maintain the station, 1 to replace batteries on an electrical channel, and 1 to detect a cooling leak and service the robotic arm. He performed an additional 4 spacewalks for Expeditions 65 and 66 to outfit the station with new solar arrays, bringing his career total to 6. He commanded the station for part of Expedition 66 and has a career total of 395 days in space, the most amount of time in space by any ESA astronaut.
Yes, that was a quick reintroduction to our crew who are currently on board the Dragon capsule Endeavour. They are donning their spacesuits right now and should be performing leak checks on the spacesuits in about an hour and splashdown at 7:33 p.m. Pacific time. For now, again, things are going well, Gary. Nothing new to report, so we're going to take a quick break and we'll see you back here shortly.
Dragon, SpaceX, Spurt nominal.
Copy nominal burn.
Endeavor, CDR and PLT are seated. MS2 getting seated now. MS1 will follow.
Hey, Shane, we copy. We hear loud and clear.
7 clear as well.
Hey, Shane, we copy. We hear loud and clear.
7 clear as well.
We're continuing our live coverage of Crew-2's return to planet Earth. Still scheduled to return at 7:33 p.m. Pacific time, 10:33 p.m. Eastern time. Splashing down off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. We're continuing our live coverage of Crew-2's return to planet Earth. Still scheduled to return at 7:33 p.m. Pacific time, 10:33 p.m. Eastern time. Splashing down off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. Everything continues to look good. We got a very brief weather report showing that the skies were very clear. All very good news, and we'll continue to monitor that weather to make sure we're good for an on-time splashdown. We heard a couple of things over the Dragon to Ground loops, and also we had another burn executed here not too long ago. You just heard that we're about halfway through the suit donning procedure. Commander Shane Kimbrough and pilot Megan MacArthur are in their suits. Now they're transitioning over to the mission specialist, Thomas Pesquet and Aki Hoshide will don their suits, and we're again about halfway through that, so maybe about, we'll say 5:30 p.m. Pacific time, we should be hearing a call, maybe shortly before that, a call to initiate a check on the suits themselves, a leak check to make sure they're in tip-top shape before we get to that next burn, which is the departure phasing burn. In the meantime, we also executed a out-of-plane burn. It was about a 3-minute firing of the forward bulkhead Dracos, and it was also a prop dumping burn, but it was one of those burns just to make sure that we are in the right phasing, and really getting prepared for that next burn, which is the departure phasing burn to line us up with the landing site. That was a good burn. We are well on our way to the next couple of steps to get our crew home.
Yeah, so in summary, all good news. All good news. It's been all good news, all broadcast, and so things, again, are continuing to go very, very smoothly for Crew-2's return. If you have been following us, Gary, you had mentioned weather earlier. We've been watching weather at the landing site, but we've also been watching weather for the past week and a half. Originally, we were scheduled to launch Crew-3, and then they would do a handoff in person at the International Space Station. The Crew-3 and Crew-2 would do that handoff, but weather was not permitting, and so we've actually shuffled things around a little bit. Crew-2 is coming back today, and Crew-3 will be launching in a couple of days. This is a view, some video footage earlier from last week with the Crew-3 Dragon capsule and the Falcon 9 rocket on the pad. Sunny skies in Florida. Everything with the vehicle is absolutely fine. And so again, the Crew-3 and the vehicle are just waiting for liftoff no earlier than a couple days from now.
That's right, and still there. No earlier than a couple days from now is exactly right. It'll be less than 2 days from the time, at the very earliest attempt, less than 2 days from the time that Crew-2 splashes into the ocean later tonight, 10:33 p.m. Eastern. Less than 2 days until our very first launch attempt on Wednesday, November 10th. We're looking at 9:03 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to launch that vehicle. So yes, less than a 2-day turnaround. But again, the vehicle is looking healthy. It's still at pad 39A, and the crew themselves are are also well. We've been tracking a minor medical issue, and that seems to no longer be a concern as we look forward. Really, weather being that primary concern over at the Atlantic side, not only just at the Cape over in Florida, but we're looking at the entire ascent corridor that goes up the eastern seaboard. So we just got to make sure everything's in tip-top shape, and we'll continue to monitor that throughout the week.
Yes, less than 2 days sounds much better than what I said, which is no earlier than a couple of days. So thank you for the correction there, Gary. We do have some more social media questions. Again, if you are interested in asking us, we're going to try to answer as much as we can on air. Use the hashtag AskNASA. First one comes from Emmett. Will Dragon use the Super Draco engines today? Very perceptive. No. The short answer is no. So we have two sets of engines on the Dragon. We have the Draco engines. There are 16 of them sort of throughout the Dragon capsule. Then we also have another set of Super Draco engines. The Super Draco engines are really reserved for in-flight abort. So that's really only necessary during the uphill phase or during ascent or launch. We actually deactivate the Super Draco engines after the ascent has gone smoothly, and they remain deactivated until the vehicle goes through another launch attempt.
Yeah, to get home, really, it's the work of the atmosphere. The atmosphere does the bulk of the heavy lifting to slow us down. Right now, Dragon traveling about 17,000 miles per hour. The Super Draco engines are not needed to slow the vehicle down. The deorbit burn on the forward bulkhead Dracos really does a lot of the work to slow us down just enough to get in contact with the atmosphere. So once we get in contact with the atmosphere, we go from about 17,000 miles per hour down to about 350 miles an hour. So that atmosphere, that phase where we're in the entry phase, and the heat shield is doing a lot of work protecting the crew from the 3,500 degrees of plasma that's surrounding the vehicle. It does a lot of work to slow the vehicle down. From 350 miles, you have drogue chutes and main chutes that slow it down from 350 miles an hour to about 15 miles an hour by the time it splashes down, all being done by the atmosphere. You don't need thrusters at that point. You are really just relying on the atmosphere and the chutes to slow you down.
Yeah, and I should mention that we had talked earlier about the sonic booms. Folks nearby might hear the sonic booms. We are targeting the primary landing site to be off the coast of Florida, in Pensacola in the water. We do want to remind anyone that is boating in the area not to approach the landing site. This is for the safety of the crew, for the safety of the folks as part of the recovery crew as well. There are a lot of things that need to go right to make sure that the crew and the recovery operations team does their job right, and we get the crew back safely. So if you are curious about any views, this broadcast will bring you the best. We have access to all the types of cameras and views that you would ever need. So if you want to watch, we'll bring you the best views possible.
All right, let's continue to bring some questions in as we're waiting for some of those leak checks coming up here. This one is about meals. What kinds of meals do astronauts eat?
SpaceX for video configurations.
Yeah, go ahead. You're welcome back on board.
Thanks for reading the ride, Shane. We're going to come back on board momentarily.
No problem.
All right, so we might actually get to see inside of Dragon as long as we have the connection permitting. The crew inside Endeavour giving the teams here in Mission Control Hawthorne a go. To come back inside means just really turn the cameras on as they're going through their suit donning procedures. Now, we mentioned before that the commander and pilot, that's Shane Kimbrough and Megan MacArthur, are suited up in their SpaceX launch and entry suits, and mission specialist Thomas Pesquet and Aki Hoshide are working on their suit donning. They might be pretty much close to wrapping up because we are closing in on the leak checks that are scheduled here in about 30 minutes, well, closer to 25 minutes at this point. But we'll be following that every step of the way. We had a question about meals earlier, and that was not too long ago that the crew was in their first and only meal period. We did hear that they had about a meal and a half, and some of them even had a couple of snacks. The meals that they have on board the Dragon are meals ready to eat. They're essentially the same type of food that is used in the military. It's just a package of thermostabilized food that you just rip open and eat. They come in all kinds of different flavors and different meals that are packaged. They have chicken, they have steaks, they have briskets, mixed vegetables are some of the things that they have on board. In terms of snacks, you have dried fruits, you have nuts, and they have a pretty decent selection. They don't just have the one meal, although in a nominal case, which is the case for today, they really only had to have that one meal. They do have a couple of extra meals on board just in case they need to stay in orbit for whatever reason. If the weather shifted to not look good, they can stay in orbit for a couple of extra days if needed, and they have a couple of meals that they can eat, really breakfast, lunch, and dinner for 3 days straight.
We talked a little bit earlier about Megan MacArthur. She made some space tacos at the International Space Station with chilies that they grew at the International Space Station, which is super cool, and very aptly named space tacos for lunch, which sounds great, Gary. We have another question here. How do astronauts prevent bone loss while in orbit for months? And the short answer to that is exercise, lots of it.
That's right. That is one of the main things that we are investigating aboard the International Space Station, and we have it pretty much down to a science now that astronauts every single day work out for about 2.5 hours. It varies based on the day of the week. Sometimes they are on a stationary bicycle, sometimes they are running on a treadmill, and many of the times they are on what's called the Advanced Resistive Exercise Device. It simulates weightlifting, but there's no weight in space. Dumbbells would be pretty easy to move around in space, so they just use a system of hydraulics, and that simulates weightlifting, and there's a lot of different maneuvers that they can do. So if they introduce stress to the body, which is essentially weightlifting, if anyone's used to it, then that actually prevents a lot of the bone loss that they would experience. If they were to do nothing, their bones would experience degradation similar to what we see with osteoporosis.
So we have another one from Catherine. How much room is in the cabin of Dragon? So if we do get views inside Dragon, Dragon inside is quite spacious. So we've typically been flying about 4 people, but the Dragon capsule itself can actually hold up to 7 people. There's room underneath the seats for cargo, and the Dragon vehicle is quite large. This animation here shows that the top conical section is the capsule. That's where the crew is sitting inside. The bottom half is the trunk. That will actually get jettisoned here in the next hour or so for re-entry, and all that's going to return is that capsule.
You're seeing some of the other features as well, such as the nose cone. In that particular graphic, the nose cone was closed for most of today's flight. That nose cone has been open. In fact, just minutes ago, while the nose cone was open, we fired the forward bulkhead Dracos for one of those out-of-plane burns, also a prop dumping burn. That just helps us as a course correction and limits the fuel that's carried on board Dragon through the very critical phase of flight of re-entry. Don't need as much fuel. Everything's looking pretty good, both on board Dragon as well as the weather down at the landing site.
Dragon SpaceX for location 10.
Go ahead.
Hey Shane, looking at our video here, might be your shadow, but if you see location 10, might not have a fully stowed lid. Just before Aki gets in, wondering if you could just take a look and make sure we're all stowed there.
Yeah, great catch. Thanks a lot, Chris.
It was Sarah.
So again, we are checking to make sure everything is stowed and latched properly. We are getting closer and closer to re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere, so we don't want any types of items moving around the cabin when they shouldn't be. So it looks like the crew is going to check in on location 10 and make sure that, again, things are properly stowed there.
We're getting periodic views from the Dragon capsule. Those views happen when we pass over ground stations that provide the interior cabin views. But right now on your screen, you're seeing the International Space Station. It's looking at one of the cargo craft that delivers thousands of pounds of cargo to the International Space Station. You can see the solar arrays there. That's the Northrop Grumman Cygnus vehicle that's been docked there for quite some time. We're right now over the Australian outback. That's what you're seeing on the surface of the Earth there. Beautiful shots as station is orbiting. The Dragon at this time is about 10 kilometers below the International Space Station and a little bit ahead of it. As it dropped its altitude in orbit, it goes a little bit faster just based on the orbital mechanics of everything. So it's well past that. But right now in the same plane.
If you could double check all the caps are still in the cameras, in particular the one located by the carbon pellet. I'd appreciate it.
Okay, we'll check.
So it's well past that, but right now in the same plane.
If you could double check all the caps are still in the cameras, in particular the one located by the carbon pellet. I'd appreciate it.
Okay, we'll check.
About 530 pounds of cargo inside Dragon. A lot of it is, you heard, there's cargo that is the suits themselves that they stowed temporarily in between the more dynamic phases of flight that was in between the flying around and what's coming up now that they're donning their suits is the phase burn, and eventually what's really critical is the re-entry, the deorbit burn and re-entry. Got to make sure you have your suits on for that, but there's even scientific experiments on board now. The Dragon itself has something called polar lockers, so they're powered storage compartments on really underneath where the astronauts are seated, and they have scientific samples on board. They have some studies, some samples of the human body, like blood samples, saliva samples that are part of a regular study called Standard Measures. This is really just taking all of these samples from as many astronauts as humanly possible, because to get a nice sample data set to see exactly what we've been talking about with some of these great questions is what is happening to the human body in space, and you can learn a lot about that by studying some of these samples. There's also microbial samples as well as veggie samples. There's actually one of those peppers that we were talking about earlier, one of those hatch green chili peppers. There's one of them on board Dragon today, so they did make room for one of those, so that's pretty fantastic. But 530 pounds returning back on board Dragon. Got to make sure it's secure.
Yes, earlier in the broadcast, we heard the crew and the Corps taking inventory after their meal, and so this is extremely important. We would need to know, everything that is consumed, where things are. Everything is pretty much tallied and accounted for as part of the operations for both uphill and downhill operations.
We talked about some of the meals that are on board, but there's a lot of water, just about 17 gallons that are used for both the uphill trip and the downhill trip, really for any of these missions. Plenty of water on board, and we heard a little bit earlier that they were doing some fluid loading. Now we're getting some views of the crew. All of them are suited up now. You can see in the middle there, it seems, I think it's Thomas Pesquet on the far left, bottom left of your screen, followed by, in order, Megan MacArthur. There's a great shot of Commander Shane Kimbrough, and then just below him or towards us is Aki Hoshide. He's taking the farmost right seat.
Yes, and they are currently looking at their display monitors. There is a lot of information that the crew has access to, things like telemetry. They can see which Draco engines are firing. They can see how long the duration of the burns. Right now their gloves are off, so it looks like they have multiple hands. But once they zip up the gloves, those gloves are also touchscreen compatible, so they'll be able to use them to access whatever information they need.
SpaceX Endeavour for 4.010, section 5.2, successful intercom checks.
We copy all, Shane. Successful intercom checks. One final double check. Can you confirm all the camera caps were stowed in location 8?
No, SpaceX, they're all tethered and velcroed to the spots where they were. Is that where you want them?
And Shane, we'd like to have them in location 8 just so they don't move around during entry, if you don't mind. Thank you.
All right.
So there is a little bit of time that the crew has. We saw some interior cabin views as we were passing over one of the ground stations, which is great. All of them in their seats, their respective seats that they'll use for re-entry. There is a little bit of time that the astronauts have. They're a little bit ahead of schedule now with their suit donning. So you heard the intercom checks. That's one of the series of checks. They've been using a different set of communication equipment while they had to have their suits off, but the suits themselves plug right into this, so they just want to make sure that the suits themselves, nothing has changed since they last had the suits on, and those look pretty good. But the cargo we've been talking about quite a bit. We just want to make sure that everything is securely fastened for that trip home. There is going to be some shifting, at least in the terms of gravity. So right now they're all experiencing 0 Gs. They're in the microgravity environment, but all of a sudden on the interior of the cabin, they're going to experience up to 4 Gs. So they just want to make sure everything is securely fastened.
Yes, and again, getting closer and closer to splashdown time. Next up, in about 10 minutes here, is leak checks of those spacesuits that we just saw. And then about 40 minutes after that, we'll have the departure phasing burn. So that is the second to last burn for today. And then we're really going to get moving, so to speak. A lot of things are going to be happening with the vehicle.
Location 8, anything else?
That's all we can see. Thanks for obliging. I just knew that Tomanaki wanted to get out one last time.
Yeah, good call. They were dying to do that, so thanks for giving them the opportunity.
We do have wake-up music ready for you as well, if you'd like, in favor of Tama.
Yeah, we'll take it. Yeah, I'll let them get plugged in so they can hear it as well.
And yeah, I'm just kidding, but I figured you would appreciate us skipping that step with this short return.
Yeah, we'll take music anytime we can space, but understand.
A bit of banter back and forth between the crew and the core. So the wake-up music is it a tradition? It's but typically after a crew exits their sleeping period, they'll have some wake-up music. But today we only have sort of an 8-hour return, so the crew is not going to enter a sleeping period. So they have a nice, quick return back to Earth today.
It has been a long day for the crew, and it really will be. The 8 hours.
Dragon and SpaceX for 8 timers.
Got it, SpaceX, thanks.
Copy all, thanks. You got a location for entry. I think those go on location 14, is that correct?
Yeah, timers can be deployed, correct?
Yep, they're good to stay out. But appreciate you catching the one that was out, drifting around.
Okay, copy.
Yeah, we're following along. They just the cargo specialists here at Mission Control Hawthorne just making sure everything is right where it's supposed to be. So very shortly we'll be coming up on a suit leak check. That'll be a timed procedure. So when we did get those views of the crew from the cameras inside Crew Dragon, we saw that they had their gloves off. Of course, for the leak check, they'll have their gloves on, helmet visors down, and the suits themselves will be pressurized just to make sure that they maintain that pressure. This will be a way to protect the crew, one layer of extra protection just in case of a cabin depressurization event during the very dynamic phase of flight that is re-entry, part of the requirements of human spaceflight.
Yeah, so the suits themselves, that umbilical that we had talked about earlier, it doesn't just feed them audio and electronics, but it also also will flow nitrox, which is essentially what the same material that is in scuba tanks, so a combination of nitrogen and oxygen. It flows cool nitrox through the suits when the vehicle is going through re-entry. The outsides can reach excess
Hold off on section 6 at 4.010 until just before the leak check, so you can just let us know when you're ready for it.
We copy, Shane. We're good to close out 4.010 and move on to 4.011 at your discretion.
Copy. We were told 0130 for the leak checks. And if that's correct, we'll wait 5 more minutes or so before we finish sections. So go ahead and change that. Let us know.
Yeah, Shane, we're good to wait 5. We're running a timeline here, so no rush on that.
Copy that. Thanks a lot.
So about 5 minutes away from beginning that leak check, they have their timers ready, standing by. I was talking about the vehicle reentry.
Yep.
So the exterior temperatures can get upwards of 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. So being able to pump cool nitrox through the suits for all of the crew members keeps them nice and cool. The cabin itself gets a little warmer, but still the suits themselves, it is nice to have sort of your own AC unit throughout the return.
Yeah, they were doing some chilling activities of the cabin temperature itself, even earlier in today's flight, just making sure that the crew reported that they were very comfortable inside during this transit from undocking to re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. But that's part of that defense, right? To protect, to continue to make sure that the inside of the cabin remains at reasonable temperatures. The Dragon does a great job of dissipating that heat. 3,500 degrees is quite a bit, but they have the heat shield and the mechanisms needed to make sure that the crew inside remains comfortable.
Yeah, that heat shield is made up of a material called Pica. It was designed in collaboration between SpaceX and NASA, but that material itself is quite incredible. It is extremely lightweight. It has the density of balsa wood. So if there's anyone out there watching that has done any type of martial arts, balsa wood is the wood that you kind of crack when you're
board breaking.
Board breaking, yes. Yeah. So it has the density of that, but it is super lightweight, but it can help dissipate heat of, again, over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So an extremely great material to have for re-entry.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason why there's a lot of cargo, scientific cargo on board the Dragon. Is the Crew Dragon as well as the Cargo Dragon right now are the only ways, besides the Soyuz vehicle, which also re-enters through the Earth's atmosphere and also takes a lot of scientific samples back, particularly for the standard measure study. But it is the Crew Dragon and the Cargo Dragon have the ability to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, deal with those extreme temperatures because of the heat shield, splash down in the ocean and recover some of these scientific samples that are sometimes critical, sometimes have to be returned in a very, very quick amount of time just to make sure the samples themselves are preserved.
So again, we are a few minutes away from beginning that suit leak check. We're going to take a quick break, and so we'll be back here shortly.
SpaceX Endeavor for cargo. So location 21 filled up, so we have some extra soiled mags that went into the 2.0 that's in slot 6S3 and 6S4, so just want to let you know for the team to pull those out maybe quickly after we get there.
Okay, we copy. We filled up location 2-1, and so we've got some extra items in 6-3 and 6-4. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and they are double bagged, but just things that don't belong in that 2.0.
We copy, and we'll be tracking the action to remove them with no delay upon return.
Thank you.
With no delay upon return.
clear complete with 4.010.
Endeavor, we copy. You are go to begin suit leak check procedure 4.011.
Copy 4.011 and work.
Procedure 4.011.
SpaceX Endeavor 4.010, 2.2, we are ready to pressurize.
Dragon, you are go for suit pressurization for section 2.
Copy, go.
You are go for suit pressurization for section 2.
Copy, go.
All right, so right on cue. We are now heading towards suit pressurization. All right, so right on cue. We are now heading towards suit pressurization. Really right on the timeline. They got ready a little bit on the early side, and we're just really hanging out. They put on their gloves and put down their helmet visors, and now they'll just do one final leak check. This is plenty of time before the next series of dynamic activities, which will happen after 6 p.m. Pacific time, where we'll do the departure phase burn, we'll do the deorbit burn, but right now, with plenty of time to spare, they'll do some leak checks on the suits, make sure they are in tip-top shape, ready to go. If anything were to happen, they have some time to work the situation, but so far the suits have been holding up for the undocking phase of flight. We'll just do another check, make sure everything is go, and so we'll just stand by to see how those suit leak checks end up.
Yeah, so as you mentioned earlier, Gary, so the gloves will be zipped up, visors down, and then we're going to be pressurizing the suits to determine whether or not the leak checkouts are good. They basically just have to maintain that pressure for a certain amount of time, hence the timers that they were preparing just a few minutes ago. So the suits should be pressurized right now, and they should just be waiting to make sure that they hit the designated time they need to.
It's not a long procedure at all. It's really just a couple of minutes. We were talking about the umbilical that was used. Once the Dragon crew is in their seats, there is an umbilical that hooks to the side of their seat and provides the nitrox air, it provides communication, it provides a lot of these different elements. So it'll be nitrox air that's flowed into the suit to pressurize it and perform this leak check.
As we wait here, we can talk about some events that are coming up. So right after 6, at about 6:09 p.m. Pacific time, we have the departure phase burn, and this will really set Dragon up out of its current orbit or plane and set it up for the final burn, which is the deorbit burn. Once we do the deorbit burn, Dragon is headed home to Earth. Our primary landing site is off the coast of Pensacola. We do have an alternate site selected that is off the coast near Tallahassee.
Endeavor, we see the same. 4 good checks.
Yeah, so 4 good checks. I was waiting to see if they were going
You need to keep visors down or can you raise those?
You're good to keep your visors up for a while, Shane. Won't you begin until you hit entry prep state.
Captain, visors coming up.
There you go. That's really why they put the gloves on and the visors down, right? Was just to check on that leak. It was really only a couple minutes. I think 4 minutes from the time they actually initiated the leak check and just sat there, make sure that the pressure didn't change at all. And that's 4 good suits. Fantastic news. That means we are setting up for the next series of burns and dynamic activities. Andy, as you were mentioning, we're not too far away from that phase burn coming up at 6:09 p.m. Pacific. 0 dark 43 GMT. This will be the departure phase burn. After that, we're really gearing up for the most critical burn that commits us to landing at the prime landing site, Pensacola, Florida. We're standing by, listening for weather updates, making sure we're still going. We've been hearing some pretty good things so far. But that is a 16.5-minute burn, and lots going to happen after that burn. Even before that, we got trunk separation to look forward to as well. But before we get to that, we did want to check in with Houston and see how things are going over there. They are following along with us every step of the way. So let's go over to Sandra in Houston with an update.
Thanks, Gary. Here in Mission Control Houston, the Orbit 3 team of flight controllers is still in console, being led by Flight Director Anthony Varia. Teams in Mission Control continue to monitor Shane, Megan, Aki, and Tomas' flight home, and are playing a few key roles with Dragon's return trip and recovery. Monitoring the path of Dragon, on the lookout for any conjunctions or chances of space debris, is our Topo, or Trajectory Operations and Planning Officer. We also have a representative from NASA's Flight Operations Directorate on console to serve as an information clearinghouse for all NASA personnel supporting Splashdown and providing input should any changes to return need to take place. There's also the Spaceflight Meteorology Group actively providing weather data to the joint NASA and SpaceX teams as we keep a close eye on conditions to make sure they're clear for a safe splashdown today. And finally, our landing support officer is on standby in the event we run into any major issues that would cause Dragon to end up at an unsupported splashdown location. From there, we would call up support from our Department of Defense colleagues. Meanwhile, back on the International Space Station, the 3-person crew of NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei and Roscosmos cosmonauts Anton Shkaplerov and Pyotr Dubrov are in their sleep period after a busy day preparing for Crew-2 departure. The crew is in a brief indirect handover period as they await the arrival of Crew-3, scheduled to launch later this week on Wednesday. When NASA astronauts Raja Chari, Tom Marshburn, and Caleb Barron, as well as European Space Agency astronaut Matthias Maurer arrived at the station, the population on board will increase back up to 7. For now, it's great to see Crew-2 seated up and that those leak checks all checked out smoothly. All continues to move along and we're approaching splashdown. The next big milestone we're moving toward is the departure phase burn, scheduled for 8:09 Central Time. We're looking forward to seeing Shane, Megan, Aki, and Tomas return back to Earth and splash down off the coast of Pensacola later this evening. In the meantime, we'll continue to monitor here from Mission Control Houston, and for now, I'll send it back over to Hawthorne.
All right, so we are following along, Sandra. That's a great to see you doing the same. So we'll be looking forward to that departure phase burn. Sandra, that's a great to see you doing the same. So we'll be looking forward to that departure phase burn here very shortly. So as you mentioned, there's a lot that's going to happen after that departure phase burn. It's a very short firing of the. It's a combination of the forward bulkhead Dracos as well as the service section Dracos. And right now we're roughly co-elliptic with the International Space Station. That means through any orbit there are apogees and perigees where there's a slight fluctuation in really the altitude of the International Space Station as it orbits the Earth. Right now, Dragon is pretty much matching that. That's what co-elliptic means. Once we have this departure phase burn, it's going to go out into a different plane, and it will be not co-elliptic anymore with the International Space Station, and that's because we need to hit our target, and that target right now is the prime landing site of Pensacola, Florida. It won't be too long after that departure phase burn where we'll have a couple of dynamic things before that deorbit burn. First is the separation of the trunk itself. The trunk, there is a claw that holds the trunk in place, and the trunk itself will physically separate from the Dragon, exposing the heat shield. When that maneuver takes place, the Dragon itself will actually slew over to the side, and the Dragon will almost eject the trunk over on a different plane. So it won't be following the Dragon. It'll go kind of its own way just to make sure that it has a very nice long distance between the two objects and they don't have any chance of colliding. Then it will slew back into a position with the forward bulkhead Dracos, essentially in line with the V-bar, or the velocity bar, to execute that 16.5-minute supercritical burn, the deorbit burn. That is using the forward bulkhead Dracos. There are 4 of them that are exposed by the open nose cone, and once that fires, it's going to be 16.5 minutes and slows the Dragon down just enough. It's still going pretty fast, pretty much 17,500 miles an hour because it's still in orbital velocity, but it's just low enough, it's just in a low enough altitude where it captures some of the atmosphere. So the Dragon itself, after that burn, will close its nose cone, switch its orientation with the heat shield facing down, and then begins the entry phase.
Yes, the jettisoning the trunk does a couple of things. Again, it exposes the heat shield, which is super important to make sure that the vehicle and the crew inside are protected, but it also sheds a lot of mass as well, several thousand pounds. Again, it makes the job of the parachutes much, much easier to slow down the vehicle after we have, after we're roughly 350 miles an hour. We'll deploy the drogue chutes. That will take the vehicle down to about 120 miles an hour. The main chutes will come out, and then we'll have a nice soft landing off the coast of Pensacola.
That's right. And after that landing, the recovery ships are already deployed. They're heading out to about the approximate landing zone. And as well as we've just heard that the helicopters, there are 2 helicopters that are flying out, and they are going to be landing on the drone ships and taking some of the recovery team with them. There's a lot of seats on board, so you have medical doctors, we have some of the management personnel, everyone that's really been gearing up to support the recovery operations. They'll be landing on that recovery ship. In this case, go
SpaceX for the overburn brief. Please report when ready to copy.
We'll stand by. They'll be landing on that recovery ship. In this case, go
SpaceX for the overburn brief. Please report when ready to copy.
Stand by.
SpaceX, we are ready to copy.
Okay, Shane, there are a few deltas in the timeline. Sequence start is 0231. Start 0239. Duration of 16 minutes, 25 seconds. Blackout start 0319. Blackout end 0326. No change to splashdown time. Purpose blaze 0333. I'll copy. Blackout start 0319. Blackout end 0326. No change to splashdown time. Purpose blaze 0333.
Okay, copy 0231 and 0239 for the burn and the blackouts. 319 to 326 for blackouts, 333 splashdown.
Good feedback. The vehicle is healthy. We're tracking no issues for deorbit entry and landing. Just a friendly reminder that there is no change to the antenna driver situation that we briefed you a couple days ago. The recovery team is go, the personnel on site and stage, ready to support. And weather is also go. Winds are currently at 5 knots, wave height less than 1 foot, period of 3 seconds. And the video for the recovery vessel shows it's basically a lake out there. I'll copy.
Copy all, and that is the way we like it. Thanks for the great news.
All right, so we just heard that briefing, a little bit of a change in some of the times that we're looking at. So it looks like the deorbit burn will start a little bit earlier, as well as the blackout period. That's the time really where the plasma starts building up as the Dragon itself goes through the atmosphere and slows down quite a bit from 17,000 miles an hour to about 350 miles per hour. So that'll be a very critical time. All of those times shifting just a little bit, and so it looks like it's going to happen a little bit earlier. Splashdown time, though, looks pretty good, and the weather, Andy, looks spectacular.
Yeah, we did hear some great updates from the Corps. He basically said it looks like a lake out there, which means that the sea states are very calm, which is great for Splashdown and the recovery team to get in there and do what they need to do. So things, again, I said this a couple times already, but everything's looking great. The downhill phase has been excellent so far.
Fantastic. Now, again, once the Dragon splashes down in those lake-like calm waters with wind speeds at 5 knots, all spectacular news to hear about the weather as we're heading towards that prime landing site. It's going to be less than an hour from the time that Dragon actually splashes down to the time that the capsule itself is recovered from the water. Almost immediately after splashdown, the fast boats start going towards the vehicle. They have to maintain a distance of around 3 nautical miles away just to make sure it's safe and clear, so there's no interference. But after the fast boats get over there, they'll start outfitting the Dragon with essentially rigging it with some equipment to get ready to pull onto the recovery ship, the Go Navigator, using the A-frame and some of the rigs that they have on board to pull that on board to the Dragon nest. They'll also do a quick sniff check to make sure that there are any hazardous chemicals that are on the outside of the vehicle to allow the crew to get a little bit closer. The crew themselves are still in their suits at this time, so they're okay, but they just want to make sure everything's okay before they actually hoist Endeavor onto the Go Navigator. This will be the second time that Endeavor has splashed down into the ocean and is recovered by the recovery teams. So we're looking at about less than an hour, and then from there, we'll finally see the hatches open on the side hatch, and the crew will egress or exit from the vehicle, stepping foot not quite on planet Earth yet, right on the recovery ship, but they'll get at least their land legs situated before they're taken to medical facilities for quick examinations, and then it's not too long after that until they're flown ashore.
Yeah, that side hatch has remained closed since the crew got in April of this year. So that is the hatch that they ingressed in, and now it's going to be the hatch that they egress out of. And so when they are docked to the International Space Station, they use the forward hatch to enter and exit the Dragon. There are a lot of things that will, like you mentioned, Gary, that are going to happen after splashdown. It is a nighttime splashdown, so there's going to be boats with spotlights out there, and most of them are going to be shining on the Dragon capsule. The rigger actually comes in on a jet ski and will physically climb on top of the Dragon, hook up all the hardware necessary, again, to hoist the Dragon to the back of the recovery boat, puts it on what is known as the nest. And we'll see all views of that. So, again, very dynamic events coming up. Super exciting. Again, we are just under 2 hours away from splashdown of the Dragon capsule and the Crew-2 folks inside.
I should note that we did get confirmation that the WB-57, which is a high-altitude aircraft, has taken off, wheels up. So this high-altitude aircraft is en route to essentially watch the entry phase. This particular WB-57 is rigged up with imagery tracking equipment, so we'll be able to get infrared views. These will likely be the first views that we'll get from planet Earth, camera views that are live live stream down to us, and we'll patch them through as part of this coverage to show the Crew Dragon entering the Earth's atmosphere. And we might even see a little bit of the plasma itself. We'll see it'll really come in through the infrared cameras as a bright light, but we'll see some of those first view from that high altitude aircraft.
So we are, again, about 20 minutes away from the departure phasing burn, second to last burn for the vehicle today. We are still taking some social media questions, so if you are interested in and have some questions, use the hashtag #AskNASA. We will try to answer as much as we can on air. We have one here from Kyle Perry. How many landing zones and opportunities does Dragon allow for a safe return from the International Space Station? So prior to a splashdown, we are looking at up to 7 different sites, and we start to narrow them down to a primary and an alternate as we get closer and closer and closer. But we definitely look at things such as weather, recovery operations, the sea states, as we mentioned. But yeah, we look at about 7.
Yeah. Once the Dragon physically undocks from the International Space Station, the phasing will determine the prime, alternate, and other opportunities that are available. Some of the phasing allows for multiple different landing sites, sometimes even all 7, but sometimes they're pretty narrow. That's one of the different things that the recovery teams and all of the operation teams are evaluating before undocking, is what does the weather look like, what are the other alternate opportunities. So they're looking at all of these different things before actually committing to undocking. The 7 landing sites that are identified are the prime landing sites that are supportable by the recovery teams, which is, of course, the best case scenario. But of course, there are scenarios that are planned, and the mission control teams are pretty much ready for anything. The Dragon itself can really land anywhere in the water and just look for a ship of opportunity. But there's a lot of different steps that have to happen for that to come into play. And of course, even today, we saw the teams evaluating the weather and the condition of the vehicle, all to make sure that we were going to go for the prime landing target that we're heading for today, which in this case is Pensacola, Florida. Let's take another one from Brittany. This one is saying, is NASA currently hiring for engineers and astronauts? Yes, so absolutely. Engineers are, this is honestly, I will say, one of the best times to join the space industry. You see us here working together, NASA and SpaceX. There are a bunch of different companies. NASA right now is helping to help commercialize low Earth orbit. We're working with a number of different commercial companies to enable commercial activities on station. We're even enabling private astronauts early next year. It's coming right around the corner, all with different companies. So the opportunities are endless, and of course, we are always looking for engineers, and of course, astronauts. The next class of astronauts, I feel, is right around the corner, at least for NASA astronauts and even commercial astronauts. We're talking about those. You just had the Inspiration 4 mission where we had commercial astronauts, and then of course we're coming up on next year. We'll have the Axiom crew for Axiom 1 travel to the International Space Station. Commercial, private astronauts. It's a whole new era.
Yes, it is a very, very exciting time in the space industry. Technology has come so far, and we're able to do a lot of really, really great stuff with it.
So definitely study math and science, technology, engineering. There's a lot of different paths. They're in high demand right now. Lots of different opportunities out there in the space industry, and of course NASA's looking for those as well. We're looking for engineers all the time to do stuff like we're doing today. You see everyone that's participating. It's just me and you are just really commentating on this. But when it comes to a lot of the astronauts that you're seeing on board Dragon right now have backgrounds in engineering. Even Megan McArthur, who's the pilot, has oceanography, so we're looking for scientists as well. that skill set is really required to have the right frame of mind to be able to make decisions and really, more importantly, solve problems as they arrive, which is essential for operations.
Yes, and speaking of astronauts, we have views once again inside of the Dragon, so we're overlooking the shoulders of Commander Shane Kimbrough on the left and Megan MacArthur, the pilot, was on the right-hand side. So we should be able to get more views here as we connect to the ground stations and are able to send that video link through.
If you want to be an engineer, you can even work on the floor of SpaceX, and with that loud beeping, they're still working here. There's no breaks. There's a lot of engineering to do.
Yes, as Kate mentioned earlier, we are in a active production environment, so things are always happening. So hence the beeping and the forklifts behind us. Yeah, things continue to go smooth. For those just joining, we are in the middle of the Crew-2 return. We just saw a view of Mission Control Hawthorne. Now we're again seeing views inside the cabin of the Dragon spacecraft with the Crew-2 aboard. They have donned their spacesuits, the leak checks have been done, and we are gearing up for the departure phasing burn in a couple of minutes here.
So that's going to come up after the top of the hour. We're coming up on 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So we are providing continuous coverage, and of course we're going to cover some of these more dynamic phases. If you are watching on YouTube, we're going to take a moment to switch the links, and so take a look in the description for where that new link is if you want to continue watching. And then if you're watching on NASA TV, you'll notice no change. Just keep watching.
Yeah, so sit tight and enjoy some space tunes and some cool views from space, and we're going to make the swap real quick.
Endeavour, SpaceX's go for deorbit, entry and landing.
Copy, go for deorbit, entry and landing. Good news.
And so again, we are providing continuous coverage of the Crew-2 return. We just heard the crew announce we are go for deorbit, entry, and landing. The SpaceX, or not SpaceX, the Crew-2 astronauts confirmed that. And so again, marching towards the 7:33 p.m. Pacific time splashdown, 10:33 p.m. Eastern time. Things continue to go great here, Gary. Yeah.
That's a significant milestone, Andy, because what it means is we are now really, the teams are ready to commit to the next couple of dynamic activities. A lot is going to happen once we get past 6 p.m. Pacific time. 6:09 p.m. Pacific, we're looking at the departure phase burn. Right now, we're pretty much co-elliptic with the International Space Station. That phase burn will turn us into a phasing that points us right towards the prime landing site, which we just heard that we're go for, which is off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. That's a 42-second burn, and it puts us really in line with that. It's not too long after that where we'll see the Dragon slew for claw separation and trunk separation. The trunk will go off into the distance and burn up in the atmosphere. In the meantime, the Dragon will reorient itself, putting the heat shield right towards the atmosphere of the Earth, where it will do the bulk of the work of slowing the vehicle down from 17,500 miles per hour to 350 miles per hour. That, of course, in order to get to that point, we need to conduct a 16.5-minute deorbit burn, and that really is what commits us to landing off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. Even at this point, the teams could, even after the phasing burn, look for other opportunities. But with that go, it means that we are very likely going to head towards that deorbit burn here coming up not too long from now.
Yeah, and we heard about 30 minutes ago that weather, sea states also looks great, and that definitely was taken into account before giving the go. So, yeah, the astronauts, I'm sure, are ready to go home. And on screen right now, we have a view of them looking at their display monitors. Again, they have access to a lot of information of the vehicle that they can use and refer to for re-entry.
So you see the display is looking at the ground track. They have a full map of the Earth, and they're looking at their relative position as they orbit the Earth, which is, at this time, still co-elliptic with the International Space Station. We'll be getting to that point very shortly where we line up with the prime landing site. Flanking on each of the screens that were on both of the sides, each respective of the commander and the pilot was an outlay of where the Draco thrusters were. So they are able to see the Draco thrusters firing, making sure that they're doing their job with that 42-second burn that's coming up here in just about 12 minutes.
After the departure phasing burn, we have one more burn left. You mentioned it. It's the 16 minutes deorbit burn. And then Dragon, once it enters the Earth's atmosphere, there's going to be a communication blackout period for about 7 minutes. What that means is the crew in Dragon cannot communicate to the ground, and the ground cannot communicate to Dragon. There is some interference from the plasma that's built up around the exterior of Dragon. But at this point, the Dragon vehicle itself is really piloting itself. It knows exactly where it's at and knows exactly where it wants to go. So it will continue to steer the crew towards the primary landing site while we, again, go through that period of high plasma and get to the other side and we can get comms up again.
After we have an acquisition of signal on the other side of that entry, we'll be able to hear some of the first words from the crew as they are inside the atmosphere of planet Earth. The deployment of parachutes will happen relatively quickly. What's scheduled right now is the drogue parachute to deploy. That will take roughly 8 seconds, and then about 40 seconds after that, the drogue parachutes will be released and the 4 main parachutes will be deployed. That sequence slows the vehicle down from roughly 350 miles per hour to about 15 miles per hour. Nice and gentle, so the crew, when they land in the ocean, is a nice soft landing.
And this here is a view of Mission Control Hawthorne. Teams here are continuing to support the Crew-2 return. And again, a few minutes away from that departure phasing burn. Teams here are continuing to support the Crew-2 return.
The teams here handed over to a new shift. There was a shift of flight controllers that looked over the undocking phase as well as the fly around and the exit of the approach ellipsoid, all of which was under joint operations with the teams over in Mission Control Houston. And then in between that, they handed over to a new shift. These flight controllers are overseeing the phase of flight that we're in right now, which is coming up to be, like as we're we're saying, Andy, is a very critical time with the phase burn. We're going to be separating the Dragon trunk, committing to a deorbit burn, and landing off the coast of Florida. Again, we heard a go for deorbit burn entry and landing. That means that the vehicle is healthy, the crew is prepared, the recovery teams are in position, and the weather out in Pensacola, Florida is cooperating. This is one of the reasons why we are doing this indirect handover, is for this moment. The Crew-2 astronauts undocked before the Crew-3 astronauts launched to the International Space Station, primarily because the weather that was predicted for tonight's landing was predicted to be very, very favorable. And we're hearing reports that that is true, that the sea states are very calm, the wind speeds are also calm, not exceeding 5 knots. The recovery teams are already out there, and we're aiming for our prime splashdown location off of the coast of Pensacola, Florida.
The Corps described it as lake-like, which is about the best thing you can hear if you're an astronaut coming home. There are a couple things that they look at. So the wave height is important, as well as the period of the waves, or how often the waves are crashing. So again, green on all accounts, really, in terms of sea state and weather, which is great and excellent news.
So we're just about 8 minutes away from that departure phase burn. It's not too long of a burn, about 42 seconds.
On screen right now is the view inside the cabin. The arm, or the hand at the middle of the screen, that is Thomas Pesquet's hand of the European Space Agency. You can see that on his, I believe that's his left thigh, there's a tablet. That is where all of their procedures and instructions and manuals that they can refer to, it's all housed there. And so we heard the Corps and the crew talking to each other about certain procedures and steps. They're referring to that inside their tablets to make sure that, again, all the things that need to be done and all the procedures that need to be accounted for, they're all done when they need to be
This
done.
view is spectacular right now. Just beyond where you see Commander Shane Kimbrough and pilot Megan MacArthur, just beyond the pilot, you can see 2 patches that are 2 stickers that are on the walls of the inside of the Dragon cabin. That is the patches for the Demo 2 mission as well as the Crew-2 mission. This vehicle being a reflown vehicle. It flew Bob and Doug just a year and a half ago as part of the Demo 2 mission. That was the first mission inside Dragon with crew aboard. Just the 2 astronauts were part of that test mission, stayed on board for roughly 2 months before returning, verifying that endeavor and the operations needed for crews returning to space from American soil was go. And here we are, about to return crew from the International Space Station aboard Crew Dragon Endeavour for the 2nd time.
And here's a great picture. We aren't able to really see their faces with the views that we currently have, but from left to right, Thomas Pesquet of the European Space Agency. We have, he is the mission specialist. Megan MacArthur, who is the pilot. Shane Kimbrough, the commander of the mission. And then Akihiko Hoshide, who is also another mission specialist. These are the 4 members that are currently on the spacecraft that is returning home in just a few hours.
In the same order that they're sitting. You can see from left to right, the order is the same. Flanking both sides of the middle is Thomas Pesquet on the left. You can see on the bottom left corner of your screen, he's mission specialist for this mission. He also commanded the International Space Station for just a little bit at the beginning of Expedition 66. Right before departing the International Space Station, he handed over command of the International Space Station to Roscosmos cosmonaut Anton Shkaplerov. Shkaplerov will remain the commander of the International Space Station for quite some time before he departs and Expedition 67 begins. So that will be about 5 or 6 months from now before that crew, MS-19, departs from the International Space Station, Shkaplerov being commander for that entire period. Right before Shkaplerov departs, he'll hand over command of station to NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn, who is scheduled to launch from Pad 39 39A here in just about 2 days.
Right before Scapula departs, the Landover command of station to NASA astronaut Tom Marshburn, who is scheduled to launch from pad 39A here in just about 2 days. We're getting very lucky with some of those views from inside Dragon.
We were getting very lucky with some of those views from inside Dragon. We'll see them periodically as we are able to see them. As the Dragon orbits the Earth, it catches various ground stations that are able to provide high bandwidth communications and provide that in-cabin video. You can see the crew. Really, the Dragon is flying itself. So they are just monitoring. They are looking at the different thrusters. They're looking at their trajectory. They're looking at the time to make, because each of these maneuvers are executed at very precise periods. About 4 minutes from now is when we're anticipated to execute the departure phase burn. So they're just standing by, waiting for that period. You can see the reason that they're suited up is to give plenty of margin, plenty of space between the time that they suited up and some of the more dynamic phases of flight. Suits are not required for the entire journey from the International Space Station down to planet Earth. In fact, we even saw they had a period where they doffed or took off their suits. They had a little bit of time to have a crew meal. They had some fluid loading, really just drinking a lot of water in preparation for the 4Gs that they're about to experience before they had to put their suits back on again. Suits are required for primarily 2 different phases of flights. First is undocking, and the second being the re-entry phase.
Garrett, we are less than an hour and a half away. The crew, to get home from the International Space Station, it's going to take about 8 hours. After they undocked, there was a fly around of the International Space Station, did a full 360 fly around, taking pictures of the International Space Station before going through all of the departure burns to slowly move the Dragon vehicle away from the International Space Station and get it closer and closer to Earth. So they are well into their journey and towards the end here, and we're just under 90 minutes.
That's right. So 2 minutes to go. Let's do a quick recap of everything we've seen so far. They undocked right on time at 11:05 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, backing away to about 220 meters. And then, as you said, Andy performed a full fly around of the International Space Station. It was Thomas Pesquet's job to take a digital camera pointed towards the International Space Station and photograph the exterior. This was to allow photographs and visuals of the outside that are not normally seen. We have cameras on the outside of the station. The robotic arm is able to survey some areas of the station, but it can't quite get everything. So this was the first exterior survey that we've had since 2018 when the Soyuz did a fly around. After that, we executed a series of departure burns. There were 5 that were planned. Departure burns 0, 1, 2, and 3, as well as a departure phase burn, which is coming up here in about a minute and a half. There was another burn that we introduced called the out-of-plane burn. This was also a prop dump burn, so it served a couple of purposes. One, using the forward bulkhead Dracos, fired for about 3 minutes and adjusted the course of the International Space Station. Also dumped a lot of fuel, which is essential to minimize the weight as we enter into the re-entry phase of flight.
Adjusted the course of the International Space Station, also dumped a lot of fuel, which is essential to minimize the weight as we enter into the re-entry phase of flight.
Just some of the crew, they are seated and buckling into their seats, getting ready for again the departure phasing burn to line us up into our primary landing site, which again is So we just saw the crew. They are seated and buckled into their seats, getting ready for, again, the departure phasing burn. It's going to line us up to our primary landing site, which again is off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. This is going to last about 40 seconds, and again, its job is to sort of point us, get us out of the plane, and direct us to where we need to be for the final burn, which is the deorbit burn, 16-minute burn that's going to take Dragon out of orbit and start to get it to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere.
the orbit burn, 16-minute burn that's going to take the Dragon out of orbit and start to get to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere.
So on screen right now, if you look on the very right-hand side of the screen, or now the left-hand side of the screen, there is a hatch there. That is the side hatch that the crew will be egressing out of once the Dragon capsule is recovered out of the water, hoisted onto the recovery vessel. We'll be opening that side hatch, and that is where the crew will egress from.
Once the Dragon capsule is recovered out of the water, hoisted onto the recovery vessel, we'll be opening that side hatch, and that is where the crew will egress from.
So there's on screen right now, underneath the display panels, there are some buttons. There are also some buttons on the armrests of the chairs. Some important features, they get dedicated their own buttons, things like being able to cut the main parachute after we deploy them. Communications get their own button as well. And so that is just sort of part of the design of the interfaces that the crew gets to use as part of the Dragon vehicle.
This way it's right there. They don't have to pull up a different display. They can make that quick action. Of course, the parachutes themselves should automatically deploy. The whole flight is meant to be automatic, but having that extra layer of protection, knowing that they are able to simply push a button and execute a very critical procedure so the parachutes don't drag them around in the water, that is a very critical capability to have.
But the seats themselves also actually actuate. They can be configured to a number of different positions, whether we are preparing for liftoff or landing, and it's just to make sure that we orient the astronauts in the most comfortable position, the safest position for those different parts of the mission.
Seats will remain in this position for most of these upcoming activities, including the departure phase burn, as well as the trunk separation and deorbit burn. Right when the crew enters into the atmosphere, the seats will actuate. They'll get into a slightly different position. Right now, this position being good for monitoring the displays and having access to them, but the seats will rotate once they start getting into the parachute deployment to brace them for landing. It'll be slightly more upright, not exactly perfectly upright, but just slightly more upright to allow them to take the loads of that 15-mile-an-hour splashdown.
So after this departure phasing burn, the next event that's going to happen is we're going to be separating the claw, then jettisoning the trunk. So the claw is essentially an umbilical that connects the trunk to the capsule of the Dragon. So we saw earlier, there was a graphic. The trunk is essentially the bottom half of the vehicle. It's unpressurized, and the crew sits in the capsule. So the claw needs to be disconnected, essentially. That way the trunk can be jettisoned. After we jettison the trunk, the Dragon vehicle is running exclusively on battery power. That means that everything, the displays that we just saw, everything is internal to the capsule itself. So it's sort of like its own microenvironment for the astronauts to safely return home.
That's right. To separate the trunk from the Dragon, it's going to execute a series of what's called slews. Slews is when some of the Draco engines are firing to change the orientation of the Dragon slightly. Right now, the Dragon is flying sort of at an angle right now, but it'll change to essentially move over to the side so that when the trunk separation happens, it's sending over the trunk in a completely different plane, so there's no risk of conjunction with the two meeting each other as they enter into the Earth's atmosphere. After that maneuver, the Dragon will slew into a position where it's back at an angle where the heat shield is facing towards the Earth, so it can make contact with the atmosphere and take the loads that is really the heat that's going to be surrounding the vehicle. It'll be that Pika tiling that you were talking about earlier, Andy, that's taking on about 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit as the Dragon itself enters through the Earth's atmosphere. The crew themselves will be experiencing about 4 Gs, which is why through a lot of this flight we've been getting regular check-ins with the cargo specialist here in Mission Control Hawthorne, making sure everything around the cabin was completely secured, because that's a lot of Gs. You don't want things flying around when you're going through this phase. It'll be about 7 minutes that the crew will be in this period where the vehicle will be completely surrounded by plasma, so we'll have a comms blackout and we won't be able to hear from the crew from quite some time. But this is really critical. To have a safe re-entry and landing, you need to shave off a lot of velocity, and right now the crew is going very, very fast. They're going 17,000 miles an hour, orbiting the Earth. They're in an orbital velocity right now, and so the atmosphere will do a lot of the bulk of the work to shave off that speed from 17,000 miles an hour to 350 miles an hour.
Yeah, and it does it primarily through friction. So the way I like to think about it is if you rub your hands together very, very quickly, your hands start to get warm. Imagine doing that at 17,500 miles an hour. It would get blisteringly hot, and that's really what the Dragon vehicle is experiencing upon re-entry. And all that friction gets converted to heat. It also slows down the vehicle. That way we can deploy our chutes and get a nice, again, soft landing in the Gulf of Mexico.
So again, we have a lot of recovery vessels that are ready for that moment. We're coming up on it, the very dynamic period that's coming up. It's just a matter of time before we hear confirmation of some of these critical burns that are going to be returning the crew home. The recovery assets have been listening along the way. They have been watching the weather, and a lot of them have deployed. So we know that the Go Navigator is out heading towards the recovery site. We know that there are fast boats that are going out as well. They're going to take the bulk of the work once Dragon splashes down to outfit it, to do a sniff check, making sure there's no hazardous gases that are leaking from the vehicle, and make sure it's very safe to bring aboard, because we have a lot of recovery personnel on board the Go Navigator. There are 2 helicopters that were deployed from shore not too long ago and are making their way out to the recovery vessel. There's a helipad that's on board these recovery vessels, and so they'll drop a lot of the recovery personnel off and head back over to shore. It'll be some time that the teams will be there to be able to take the crew off. There's medical personnel there. There's representatives from different organizations. We have European Space Agency. We have the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, NASA, and then of course SpaceX personnel all going out to support this landing.
And we are targeting under an hour after splashdown to get the Dragon vehicle hoisted up on a recovery boat and the astronauts out. It is a nighttime recovery, and we've done several of these already, and it really doesn't seem to slow down the recovery operations team. We have spotlights. There's a thermal camera that can spot Dragon when it's coming back down, so they have all the necessary tools to, again, quickly and safely recover the crew from the water.
That's right. There's a WB-57 aircraft, too. Forgot to mention that. That has been deployed. Did hear confirmation of that. Wheels up. So WB-57 is on its way out to circle the landing site. That WB-57 is a high-altitude aircraft with very specialized imaging equipment that's able to point at and track the entry of the Crew Dragon as it comes through the Earth's atmosphere, getting some initial data for the recovery teams, very critical. So it'll continue to track that. It'll likely be the first images that we get from planet Earth of the crew returning back.
And again, we talked about Dragon jettisoning the trunk. The trunk sheds a ton of mass, a couple thousand pounds actually. The Dragon vehicle itself is also quite massive in that sense. When it splashes down, it's actually waterproof and it can float. So there really is no risk of water getting into the capsule. There are actually bladders effectively where water can be pumped into these bladders to make sure that Dragon is upright. So for those just joining, you're watching live coverage of the return of NASA's Crew-2 mission. The Dragon vehicle Endeavour has departed the International Space Station at 11:05 a.m. Pacific time, or 19:05 GMT, with NASA astronauts Shane Kimbrough and Megan MacArthur, JAXA astronaut Aki Hoshide, and ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet heading home back here on Earth.
Following departure, Dragon did its first ever fly-around of the International Space Station and then underwent a sequence of departure burns. Since then, the crew has enjoyed one meal aboard the spacecraft, and, of course, they got suited up, which you're seeing from some of the views on board now.
In this next phase of the mission is when things really get exciting, Gary. Dragon has a series of steps to complete before returning Shane, Megan, Aki, and Thomas home. First, Dragon will maneuver to the correct attitude and then jettison its trunk, which is, again, the cylindrical, unpressurized part of the spacecraft. The trunk is currently connected to the aft or bottom section of the Dragon capsule, where the heat shield is located. So in order to expose that heat shield and get the vehicle ready for atmospheric re-entry, we'll jettison the trunk.
From there, the spacecraft will use its forward thrusters to perform a deorbit burn, which will put Dragon on a trajectory to return to Earth. It really commits them to do so. That burn will last about 16 and a half minutes once it starts.
And to prepare these upcoming events, right now the Dragon capsule is doing a couple of things autonomously. It'll start to isolate the thermal control systems, fluid loops from the radiator. This system is what will help keep the internal temperatures of Dragon temperate for Shane, Megan, Aki, and Thomas during re-entry. Dragon is also initiating separation of the claw mechanism. Again, that's going to terminate data, power, and fluid connections between the capsule and the trunk.
So we're waiting for the next series of steps. First, of course, will be the slewing to separate the trunk. There'll be a claw separation, and the trunk itself will jettison. And of course, we'll enter into the deorbit burn. We're monitoring to see if there will be a departure phase burn. I know we're past the point where we were tracking that, but we did introduce, and we didn't talk about this, was an out-of-plane burn. And it was also a propped-up burn. It fired the forward bulkhead Dracos for about 3 minutes. And so the teams here are analyzing the phasing, and it looks like we'll make sure that there is not that departure phase burn, but we may be heading right into the deorbit burn here very shortly.
Yeah, so we are expecting that slew, or again, the maneuvering to jettison the trunk. We'll start that in about 8 minutes here, and then the claw separation is expected just past 6:30. So again, Dragon's going to start to maneuver itself. Claw separation comes first, and then trunk separation.
Right.
8 minutes here, and then the claw separation is expected just past 6:30.
So again, we are providing continuous coverage. Gary's been here for the better part of the day, all the way from undocking, and then we'll cover through splashdown and recovery of the team as well. So don't go anywhere. We are just waiting on a couple of major events here, enjoying some views of the crew inside the capsule, as you can see on screen.
Splashdown and recovery of the team as well. So don't go anywhere. We are just waiting on a couple of major events here, enjoying some views of the crew inside the capsule, as you can see on screen.
Dragon, deorbit sequence start in 5 minutes.
Copy, we're set.
Dragon, deorbit sequence start in 5 minutes.
So we are continuing to track the return of Crew-2 and the astronauts back to planet Earth. We just heard we are just moments away from entering the deorbit sequence. We did a quick fact check on some of the burns that we've been monitoring throughout today's flight as we've been providing continuous coverage, and we did get confirmation that that departure phase burn, which we have discussed, takes the Dragon out of the co-elliptic phasing that is really matching the International Space Station with both the perigee and apogee, and puts it on a course with that landing site, which is Pensacola, Florida. That did happen, so we do have confirmation that all of the phasing burns, the departure burns that are necessary to line Dragon up for the deorbit sequence, which we're hearing is about to take place here momentarily, that we are all lined up. All of the burns have taken place. Dragon is in a good phase, a good position to get ready for this next sequence of very critical events.
And what that means is we have just one more burn left, the deorbit burn. A couple of things need to happen, again, before we start this. In about 3 minutes, we'll begin to maneuver or slew the Dragon to the appropriate attitude in order to prep for claw separation and then trunk separation. After that, we'll slew back. The 4 forward bulkhead thrusters underneath the nose cone will fire for about 16.5 minutes. That will be what slows down Dragon and brings its altitude down enough to start to hit some of the atmospheric particles of Earth, and then from there we'll start to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, enter that blackout period for about 7 minutes, where there's just plasma being built up around the exterior of Dragon. So we'll lose communications for about 7 minutes. After that, we'll regain communications. We have parachute deployments. We have 2 sets. First up is the drogue chutes that will take the Dragon velocity, the Dragon capsule velocity, from about 350 miles per hour to 120 miles an hour. From there, the main chutes will deploy, taking us from 120 miles an hour down to about 15 for a nice soft landing off the Gulf of Mexico.
So that is going to kick off here very shortly. We're coming up on just about an hour from the predicted splashdown time. We did hear there were slight adjustments in some of the sequence, and that sequence, the deorbit sequence itself, about to begin here momentarily, starting with the claw separation and trunk separation, but that'll kick off. Once that sequence starts, it's about an hour timeline from the time that sequence starts to the time that we are in the water. We're still targeting 7:33 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10:33 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, so again, everything that we just talked about is going to happen in that hour. So, we saw the crew enjoy their meal. They donned their spacesuits once again. And they really had a bit of a respite before these very dynamic portions of the operation. So things will definitely get exciting here in the next couple of minutes.
And we'll be with you every step of the way. We're expecting communications with the crew throughout each of these different phases, confirmation of trunk separation, the claw opening, the claw separation, trunk separation. When the deorbit burn starts, it's going to be quite a long time that those forward bulkhead Dracos will fire. It is the longest burn of the entire flight. The 8.5-hour journey from undocking from the International Space Station to splashing down off the coast of Florida, 16.5 minutes. In this particular phasing, because of the short flight, that is a much longer burn. With some of the longer phases, when we're talking about 18 or 19 hours, it gets a lot shorter. There you go. That is a much longer burn. Some of the longer phases, when we're talking about 18 or 19 hours, it gets a lot shorter. There you go.
So again, that was confirmation of the beginning of the deorbit sequence. Again, it involves a number of different items to occur. Right now, again, the Dragon is starting to maneuver itself, orient itself to prep for claw and trunk separation.
So the first step is the claw separation. Right now we're in the preparation phase. This is an automatic sequence now that we're in the deorbit sequence, which just kicked off. It's an automatic sequence that starts with claw separation.
The claw is essentially the umbilical that routes power to the Dragon capsule. It's connected as part of the trunk. So we'll disconnect that first, pop off the trunk, so to speak, and once that happens, the Dragon capsule is running exclusively on its own internal batteries.
Right. And there's plenty to spare, too. Through the 6 months or so that the Dragon has been attached to the International Space Station, it really hasn't had to rely on its own power at all. The International Space Station has gigantic basketball court-sized solar arrays, in addition to a couple of new solar arrays that some of the Crew-2 astronauts themselves installed and deployed on the outside of the station, all providing power not only to the International Space Station, but to the Dragon while it's been docked. During the docked phase, the Dragon itself is connected via umbilical that provides communication and, of course, power to the vehicle. So the batteries were fully charged for the ride home, and then even upon separation, you can see, you were able to see through some of the views, the trunk itself has a series of solar arrays that are on one side of the trunk, able to provide a small amount of power throughout this phase of flight.
We are expecting to get confirmation of claw separation and then shortly after trunk separation.
We did hear claw separation is confirmed. Dragon is now automatically going into the preparations for trunk separation. Dragon is now automatically going into the preparations for trunk separation.
Trunk itself, separating it exposes the heat shield. Again, that is very necessary to protect the capsule from the high temperatures that it will be experiencing during re-entry.
Dragon, nominal trunk jettison.
Copy, nominal trunk jettison.
Trunk separation confirmed.
It's a great way to start off the deorbit sequence. The trunk is off, and everything is going smoothly so far. Coming up next, we're going to be reorienting the Dragon and then starting up the deorbit burn.
Right now we are in a slew. So now that the Dragon has physically separated the trunk has confirmed to have separated itself from the Dragon capsule. That slew had Dragon oriented slightly to the side relative to how it is orbiting to allow there not to be a conjunction between the two bodies as they now enter into the deorbit phase. So now the Dragon itself is slewing into a position with the forward bulkhead Dracos pointing straight at the velocity bar, or the V-bar, essentially the same direction that the Dragon is orbiting, to be prepared to fire the forward bulkhead Dracos for 16 and a half minutes. That sequence should be coming up here in about 2 minutes. We should be hearing the confirmation that the forward bulkhead Dracos are firing. and we'll monitor that, make sure that the deorbit burn is good, and that we have a good burn. Once that burn is complete, Dragon is committed to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere and splash down off the coast of Pensacola, Florida.
Yeah, that's going to be the last time that we fire the forward bulkhead thrusters on the Dragon vehicle. And so, again, after we finish the deorbit burn, the nose cone, which is currently open right now, we're going to be closing that. It takes a couple of minutes to close, and then it latches shut. This protects the avionics and all of the items underneath the nose cone, but we'll latch that shut because we're not going to be firing the Dracos anymore. And then Dragon really will be on its trajectory towards the primary landing site off the coast of Pensacola.
And we're getting confirmation from the flight control teams here in Hawthorne. The Dragon capsule is now switched its attitude. It's slewed into the deorbit position and is in the deorbit attitude. Now standing by for about a minute from now, where the Dragon itself will fire those four forward bulkhead Dracos, beginning the deorbit sequence, a very critical part of today's flight. Now standing by for about a minute from now, where the Dragon itself will fire those four forward bulkhead Dracos.
Get ready for the deorbit burn
sequence, a very critical part of today's flight.
So we will be bringing continuous coverage all the way through splashdown and recovery of the crew. On screen right now is a view of Hawthorne Mission Control. Folks are starting to gather around, anticipating Crew-2's return, again, off the coast of Florida in under an hour now.
That's right. We are in the home stretch.
Close. Deorbit burn. Here we go.
So it is worth mentioning again that the Dragon vehicle itself is a very sophisticated, intelligent vehicle. The maneuvers that it has been doing throughout its undocking phase and part of its downhill sequences really are autonomous. The crew are definitely trained to help support Dragon in case things go off nominal, but really for the most part, Dragon is piloting itself. It knows where it's at, where it wants to go, and it's making all these minor adjustments as needed. So the crew is in good hands. They are definitely on the trajectory they need to be to return home safely back here on Earth.
Making all these minor adjustments as needed. So the crew is in good hands. They are definitely on the trajectory they need to be to return home safely.
So we're just moments away. Again, the deorbit sequence has started right on time. So we have a confirmed claw separation and trunk separation. Dragon is now in an orientation with the forward bulkhead Dracos pointed where they need to be for this very critical burn, the deorbit burn. We've been waiting for this moment for quite some time. A lot of the departure burns that we've been following over the past couple of hours have been really in anticipation of this moment. We've been following weather all along the way because once we start this deorbit burn, really there's no going back. That means that the Dragon itself is committed to return back to Earth. And confirm that the deorbit burn has started. Initial checks show that the dynamics of that burn are looking pretty good. This is going to be a long burn, 16 and a half minutes. So a quick recap, within the last 10 minutes, a lot has happened. The Dragon has jettisoned its trunk and initiated the deorbit burn, which started now at about 6:40 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. For these operations, Dragon and SpaceX closely coordinate with the United States Coast Guard to establish a 10 nautical mile safety zone to ensure public safety and for the safety of those involved in the recovery operations, as well as the crew on board their returning spacecraft. Multiple notices are issued to the mariners in advance and during recovery operations, and the Coast Guard patrol boats are deployed to discourage boaters from entering the splashdown zones. We really want to stress to the public the need to respect this safety zone. Recovering a spacecraft from the water is a hazardous operation, and any other boats interfering increases the risk to astronauts in the capsule, the teams working to recover them from the water, and the safety of those that come too close. For the safety of the crew and your safety, we recommend that you sit back and watch, and we'll be bringing you the best possible coverage of our astronauts' homecoming.
And like I mentioned earlier, this deorbit burn is the last time that those 4 forward Draco thrusters will fire. Dragon Endeavour has not yet entered Earth's atmosphere yet. This deorbit burn is what will line the vehicle up and put it on its final trajectory to the landing site in the Gulf of Mexico, just off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. So right now, Shane, Megan, Aki, and Thomas, they're using their screens to keep tabs on the burn durations, Draco thruster firings, and trajectory details like entry angle, capsule perigee, and how much distance remaining until the deorbit burn is terminated. They have access to that with the displays in front of them. Again, Dragon is essentially flying itself, so all the crew has to do is stay strapped into their seats and keep tabs on things. So we're waiting to hear the call out for nominal burn to confirm completion of the deorbit burn for Dragon Endeavour. That's going to be coming up in about 12 minutes, 13 minutes. So still a bit longer to go on this deorbit burn.
That's right. We're coming up about 3 minutes into the deorbit burn, and it is a very long burn, particularly with this phasing, which is the short trip from undocking to splashdown that doesn't include a sleep period or anything for the crew. They're really in it for the long haul. These forward bulkhead Dracos need to fire for about 16 and a half minutes. We've seen very similar profiles for some of the other missions. Crew-1 and I believe Crew-2 had a pretty similar profile, or not Crew-2, Demo 2 had a very similar profile. About roughly the same period of time from the time of undocking to the time of splashdown. So it seems to be a pretty popular profile. So we'll just sit back and make sure that the deorbit burn is continuing to look good, and so far teams are tracking that it is. We're about 4 minutes in at this point, which is into a 16.5-minute burn.
And on screen is our 4 astronauts on board Dragon. Left to right, Issa's Thomas Pesquet. He is the mission specialist. Then we have the pilot, Megan MacArthur, and the commander, Shane Kimbrough, both from NASA. And then we have JAXA astronaut, Akihiko Hoshide, who is also the mission specialist. So again, they are both, they're all in their suits, strapped in, and eagerly waiting their return and a breath of fresh Earth air in about 45 minutes. Oh, excuse me, 45 minutes until splashdown, then about an hour until they can egress the vehicle.
Each of them has had a long journey on board the International Space Station. They've been in space for 199 days. 198 of those were attached to the International Space Station. Each of them have had very critical roles in some of the activities that have taken place on board. Thomas Pesquet just handed over command of the International Space Station. He was commander for just a little bit for the very beginning of Expedition 66. He took over command of the International Space Station from Aki Hoshide, who had it for quite some time during Expedition 65. He was the International Space Station commander. Of course, we heard that Shane Kimbrough is the commander for the Crew Dragon vehicle, and each of those 3 have conducted several spacewalks on board the International Space Station. There have been 4 spacewalks completed that each of them took part in. Thomas Pesquet taking part in all 4 of them. There was one spacewalk that was to set up one of the station's power systems with a modification kit in preparation for future solar arrays. That was done by Thomas Pesquet and Aki Hoshide. The first time that international astronauts not from the US or Russia were part of a spacewalk, so they did make history there. And then, of course, Shane Kimbrough conducted 3 of those himself. So he has 9 spacewalks under his belt, and he has one of the all-time records for most amount of time in space for any U.S. astronaut. He's sitting at 388 days of his career total over his 3 space flights to the to the International Space Station and as part of a shuttle mission as well. 6 minutes into the 16-minute deorbit burn. We're looking good.
Yeah, earlier we had a out-of-plane burn, and that was also used as a propellant wasting burn. And so we dumped a lot of mass with the propellants that we don't need anymore. That, in combination with the trunk jettison that we just had, sheds a lot of mass from the vehicle. It actually makes this deorbit burn a lot more efficient, so that way we can be as efficient as possible to slow down the vehicle, bring its altitude down in order for it to begin its re-entry phase.
This is a very critical phase. We've seen a lot of action over these past couple of hours as we've been providing some continuous coverage. It all started with some hatch closure where the Dragon crew said goodbye to the crew on board the International Space Station. Only 3 crew members on board now. That includes Commander Anton Shkaplerov from Roscosmos, as well as Pyotr Dubrov of Roscosmos, and then Mark Vandehei, who is pulling the long haul here. He's going to be on station for almost a year. And he'll be really responsible for the handover that the Crew-2 astronauts would have done if they were to have the Crew-3 astronauts arrive before them. But again, we've mentioned this a couple of times, Andy, throughout our coverage. Part of the reason why we're executing a deorbit burn right now, heading for a splashdown off the coast of Pensacola, is because the weather looks really, really good. And weather is one of those primary driving factors for taking the crew home. If the weather looks this good with very calm, you said lake-like states is what we heard on loops, very calm winds, and of course we did get confirmation that the skies are clear as well, so we might even get some pretty good views from the WB-57 as well as the ship, the recovery ship, Go Navigator, as the crew is entering. It's really just, it's too perfect to pass up.
Yeah, and that's really sort of the story here. We originally planned to launch Crew-3 prior to Crew-2 coming home, and they were going to do the handoff in person at the International Space Station. Weather wasn't quite cooperating with us on Halloween weekend, but again, Gary, you mentioned this recovery weather is too good to pass up.
Right.
And so the teams that have been supporting this mission, or really both missions, really, this is a testament to their flexibility to be able to get this together and make sure that the Crew-2 can come home safely in the midst of, again, this really optimal weather.
Very, very true. And again, we are monitoring the weather, and it does look good out in the Gulf Coast. Part of the reason that we're landing the crew right now in the Gulf is because the weather over there looks good, and the reason why we're going to wait to launch the Crew-3 astronauts no earlier than November 10th is because the weather out there is something that we continue to monitor. It's not only the weather out at the East Coast, off the coast of Cape Canaveral in Florida that we're looking at, but really the weather all along the ascent corridor has to cooperate as well. So that includes all along the eastern seaboard, that includes the North Pacific. All of that has to look good because really in any abort scenario, you'd be looking at the crew escaping from the top of the Falcon 9 rocket using those Super Dracos. We were talking about Super Dracos a little earlier, and splashing down anywhere along those sites. And so you have to make sure that the weather is cooperating really all along the way. So it's got to be the right conditions.
Yeah, there are multiple teams that plan for all sorts of these types of contingencies. It is fantastic when things go well, as we've been seeing for a very long time, and we love that. But we want to make sure that in case anything were to go awry, we have plans for that, and weather, again, is one of the things that we need to make sure we pay attention to. So we're about six minutes away from finishing this deorbit burn. Again, this is the last burn for the Dragon vehicle. After this, we'll close the nose cone, flip the Dragon around, and start to head into the Earth's atmosphere. Really, after this, it's really about 30 minutes, about 30 or 40 minutes until we see the Dragon capsule in the Gulf of Mexico.
That's right.
It's going to happen very quickly.
It is. A lot is going to happen in In fact, when it comes to the parachutes, they are that sequence is automatic, but it happens seconds from each other. The mortars themselves are deployed to release 2 drogue parachutes that slows the Dragon capsule down from 350 miles per hour initially. Those are the right after we get outside of the blackout zone, which is when the Dragon itself is entering through the atmosphere, engulfed in plasma, so the communications can't get through. But right when we exit out of that and we get an acquisition of signal and are able to talk to the crew inside Dragon again, they should be traveling at roughly 350 miles an hour. But once we deploy those drogue chutes, all of that's going to really happen at about 7:29 p.m. Pacific time, 10:29 p.m. Eastern. The drogue parachutes will deploy, they'll stay out for a little bit, and then 40 seconds later, the 4 main parachutes will deploy. And from 350 miles an hour, with that sequence, that's happening really in the matter of 1 minute with all of the parachutes. That'll gently slow down the Dragon and its crew down to about 15 miles an hour.
Yeah, and we mentioned safety. We've been talking about safety throughout this whole broadcast. As soon as the Dragon capsule hits the water, one of the first things that happens is the main chutes get cut. And what this means is today there are really no winds, essentially, but we wouldn't want the Dragon capsule to be pulled by wind in any direction, so we'll cut the parachutes immediately upon splashdown. And there's a boat that is part of its main function is to go out and recover that parachute.
That cutting of the main parachutes happens automatically on board the Dragon, but when we were talking about some of the physical buttons that the crew have on their display panel, one of those physical buttons, which is really important to have instead of having it on a touchscreen that you have to navigate to, really easy access to a button that says cut the parachutes. If for whatever reason they wanted to automatically do it themselves, which we've seen on some of the previous crewed missions, they did automatically cut. They do have the ability to do so.
Yeah, these parachutes have been tested hundreds of times, and so the design parachutes can be tricky, but we've used these parachutes as part of all the cargo missions prior to the upgraded Dragon, and now we're using them as part of this operations too.
As you mentioned, right after the Dragon splashes down in the ocean, there are 2 what are called fast boats that are part of the prime recovery team that will immediately go out to the capsule. One of the boats will go right over to the capsule and start outfitting it with some rigging equipment. They'll do a sniff check to make sure there are no hazardous gases that are leaking from the spacecraft, make sure it's safe for the next series of events where the Go Navigator's recovery ship will go out and hoist it onto the ship itself. But you were mentioning the other fast boat. It serves as a backup to that boat just in case it were, some motor function were to happen and it can't get out to the capsule in time. But its prime function, if the other boat is looking pretty good, is to go collect the parachutes.
So again, about 2 minutes. For the end of the final burn. The Dragon and the crew have gone through a number of burns throughout today's downhill phase. Again, we are nearing the end of sort of the marathon here. So this must be exciting for the crew on board the Dragon as well, knowing that this is the last burn that they're going to feel, last burn that they're going to hear, and after this, it's really going to be a smooth sailing, so to speak, into the Atlantic Ocean, or into the Gulf of Mexico.
So the words we're waiting to hear right now are nominal, deorbit, earned. Those are very important words that will be sent over to the crew. Right now, the nose cone has been opened to expose the 4 forward bulkhead Dracos that have been doing a lot of the heavy lifting with this deorbit burn, pointing straight at the velocity bar. It's a retro firing of the thrusters to slow the vehicle down and really ultimately make contact with the atmosphere. That's the point of this burn. But as long as we have a good burn, it'll be just a matter of a couple of minutes. It's a very quick sequence to close the nose cone. It's a very important function to close the nose cone. It protects the forward bulkhead Dracos. It protects the docking mechanism that's been been used to keep Dragon attached to the International Space Station for 6 months. It protects some of the guidance and navigation equipment. Of course, this vehicle is reusable. We're seeing it now. This is a reused vehicle. It was used originally on the Demo 2 mission. So all critical functions that need to be protected before it slews to the position where the heat shield is pointed right towards the Earth and does the heavy lifting of protecting the capsule and, of course, more importantly, the crew inside from the 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit that's going to be experienced as the Dragon capsule enters the Earth.
As part of the recovery operations after
Dragon, deorbit burn complete, performance nominal. Nose cone closure has been initiated.
Deorbit burn done.
Copy all, good deorbit burn.
That is the news that we were looking for, Andy. Nominal deorbit burn. That means that burn did its job. You see, immediately we're going into closing the nose cone. So now that it's done its job, the forward bulkhead Dracos will not be fired again. We're going to close the nose cone and protect some of those critical equipment and get the Dragon oriented in a position ready for entry.
Yeah, so it takes a couple of minutes for the nose cone to close. It doesn't just swing shut. And so it'll be closed, and then there'll be latches that will secure it into position. From there, we will slew the Dragon into his orientation to make sure that the heat shields are facing forward, so to speak. The heat shield will be what meets the Earth's atmosphere first. It'll absorb and dissipate all of that heat upon re-entry, and then we'll we'll go through the blackout period where we won't have comms from Dragon to ground or ground to Dragon. Then after that, we'll deploy our parachutes and land.
So the atmosphere is going to do a lot of the work here to slow the vehicle down. We're still close to orbital velocity. Of course, we're a little bit slower because we're dropping in altitude, and that is purposeful. The Dragon and the crew inside is now committed to enter the Earth's atmosphere and splash down off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. Dragon systems look good. The crew is monitoring every step of the way and checking in and saying that they are following closely. Everything's looking good on that end, and of course the weather is cooperating, which is super essential. So we're about to enter into the atmosphere and slow down all the way down to 350 miles per hour. It's going to be a number of minutes for that procedure to take place. It takes about 7 minutes from the time that we enter into the Earth's atmosphere and lose the signal with the crew. So don't worry, that is normal. We expect a loss of signal for about 7 minutes. The communications can't get through the plasma that's engulfing the Dragon on its way in. But it should be about a 7-minute period. It's predicted, right? So there may be a little extra lag time in there, just depending on a series of events. But they'll be calling to the crew at the end of that anticipated period to check in and hear how that sequence went, make sure everything is good for the next series of automatic events, which is deployment of the parachutes and eventual splashdown.
Yeah, it is important to note that prior to the deorbit sequence, we did hear communications from the crew to the core here. They were updated on timelines, so the crew onboard Dragon knows exactly what to expect to. They know when the blackout period is going to happen. They know when approximately the signal is going to be coming back, and we typically hear pings sometimes from Dragon to ground, and sometimes from ground to Dragon, waiting for the acquisition of signal. So there are no surprises. Every party that's supporting this mission is well aware of what is about to happen.
So it's going to be a number of minutes until we actually get into the entry sequence. Right now we're coming up at about 7 p.m. Pacific time, which is 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's about roughly another 20 minutes until we actually get into that entry interface. So it's still some time. We are right now in a good position with the deorbit burn sequence initiated, and it puts Dragon in an orientation getting ready. We can see it slewing now to get ready for that entry prep, really with the heat shield pointed towards the Earth. So we're in the final stretch here, Andy. It's really happening.
We should get confirmation, if not already, that the nose cone has closed, and we are getting confirmation. Nose cone is closed. And so again, we are slewing to the right orientation, and during this, for the next 19 minutes or so, Dragon's altitude is decreasing. And then once we get low enough and start building that friction, we will enter the blackout communication. So around 7:19 p.m. Pacific time is when we're expecting the blackout communications period.
So as we begin the second half of entry, Dragon is now beginning to flush nitrox into the cabin and continuing to top off Shane, Megan, Aki, and Tomas' suits with cool air. Again, this is what will allow the cabin temperature to remain comfortable while external temperatures reach 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. That heat shield is pointed forward, leading the capsule to that landing site.
We are targeting the primary site today, tonight, off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. So very exciting. Under 30 minutes, or just over 30 minutes. 7:33 p.m. Pacific time is our targeted splashdown time.
Right. We did hear that call up to the crew that we're still targeting that same exact site, even with slight shifts in some of the other events, particularly with the loss and acquisition of signal, that 7-minute blackout period that we were talking about. But all in all, we're still looking at that same time for splashing down in the Gulf of Mexico. So stay with us. We're going to continue to provide coverage through this very dynamic sequence. We will, even after splashdown, we're going to remain on air. We want to make sure that the crew is safe once they splash down off the Gulf of Mexico. So once they splash down, it takes less than an hour in nominal recovery procedures to go out to the boat, or to go out to the capsule rather, and outfit it to get onto the Dragon nest, which is on the recovery ship, and bring it in for the hatch opening, side hatch, and recovering the crew inside. We'll continue to provide coverage as each of the 4 astronauts egress or exit from the capsule itself. We hopefully will get some views of them, maybe pumping fists, or as long as they're feeling healthy, of course, we'll get some views of them on the recovery ship. And after that, we are looking forward to talking to some leadership from some of the respective agencies. We're expecting to have some representatives from NASA, the European Space Agency, and the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency call in to provide some final comments now that we can declare a mission success. All coming up very soon, but first we have to pay attention, of course, on the mission itself, making sure that these crew members are about to return to homes, return back to Earth safely.
Nose cone secure for entry.
Nose cone closed. Nose cone has been closed. Yeah!
Dragon, nose cone secure for entry. Dragon, nose cone secure for entry. Dragon, nose cone secure for entry.
Endeavor copies, nose gun secured. Endeavor copies, nose gun secured. Endeavor copies, nose gun secured.
Adam's nose cone. Secured.
SpaceX for entry brief. Shane, things are looking really good. No deltas timeline. Vehicle is nominal. We're tracking no issues for entry. Endeavor, SpaceX for entry brief. Note that you may see... Endeavor, SpaceX for entry brief. Endeavor, SpaceX for entry brief. Shane,
for entry brief.
Shane, things are looking really good. No deltas in timeline. Vehicle is nominal. We're tracking no issues for entry. Entry targeting is also nominal. Note that you may see the landing site slightly off in the world view. That is expected and nominal due to the entry purge, and entry guidance will clean that up, so that's nominal. There's no deltas to weather. The recovery fast boats have been launched, and they're awaiting arrival. I'll copy.
Great news all around. Thanks, Chris, and we copy all.
We copy, thank you.
Before we begin that entry, coming up in approximately 10 minutes, when the crew themselves will enter into the Earth's atmosphere, further affirmation that everything continues to look good. Further affirmation that everything continues to look good. We did have a successful deorbit burn, and so we're just really in a waiting period right now before we begin that entry, coming up in approximately 10 minutes, when the crew themselves will enter into the Earth's atmosphere, and the heat shield being pointed in the right direction, and the vehicle itself will slow down over the course of about 7 minutes until they get on the other side into the Earth's atmosphere, and we can talk to them again, slowing down from 17,000 miles an hour to about 350 miles an hour. That briefing was spectacular, Andy. It sounds like the weather is cooperating, and all of the recovery teams are in place. In fact, the fast boats that we were talking about earlier have already deployed. We are getting ready to bring these guys home.
Yeah, there were really no changes in what we were expecting, or what we heard prior to the deorbit sequence. So in that sense, everything was great leading up to the deorbit sequence, and everything remains great right now for crew splashdown and recovery. So again, we've been hearing nothing but good news all broadcasts. We are about 5 minutes away from slewing of the Dragon to orient it correctly, and then a few minutes after that from anticipated loss of signal. Again, that communications blackout period due to the plasma buildup around the Dragon capsule.
So a lot's going to happen. Let's go through the sequence of events here while we have a little bit of time as we're waiting for that slew, of course, and then, of course, the entry sequence itself. Once the Dragon slews or orients itself right in the precise position where the heat shield is pointed in the right direction, Andy, as you mentioned, we're going to enter into a period where we will lose the signal, and that's just because of the plasma that's building up on the outside of the spacecraft. Communications can't get through, so the plasma is building up because we are using the atmosphere itself to slow us down. We're going about 17,000 miles an hour now, and we need to slow down quite a bit eventually to get us to about 15 miles an hour. So the bulk of that will happen during the entry into Earth's atmosphere. It'll shave off from 17,000 miles an hour to about 350 miles an hour. From there will be a sequence of parachute deployments. First with the drogue chutes that'll perform the initial slowdown from 350 miles an hour to, I think it was, you said, about 120 miles an hour. And then from there, it's only a matter of seconds, about 40 seconds after drogue chute deploy, that those will be cut off, and the 4 main parachutes will deploy from the Dragon itself, slowing it down to about 15 miles an hour. We are aiming right on time for a glass-like, we've heard lake, I've heard the word pool, wave conditions out at Pensacola, Florida look absolutely pristine, so things are looking pretty good for us so far.
So after splashdown, we just heard that the fast boats are on their way to the recovery site. There are 2 of them. The first fast boat will approach the Dragon capsule that's in the water and do a couple of things. Really a lot of safety checks to make sure there isn't any ordnances or any type of chemicals in the air. They'll also do a vehicle integrity check to make sure things are looking great on the vehicle, and then give the go for the rest of the recovery team to approach the vehicle. The other recovery vessel, as long as that first fast boat is able to do its job, the other fast boat will go ahead and recover the main chute that's in the water. If that first fast boat, for whatever reason, motor failure, who knows, cannot do their job, it serves as a redundant vehicle. From there, a rigger who's typically approaches the vehicle on a jet ski will approach the vehicle and actually physically climb up on top of the Dragon capsule. They carry with them a lot of hardware, a lot of hoisting equipment that they'll need to attach to the capsule, and this is really to prepare the vehicle to be, again, lifted out of the water. There is a larger recovery vessel that has a sort of hoisting crane of sorts on the back of it, and there's a platform or nest that the recovery vessel will hoist the Dragon capsule out of the water, place it on the nest, secure it in place. From there, a couple more checks will happen, and then we can finally get to see the crew egress the Dragon capsule.
That's right. The nest itself moves a little bit further in.
SpaceX for crew entry preparations.
Hey, SpaceX, our tablets are secured, the strings are tightened, visors are down.
We copy all, thank you. Approximately 4:30 seconds until anticipated comm blackout. We'll see you on the other side at 0326.
Copy 0326, talk to you then.
4 minutes, 30 seconds takes us to 7:20, right on the money, 7:20 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 8:20 p.m. Eastern. So that's the comm blackout that we were talking about. It's a 7-minute period where we're really in the atmosphere at that point. The heat shield is doing its job of dissipating the 3,500 degrees of heat that's surrounding the vehicle at that time and slowing the vehicle down to 350 miles an hour. So everything is happening right on cue. 7:20 p.m. is when we're expecting that loss of signal. It is an estimate, so there might be a variation of a couple of seconds, couple of minutes. We'll stand by for that 7-minute period. So we'll be looking at approximately 7:20 to 7:27.
And again, as we get closer to the end of the blackout communications period, we typically hear either Dragon or ground pinging each other to make sure that they do have signal acquisition. So again, 7 minutes, and we'll be with you the entire way for signal acquisition. Shortly after that, the drogue chutes will deploy. That happens at about 18,000 feet, and then at 6,500 feet, that's when the main chutes deploy. So we talked about deployment in terms of speed, right? But there are sensors on the Dragon vehicle that detect both velocity and pressure, and they know basically exactly when to deploy. So again, the Dragon vehicle, super intelligent and basically pilots itself. That's why even through this blackout period, the Dragon knows where it's at, it knows where it needs to go, so the crew is in good hands.
An automatic flight all the way. It really started about 8 hours ago when the Dragon itself, more than 8 hours ago at this point, undocked from the International Space Station, the Zenith port, and backed up to about 220 meters, an automatic procedure, followed by an automatic fly around. In fact, the crew were really hands-off throughout that whole period. The commander, Shane Kimbrough, and pilot Megan MacArthur were in their seats monitoring the entire procedure, while Thomas Pesquet was at the forward window that was pointed right at the International Space Station, taking pictures for about an hour and a half as it circled the International Space Station. We got awesome pictures of the International Space Station. I'm anticipating, I haven't seen them yet, but I'm definitely looking forward to them. All of that was automatic. And then, of course, the departure burns that got us to break away from the keep-out sphere and the approach ellipsoid that surround the International Space Station and get us into lower lower altitude, about 10 kilometers below the station, which we were at for quite some time, followed by the departure phase burn. We had a good trunk jettison, claw separation trunk jettison, and then of course the super important deorbit burn, all right on time. This has been a fantastic flight so far. Right on time. This has been a fantastic flight so far. 25 minutes away from Splashdown.
So we are just 25 minutes away from Splashdown. And so, again, we are going to be entering that blackout communications period. But once we're on the other side, so to speak, of that, things happen very, very quickly. Drogue chutes deploy, main chutes deploy, and we're in the water just a few minutes later. And you mentioned, Gary, the WB-57 is up in the air. It is equipped with imaging technology that will be able to get pretty much the first views of the Dragon capsule on its return back to Earth. So we do expect to see that great footage here in a couple minutes as well.
We're about 30 seconds from the anticipated loss of signal. This is really the beginning of a 7-minute period where the crew themselves will be, we're hearing from the Dragon teams here in Mission Control Hawthorne. They're starting to see some drag, so we are now making contact with the upper limits of the atmosphere right now. That's going to be slowing the vehicle down quite a bit. Now seconds away from the anticipated loss of signal. Now seconds away from the anticipated loss of signal.
Loss of signal. Lost signal with Dragon. Expected comms blackout.
So we're in the expected period now. That was the anticipated loss of signal. So the clock starts approximately now until about 7:27 p.m. Pacific, 10:27 p.m. Eastern. Now in the blackout and entry period, and we did hear some initial confirmation from the Dragon teams here. They're starting to see some drag. So we'll see the vehicle slow down here quite a bit.
During this re-entry phase, the team is going to be experiencing deceleration. Right now, they're going through that, as well as when the parachutes deploy. The seats actually will rotate themselves to about 26 degrees to make sure that the crew is oriented properly for when the chutes deploy. So during the downhill phase, very similar G-forces experience, about 3.5 to maybe anywhere to like 4.5 Gs. The crew is definitely going to be anticipating that, and that's definitely part of their training and knowledge.
So we're standing by. We are in the blackout period right now. This blackout period expected to last an additional 6 or so minutes until we hear some of the first calls from the crew inside Dragon. Now slowing down from 17,000 miles an hour to about 350 miles an hour when we hear them on the other side of this blackout period.
Dragon Adam. Last three atmosphere.
Again, we have a WB-57 high-altitude aircraft that is deployed with an imaging system on board to get those initial views using infrared cameras that are on board. So even though it is nighttime, as long as the vehicle is able to identify and track the vehicle, which with the infrared camera will be easy. Just look for the hot thing that just came from the atmosphere. It'll be able to get those initial views and confirmation of the status of the vehicle, the very first confirmation, which is very critical to the teams monitoring the operations, and of course the recovery teams that are out in the Gulf right now. Fast boats have been deployed, so we got confirmation of that. The helicopters have landed on the Go Navigator recovery vessel, and the teams are on the vessel right now, getting ready to welcome the crew on board once the fast boats get out to the capsule and rig it with some of the equipment that's necessary to hoist it on board using the A-frame on the Go Navigator spacecraft. spacecraft. We are really in the critical period right now, just eagerly awaiting, I think all of the teams are, the comms at the end when we have an acquisition of signal from the crew and some of the first views of the spacecraft itself and confirmation of the next sequence of automatic events, which are the deployment of the parachutes.
Yeah, and the Earth's atmosphere certainly does make it easier for the WB-57 to spot the hot thing. It is excess of 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so it should be able to spot it in the sky. There should be nothing else like it at this time. We're, again, a couple of minutes away from starting to exit that phase where we're seeing a lot of plasma, and so we are expecting pings from the Dragon or ground to try to get that acquisition of signal. So again, I mentioned things are going to be happening very, very quickly as soon as we get out of here. Gary, we are under 10 minutes until splashdown.
I cannot wait. This is a very dynamic period, so we are listening very closely to all of the different sequence of events because, as you're saying, Andy, a lot is going to happen. We're more than halfway through this expected blackout period, an expected 7-minute period. Of course, there might be some variation, but we're expecting an acquisition of signal and initial communications from the crew before we see the deployment of the drogue parachutes and main parachutes. There's about maybe about 2 minutes difference from when we should first hear from the crew themselves at about 7:27, and about 7:29 p.m. Pacific is when we should see the drogues and the main chutes deploy. And again, I say both of them at 7:29 because that's how fast that sequence is. It's about 8-second deployment from of confirmation of the drogue chutes themselves, and 40 seconds later, the main chutes are out. It's very, very quick.
No signal yet. Still no signal.
So really, any minute now, we are expecting anticipated acquisition of signal to reconnect that communications line between the spacecraft and the folks here on the ground at Earth.
From this moment in time, about a minute left in the anticipated period. Again, it's not an exact science. There might be some variation. We might hear from them early. We might hear from them late. It just depends on a couple of different factors. But we're all eagerly at the edge of our seats right now, just standing by, waiting to hear from the crew. So far, things looking good. And we'll continue to track it as we enter the final moments of this blackout period.
Whoa! Damn! Hold on, wait, you guys are about to see in a minute. There it is!
We're getting WB views. The first views of Crew Dragon.
Yeah! Blast that!
Look at that tail. That's the 3,500 degrees. Look for the hot thing, right?
It is the hottest thing in the sky right now. That is such a... It's really lighting up the sky.
SpaceX contract.
Beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful.
And Dragon, we've got you. Expect automated parachute deployment, and we have you on visual.
Automated chutes.
It's like automated chutes!
Wonderful to hear from the crew on the other side of the blackout period. The WB-57 high-altitude aircraft providing that thermal imaging. We saw the tail of the entry of the vehicle itself. Absolutely beautiful.
GPS converged. Expect nominal altitude for drogues.
Tracking GPS, nominal altitude.
So again, nominal altitude for drogue deployment, that happens at about 18,000 feet. Again, good news after good news, Gary. Things are looking great for Crew-2 return.
I am loving this flight. That altitude expected 1 minute from now.
Boost is expected 1 minute from now.
Adam's coming back.
Right as anticipated, Andy.
Brace for drogue window.
Adam's coming back. See him? He's going to the atmosphere.
The thermal imaging system on board the WB-57 is getting us great views of the capsule, but should give us equally good views of the drogue deployment, expected seconds from now.
Approximately 5 minutes. 3 minutes.
Expected seconds from now.
All right, parachute deployment.
The capsule is traveling about 350 miles an hour,
Parachute drone.
and the drogue chute's job is to slow it down to about 120.
The drogue chute's job is to slow it down to about 120.
Drogues deployed.
Drogues deployed. Confirmation. That'll slow us down from 350 miles an hour to 120 miles an hour.
That is amazing.
Two healthy drogues, descent rate nominal.
Oh, main parachutes.
Copy, great news.
Main shoots. Main shoots.
So in about 30 seconds, the main chutes are going to come out. There are 4 of them, and they deploy at about 6,500 feet. Oh, Gary, look at this. This is an excellent view of the drogue parachutes.
There's drogue separation. Main chute deploy.
Oh, fuck.
We'll wait for confirmation of 4 healthy mains.
Oh, shit. One parachute didn't deploy. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. That might be like 2 or 3 ones.
Descent rate nominal.
Great news, 1,000 meters.
We copy 1,000.
Okay, well, it should still
We
land
really
with
can't ask
3.
for anything better. We got confirmation of, you heard on the loops there, 4 healthy mains. Descent rate is nominal. That means we are expecting splashdown 3 minutes from now.
Splashdown might be a little heavier with 1 bad parachute. Why did I think? I was literally thinking about this. I was
Visually,
like,
you can see
huh,
one of
I
the
can
mains
picture one
taking up
parachute
slightly
failing on this
longer to
mission, and I
inflate.
fucking called.
But the teams are tracking that as a nominal inflation rate, and the descent rate is as expected. We do have 4 healthy mains, and we are expecting an on-time splashdown.
There he goes. There he goes. All right.
600 meters.
We copy 6.
Woo. Okay, parachute fixed. It fixed itself.
600 meters. This is a better shot of those 4 healthy main parachutes attached to the Dragon spacecraft Endeavour as it continues to descend.
Okay, the parachute fixed itself.
400 meters.
The rate is as expected, 400 meters from splashdown.
The rate is as expected, 400 meters from splashdown.
Okay, the parachute fixed itself. We're good. We're good.
300 meters.
300 meters.
200 meters, brace.
Bracing for
Copy 200
splashdown.
bracing.
Standing by
Here
for
we
confirmation of splashdown.
Standing by for confirmation of splashdown.
Splashdown! Woo! Yeah! drag. Crew-2's back, baby! That parachute scared the fuck out of me.
SpaceX Splashdown and Vegas release.
Wow, that was, whew.
Endeavor, on behalf of SpaceX, welcome home to planet Earth.
Woo! They made it despite the parachute failure.
To be back to planet Earth. Thanks for
I mean, the parachute fixed itself.
And Jack, it was an honor to represent you and work with your family. Look forward to seeing you soon.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:33 p.m. Pacific, 10:33 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 4 astronauts of Crew-2, Shane Kimbrough, Megan MacArthur, Aki Hoshide, and Tomas Pesquet now safely returned to Earth. Confirmation that the main parachutes have been cut, and you can see from a thermal imaging camera that the fast boats are already on their way to meet up with Crew Dragon Endeavor. Now splashing down off the coast of Florida for the second time.
We think we're...
Hey Shane, you're coming in broken, but we see stable 1.
Stable 1 is the configuration that we were hoping for. Stable 1 means it's in the ocean upright and as expected.
So the teams have been ready and waiting about 3 nautical miles away.
And Dragon, please repeat.
Yeah, we're going to raise our visors if you got that.
Hey, go for visor raise.
So it looks like the astronauts inside are going to be lifting those visors. The recovery team has been waiting about 3 nautical miles away. So it's going to take them a little bit of time to make their way to Shane, Megan, Aki, and Tomas inside the Dragon. Quick rundown of what is to come. So about a minute and a half after Splashdown, Mission Control here in Hawthorne will give the go for safe approach. About 2 minutes away, 2 minutes from Splashdown, the approach boat begins its inspection. We are expecting that ordnance and hypergol check to complete around the L plus 12-minute mark, around the L plus 30-minute mark.
Dragon and SpaceX count check.
Endeavor has you loud and clear, SpaceX.
Adam has you loud and clear.
We had it loud and clear as well. We stopped the boat. We had it much better now.
We had it loud and clear as well. We stopped the boat. We had it much better now.
So some good comms checks on screen right now. That is the Dragon capsule in the background, upright and stable in the Gulf of Mexico, and there's a boat that is heading towards it. So at about L plus 30 minutes, the Dragon rigging is expected to complete. Again, rigging is where an employee, as part of the recovery team, will physically climb on top of Dragon and attach hardware necessary to hoist Dragon up and out of the water. Recovery ships also arrive at this time at L plus 38 minutes. That's when we're expecting to lift Dragon out of the water. L plus 40 minutes, Dragon will be on deck of the recovery vessel. And then at L plus 48 minutes, we are expecting the Dragon hatch to open and the crew to egress after about 6 months in space.
That is the goal, to do this in under an hour, and it seems like the crew is right where they're supposed to be, right on time. We're getting thermal images of the fast boats out near the Crew Dragon Endeavor in the wonderfully smooth waters of the Gulf of Mexico, as predicted. which is fantastic. You can see there's 2 boats that are out towards the recovery vessel once we get a smoother lock on the vehicle itself. One of them collecting the parachutes, the other doing some of the rigging that you were talking about, Andy, which is super critical to the next series of steps.
Dragon, SpaceX is go for recovery personnel to approach. Expect personnel alongside momentarily.
Okay, copy that. We're ready.
So we should see one of the fast boats go out really right next to the capsule. And Andy, you were describing this a little bit earlier. We'll see some personnel climb on board. That rigging equipment is hardware that they have on board, and they have to attach certain things to certain areas because the recovery vessel itself, the Go Navigator, is also moving out to...
Dragon, SpaceX request permission to come on board via display cam only.
Yeah, welcome on board on the display cam, SpaceX.
We copy, thanks, Shane.
So the teams here in Mission Control Hawthorne will get a peek inside the vehicle itself, watching over their shoulder. The crew themselves really are just in a waiting position. Their seats were rotated for chute deployment and for splashdown, so they're in a slightly more upright position, although they're not completely upright. It just help them to brace. You heard that a couple of times over the Dragon to Ground calls, brace for those chute deployments and for the splashdown itself. But really, they're in just a waiting posture at this point as the recovery teams do their job. It'll take the Go Navigator recovery vessel, which we're getting some of the images from right now, the thermal images. It takes it quite a bit to get out to the capsule itself, about 30 minutes, which is why we have the fast boats. The fast boats doing a lot of the work ahead of time to prepare it so that really when the Go Navigator arrives right next to the spacecraft, it is ready to hoist onto the recovery vessel and onto the Dragon nest.
You can see that each of the boats are outfitted with spotlights to make sure that they can, again, do all of their functions properly, as this is a nighttime recovery out on the East Coast. But it looks like they have plenty of lighting. And this is the second time that this particular capsule has landed.
Right.
So this capsule Endeavour was used as part of the Demonstration 2 mission last year, flying Bob and Doug, and it has splashed down and been recovered once before, so this is not its first rodeo.
Really a testament to the capability of these American spacecraft that are rotating crews to and from the International Space Station as part of these expeditions. It is truly an international team. From the camera views that you're seeing right now on board the Go Navigator is teams representing NASA, SpaceX, European Space Agency, and the Japanese Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, all of them on board. Truly an international government and commercial joint effort to make something like this possible. Government and commercial joint effort to make something like this possible. International government and commercial joint effort to make something like this possible.
This is the first fast boat. Right now it is essentially doing safety checks, making sure that ordnances and hypervols are still not persisting in the area immediately around the vehicle. They're also doing essentially an inspection of the capsule itself to make sure that integrity-wise it is good before we start to, again, rig the equipment for hoisting later on tonight.
So again, it's going to take some time. We're shooting for less than an hour to bring the Dragon Endeavor onto the recovery ship and to open up the hatches and egress the crew, or take them out and bring them onto the medical facilities. I can only imagine the views that were possible from right there in the Gulf of Mexico. Let's see. We do have a call in from Leah Cheshire, NASA Communications, who's on the Go Navigator recovery ship and was able to witness the re-entry and splashdown of Crew Dragon Endeavor. Leah, if you can hear me, tell us about your experience in witnessing Dragon Endeavor splash down, bringing a crew home from the International Space Station for the second time.
I can only hardly explain how amazing this experience has been. Right now, as you can, I'm on Go Navigator. Right now, I'm at the mountain. Looking forward to the fast towards the spacecraft. We were standing on top of the helipad where we just landed at about 9 p.m. 9 p.m. Eastern Time. We stood on the helipad watching the crew members streak through the atmosphere. It truly looked like a meteor, and actually at the exact same time we spotted the crew members, we did see a meteorite in the sky. So it was an incredible moment, and I was standing next to NASA astronaut Shannon Walker, who she herself just completed this journey 6 or 7 months ago as a member of the Crew-1 spacecraft and mission, and so it's been an incredible night here on Go Navigator. We can't ask for better conditions. It's wonderful temperatures. The sea is very smooth and glassy almost, and so things are just moving really smoothly here, and teams are executing everything necessary on board.
Leah, tell me what's happening as you are witnessing it. You mentioned landing not too long ago, about an hour and a half ago, on the recovery ship. Tell me what the teams have been doing. We witnessed the back end of that with the recovery boats deployed. What's been happening in preparation from your perspective to get ready for this moment?
Well, that's cool. The Crew-1 astronauts are on Go Navigator.
Saw the backboat and jet ski pull up next to us, pretty near us, as we waited for the capsule to re-enter the water. And I actually have a very good vision of the capsule right now. At the same time, there were several people on the ship, just making sure that all of the hydraulics and everything are ready to go to lift Crew Dragon up into the nest that is on the ship. And you'll see that as it pulls toward the platform that they will egress. They'll then move into medical check. So all the team members here on the boat
SpaceX for status update
tonight on the helicopters, and they're ready to jump in.
Go ahead for status update.
Countdown sweeps and unfired ordnance checks are nominal. Rigging is in progress. Approximately 5 minutes until capsule lift. Stand by for PMC as our next step.
Counting to 5 minutes before lift and standing by for PMC.
All right, we're hearing private medical conference coming up.
Maybe we can hold for a minute if you'd like, just to finish the cell phone ups if you'd like.
Oh, look at that.
Sounds good. We'll call you back in 1 minute.
Parachute's burning off Adam.
All right, and we're hearing those the crew sounding healthy from inside Crew Dragon Endeavor, walking through the final steps, getting a private medical conference. Leah, one more question before we let you go and witness some of the next series of events. Of course, we're going to be following all along the way, but after the crew enters into the Go Navigator vessel and does those medical checks, what are the next steps to get the crew home, either in Houston or in the European Space Agency?
It is an incredibly expedited process. So the crew members, after they completed their medical check, they will board a helicopter right here on the boat within just a couple of hours of splashing down. And once that is board and the drivers will take them back to their respective hometowns, especially their families that have been they can. They're going mission on the International Space Station. Everything is still quite, late to have.
Leah Cheshire, NASA Communications, thank you for joining us and telling us a little bit about what's happening there at the recovery site. Best of luck to you. All right, that was Leah Cheshire on board the Go Navigator recovery vessel, now heading back to inside the Crew Dragon. We're getting those views right over the shoulder. The crew standing by, helmet visors up, really just in a waiting posture as we're waiting for the fast boats and the teams out there to rig the Crew Dragon Endeavour with the proper equipment to hoist the capsule itself up onto the Go Navigator spacecraft, where you just heard Leah Cheshire and the remaining recovery teams are waiting for, of course, the series of medical checks and of course, personnel representing each of the space agencies, NASA, European Space Agency, JAXA, as well as SpaceX.
That capsule is a burnt motherfucker. The next dragon. I'm concerned about that parachute. There was a late deployment on that parachute. Wait, what? Starbase Live saw it? What? Well, I guess they are. Oh, no way! That is so cool! Wow! Starbase Live got it!
So again, as expected, Crew Dragon Endeavour splashing down off the coast of Pensacola, Florida, right on time, 7:33 p.m. Pacific Time, 10:33 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. An incredible journey. We got a fly around of the International Space Station, documenting the exterior of the orbiting complex with digital photographs. The first time we've done that since 2018 with a Soyuz survey that was done. A lot of elements of the space station have been added since, so we'll be able to document that and check on the status of areas that can't normally be seen by some of the exterior cameras, as well as the robotic arm. You see, we are getting views from inside Capsule Endeavour. The crew really just poised, seated, with their seats rotated slightly upright. You can see they still have access to some of the panels.
For status update.
Go ahead.
The boat's turned around and making its final approach to you. Just a couple hundred meters off. Just checking in to see if ready for that PMC.
We are ready for the PMC.
All right, and work. Next person to hear from should be a no.
We just got updates that the recovery vessel is just a couple hundred meters away from the Dragon capsule, and they are gearing up for the PMC, which stands for Private Medical Conference. The flight surgeon will check in with each of the crew members to make sure they are doing well, as they have just returned back to Earth after 199 days in space. Right now, this is a view of the backside of the recovery vessel. That is essentially a crane. The bottom middle section is the platform or nest where the Dragon will be hoisted up and placed upon, and that platform actually will move towards the center of the boat into essentially a platform where the astronauts can step off of. And so, again, the boat is backing up towards the Dragon capsule. You can see it in the background there, and it'll hook up all of its lines to the rigging equipment that the rigger is currently attaching on the spacecraft, and we'll hoist it up and get it on top of the recovery vessel.
We are not too far away from the Dragon spacecraft. It's right off of the aft end of the recovery vessel itself. So right as expected, it was expected to be a 30-minute transit.
SpaceX, I'm back with you.
Yeah, about a 30-minute transit, and they got there in 20.
I think a big part of this is you look at the seas right now, and there's effectively no movement, Gary. Leah described it, witnessing it firsthand. It is glass-like,
pristine,
which makes really for the recovery operations just that much easier.
Really one of the very critical reasons why we are in an indirect handover posture. Again, the Crew-2 astronauts landing in the Gulf of Mexico before Crew-3 launched, it was really for this reason. It was because the weather at this moment in time was predicted to be as smooth and as fantastic as the weather predictions forecasted. So again, the crew had a private medical conference that was an initial assessment before the docs on board have access to pull them out of the spacecraft. They have a pretty good idea of what to expect whenever they pull them out, so they'll know the right precautions to take and what's needed for each individual crew member. That, of course, privatized because of the medical reasons. But that is why we have medical personnel on board the recovery spacecraft, medical facilities on board, I'm sorry, not the recovery spacecraft, the recovery vessel, and medical facilities there as well. And of course, it'll be a time for the docs to do those initial checks before they, what's anticipated, will fly each of the crew members out on a helo back to shore, where there are planes staged for them to bring them back home. It's not going to be a very long transit at all until we have some crew members back home. Shane, Kimbrough, Megan MacArthur, Anki Hochide, all planned to go on a NASA plane back to Houston. They'll land in Ellington Field, not too far away from the Johnson Space Center there, where they'll get to meet up with their family and friends, of course. Thomas Pesquet will board a separate plane and head over to Europe for the facilities over at the European Space Agency to do something similar. So we're continuing to provide coverage, even though the Crew Dragon and the crew inside have splashed down safely in the Gulf of Mexico at right on time, 7:33 p.m. Pacific, 10:33 p.m. Eastern. We'll continue to provide coverage until they egress or exit from the spacecraft itself. And once all 4 crew members are on board, we're expecting to get some calls from representatives of each of the space agencies of the astronauts that are on board. Crew Dragon Endeavour now, JAXA and ESA all calling in to provide some remarks after a successful mission and return of all 4 crew members back to planet Earth.
And this here is a live view inside of the Dragon capsule. The crew members are inside, and really, Gary, as you mentioned, they are just waiting for the recovery team to do their job, hoist the Dragon out of the water before they can egress the vehicle.
From this view inside Crew Dragon Endeavour, over on the right side, Megan MacArthur, the pilot for the Crew-2 mission. You can see that little black antenna sticking out from her seat. She's on a satellite phone right now, talking with the teams over in Mission Control Houston, getting confirmation that everyone's saying hi to the crew, checking in. Sounds like they're doing very well.
Everyone's saying hi to the crew, checking in. Sounds like they're doing very well.
If you remember back in the Demo 2 mission, it was a test mission for using Crew Dragon Endeavour, but really to verify that the SpaceX Crew Dragon was ready to carry crews as part of regular crew rotation missions to and from the International Space Station. As part of that, they used the satellite phone as one of the checks and measures to ensure that the crew had the capability to use the satellite phone to call the various teams and report statuses. It was really a precaution and one of the test objectives of the mission itself. Now continuing that here on Crew-2.
Now continuing that here on Crew-2.
Hearing the sounds of Hawthorne.
And now the recovery vessel is that much closer to the Dragon capsule.
Dragon, SpaceX for status update.
Go ahead, SpaceX.
Rigging is complete for approximately 5 minutes until capsule lift.
Copy.
So you can see the person that is on the capsule itself. That is the rigger. We just got confirmation that the rigging has been completed. Now they are essentially securing the Dragon capsule to all the rigging hardware that was attached to safely lift it up and out of the water and onto the recovery vessel.
And we're seeing motion of the A-frame now, getting into position. The rigger making the final attachments necessary. If memory serves me right from previous recovery missions, the rigger will jump off the capsule into the water and make his way back into the recovery, or into one of the fast boats after he's done with this work.
Ha! There he goes. Jumped off. Watch, here comes the guy jumping off. Ready? There he goes.
Dragon, SpaceX, brace for capsule lift.
Whee!
Double brace. There he goes, as expected, jumped into the water. His job complete, attaching the all of the connection points to Crew Dragon Endeavor, making sure that it is stable as the A-frame itself using hydraulic lifts. Hoists Crew Dragon Endeavor out of the water onto that circular frame there you see at the base of the ship. That is the Dragon Nest. That is the Dragon Nest.
And Garrett, we are we're slightly ahead of schedule. We were expecting Dragon lift to begin at L plus 38 minutes. It is L plus 30 minutes now. So things continuing to go smoothly as part of Crew 2's return and recovery.
Seem to get better and more efficient with each mission. Seem to get better and more efficient with each mission.
Touchdown he is on the boat.
Welcome aboard the recovery vessel. Personnel completing final checks. Stand by for translation to the egress platform.
Copy, good. Both ready for translation.
All right, with that, we have confirmation that Crew Dragon Endeavor is on the Dragon Nest. It has been hoisted from the Gulf of Mexico and put onto the recovery ship. Where you saw the Dragon be gently placed is called the Dragon Nest. That whole section of the ship will be translated or moved in further into the ship to allow access to the side hatch. That'll be the next very important, critical series of steps. There's personnel there that will work on the hatch to eventually open it. It'll be open for the first time in 199 days, and we'll get the first glimpses of the crew inside. We should be able to witness the egress operations as well, each of the crew members getting out as long as the feeds permit. So we can welcome each of them inside. We can welcome each of them inside. Okay.
So for those of you just joining us, the Dragon capsule has been lifted up and out of the water and is on the recovery vessel. We just saw a few shots of the crew on board the ship. What they're doing is securing the Dragon onto the ship to make sure it doesn't move as, again, it's being translated or moved towards the egress platform where the side hatch will be opened and the crew inside can egress the vehicle. The shot you see on screen right now is a view inside. It's a live shot of inside the capsule. On the left-hand side, that is Commander Shane Kimbrough, and to the right of him is pilot Megan MacArthur. What you don't see on screen is to the right of Megan MacArthur is Mission Specialist Mark Pesquet, and to the left of Shane Kimbrough is Mission Specialist Aki Hoshide. They've had about an 8-hour journey from undocking from the International Space Station, and now they're on the recovery vessel.
Stand by for translation to egress platform.
Copy, we're ready.
There's that translation. There's that translation.
Astronauts ran back on Earth after over 6.5 months. You're definitely gonna feel like crap after being in zero gravity for 6 months.
Still getting views from inside Crew-2 Endeavor. This is spectacular. We're less than 40 minutes after the Dragon itself splashed down in the Gulf of Mexico for the second time. Now, just again, less than 40 minutes later, the crew has been hoisted onto the recovery. Still getting views from inside Crew-2 Endeavor. This is spectacular. Still getting views from inside Crew-2 Endeavor. This is spectacular. We're less than 40 minutes after the Dragon itself splashed down in the Gulf of Mexico for the second time. Now, just again, less than 40 minutes later, the crew has been hoisted onto the recovery ship, and the Dragon nest itself has been translated over to the egress platform. The next series of steps will be personnel on the recovery vessel that are specialized in opening up that side hatch. Will do so. We have medical doctors on board that will take care of them after that. They'll provide initial medical care and assessment, egressing the crew from outside the Dragon and putting them into medical facilities that are on board to conduct a series of initial checks before they are flown by helicopter back to shore. The recovery vessel takes quite a bit of time to get back to shore, so they'll be flown so they can get right on an aircraft and fly home within a very short period of time. Again, we're going to provide continuous coverage until all crew members have egressed the vehicle. And we also have representatives of NASA, JAXA, and ESA that are scheduled to be on the line to provide comments of a successful mission after the crew successfully splashed down, egressed, and were safe on board the recovery vessel. Successfully splashed down, egressed, and were safe on board the recovery vessel.
Dragon, stand by for side hatch opening and egress. Next call will be from the recovery team. Crew-2, congratulations. Control sign off.
Hey, thanks again, Chris, you and your team. We'll see you guys soon.
Side hatch is open. Side hatch is open.
You see the waves coming out.
You see the waves coming out. Even from inside Dragon now, we're seeing some of the recovery personnel. Even from inside Dragon now, we're seeing some of the recovery personnel. The first humans that these crew members have seen on planet Earth for 199 days.
That's crazy.
So I believe the recovery team is checking in with the crews to make sure they're all doing fine. We actually have to remove the footrest underneath the seats prior to the crew getting out. It just makes it a little bit easier for them to egress the vehicle with that out of the way.
We're on a great timeline right now, just 40 minutes after splashing down in the Gulf of Mexico. The side hatch is open, and there are teams inside Crew Dragon Endeavor. That is a pretty quick recovery, not bad.
That's crazy. Gotta get that live stream in.
Oh, this is
Live views inside Endeavor. Wonderful. Getting all 4 crew members thumbs up. They are feeling good. Live streamed from on the recovery boat. Spectacular. Live streamed from on the recovery boat. Spectacular.
So you can see some more of the footrests are coming out of the vehicle, and once all of those are removed, we are expecting the crew to egress one at a time.
Astronauts are now departing the spacecraft. astronauts to egress out of the vehicle.
So if you are just joining us, left-hand side of the screen, that is a view from So if you are just joining us, left-hand side of the screen, that is a view from inside of the Dragon capsule. It has been recovered out of the water and is currently on the recovery vessel. The side hatch is open, as you can see on the right-hand side of the screen. The recovery team are continuing to do some more checkouts and procedures before we start to see the Crew-2 astronauts egress the Dragon capsule.
Crew-2 astronauts egress the Dragon capsule. We start to see the Crew-2 astronauts egress the Dragon capsule.
Standing by for the egress of the 4 astronauts of Crew-2. Outside of Crew Dragon Endeavour, you can see stationed over to the left there is a stretcher on the nominal procedure once they are egressed from. Still standing by for the egress of. Still standing by for the egress of the 4 astronauts of Crew-2. Outside of Crew Dragon Endeavour, you can see stationed over to the left there is a stretcher, part of the nominal procedure. Once they are egressed from the vehicle, they'll be put into the stretcher and taken over to medical facilities. This is a standard precaution that's been exercised for each of the crew recovery missions so far. That's been exercised for each of the crew recovery missions so far.
Nice quick time being up. Megan!
First crew member being egressed from Crew
Megan!
The first crew member being egressed from Crew Dragon Endeavor. Got witness some applause there from some of the recovery personnel as well. Got witness some applause there from some of the recovery personnel as well.
Notice how they have to be loaded out compared to Inspiration 4 that was able to walk.
It's hard to tell which crew member that was. It's hard to tell which crew member that was. And we got confirmation that was Megan MacArthur. That was the pilot of the Crew-2 mission, the first crew member egressed from inside Crew Dragon Endeavor. The first crew member egressed from inside Crew Dragon Endeavor.
They have them wheelchaired out because they can't walk after being used to floating in space systems.
Next up is Commander Shane Kimbrough. Outside of Crew Dragon Endeavor, translated over to the stretcher procedure. Waves, smiles on his face. Fantastic journey. 199 days in space. Next out is Commander Shane Kimbrough. Next out is Commander Shane Kimbrough. Outside of Crew Dragon Endeavor, being translated over to the stretcher per nominal procedure. Waves, smiles on his face. A fantastic journey. 199 days in space, splashing down on time. 199 days in space, splashing down on time. A fantastic journey. 199 days in space, splashing down on time.
like the Japan Aki or whatever will be out next, because there's a Japan astronaut chilling right there. There he comes. Japan JAXA astronaut.
And here comes the third member to egress the capsule. This is Aki Hoshide. And here comes the third member to egress the capsule. This is Aki Hoshide. And smiles from Aki. Some fist bumps and smiles from Aki. Again, after 199 days in space, return to Earth.
All crew members flashing the peace sign for Crew-2. I love it.
And that leaves one more member inside of Dragon. That is Thomas Pesquet of the European Space Agency.
Here he comes. Come on. Funniest comic crew member of them all. He's like, F this, I'm standing. Mission complete. Mission lights are off.
And here comes Thomas.
That's the ESA doc on board checking in with Thomas Pesquet. There you go. Everybody flashing the Crew-2. I love it.
Yes.
Fist bumps, high fives
for posterity. So that is all 4 members of the Crew-2 team safely on a boat. I was going to say on land for a second, but they're on a boat, and they will head to all their respective places they need to go. But what a great recovery. We talked about how things were going to speed up and get more exciting, and that recovery was one of the fastest I've ever seen.
It was spectacular. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better mission. We accomplished everything and everything on time. Undocking right at 11:05 a.m. earlier today. We did a fly around of the International Space Station, went super smoothly, got some fantastic views, even on our coverage all along the way. All of the burns performed as expected. We did have an out-of-plane burn as well that was introduced just to make sure we were on the right course, but it set us up right for that deorbit burn on time. And lo and behold, as soon as we got out of that blackout period, even a little bit before, from the WB-57, those views of the streak that was the plasma building up on the outside of the spacecraft, we saw that. We saw all great shoots, drogue shoots, main shoots, all deploy
with the infrared cameras and land on a glassy Gulf of Mexico. The waves were perfect, incredible wind speeds, and the recovery operations went super smooth. All in all, a fantastic mission. So we'll stand by. We're going to continue our coverage here for just a little bit. All of the crew members have egressed and are on the recovery boats, but we're going to stand by. We're hoping to hear from some representatives from each of the respective space agencies, NASA, ESA, and JAXA, and we'll just stand by and make a connection with them soon.
Yeah, so it was great to see all 4 members, again, despite 199 days in space and coming back to Earth, they came out of the capsule with smiles, thumbs up, fist bumps, and so they're definitely in good spirits, and that is always great to see.
So a little bit about what's to come. So again, we'll continue our coverage and hope to hear some remarks from some of the representatives of each of the space agencies. But right now, each of the 4 crew members are on the Go Navigator recovery vessel. They're going into some of the medical facilities that are on board, and they'll have doctors on board that are able to check them out and do an initial medical assessment, making sure that they're good to go. They're not going to remain on Go Navigator for the entire trip back. They actually have helicopters that are staged, ready to take them off. There's a helipad on the recovery vessel itself, so that helicopter will take them back over to shore, where they have planes that are staged at shore, ready to take them back to respective locations. For Shane, Megan, and Aki, they'll head back to Houston, and they'll do some additional medical assessments, some additional tests. They'll get to see their family. They'll get to go home. In just a couple of short days, they'll be working out. They'll be in the gym, getting reconditioned back for 1G for life on Earth. Thomas Pesquet will head over to Europe to do the same thing over at the facilities over at the European Space Agency, and that will be a wrap for the Crew-2 mission.
Yeah, so they still have a little ways to go after egressing the Dragon capsule, but it looks like everything, again, going smoothly, especially as part of this broadcast. Again, you had mentioned, Gary, everything that was on the to-do list today has been done and has been done on time and very smoothly.
Wonderful. So we do have some representatives from agencies online right now calling in to make some comments on behalf of the agency. First, we do have Kathy Leaders, who is the Associate Administrator for Space Operations here at NASA. Kathy, if you can hear me, your initial thoughts now that Crew-2 has safely returned to Earth after 199 days, and what it means to NASA as a space agency.
Well, I'm always amazed I can hold my breath for those last 10 minutes of re-entry. You know, I mean, that is high drama right there. And like you've mentioned several times, seeing those chutes come out is just an amazing thing. It is so nice to see that our SpaceX Crew-2 astronauts has safely splashed down in the Gulf of Mexico off the coast of Florida aboard the Crew Dragon Endeavour spacecraft, and we've now completed the agency's second long-duration commercial crew mission to the International Space Station. And it's been such a busy but exciting time aboard the station, and which is really our home in microgravity. You know, I'm so proud of the NASA and the SpaceX team for another successful return. They continue to show that amazing amount of dedication to each phase of the mission and just safely and methodically moving forward and conducting the mission. It's just amazing. You know, we originally were planning to launch our Crew-3 mission for a short overlap on station with Crew-2, but, you know, we ended up bringing Crew-2 home first. The team really carefully balanced each decision, and as we looked at which was the safer opportunity, we decided to bring the crew home first, given the weather conditions. And as you can see tonight, they were great. Like people said, it was like a lake out there, a very calm lake. So this was the best decision we could have made, and it was just great to see the crew exiting that spacecraft this evening. as you folks have talked about, the mission set a record for the longest space flight by a U.S. crewed spacecraft. The crew members were actually in their 200th flight day, even though they did complete 199 full days in orbit, which surpassed the 168 days set by SpaceX's Crew-1 mission earlier this year. Not that any of those crew members count. The crew stay on orbit and completed over 3,000 orbits around the Earth. And during their time on orbit, they have contributed to a host of science and maintenance activities, scientific investigations, technology demonstrations, and multiple public engagement efforts while on board the ISS vehicle. They've studied how gaseous flames behave in microgravity, and one of my favorites, as an ex-New Mexico person, grew hatch green chilies in the station's plant habitat facility and ate space tacos. They installed free-flying robotic assistants and even donned virtual reality goggles to test new methods of exercising in space, among many other scientific activities. And the astronauts took hundreds of pictures of Earth as part of the Crew Earth Observation Investigation, which was one of the longest-running investigations aboard the space station, which contributes to tracking of natural disasters and changes to our home planet. And most importantly, they did that fly-around on the way home to have us check out the state of the ISS one more time. They conducted 4 spacewalks to install, deploy, and otherwise prepare for installation of our new ISS rollout solar arrays. And they also saw the arrival of 7 spacecraft to the space station and 7 spacecraft departing during their 6-month stay. Station is the hub up there, our international hub. So this splashdown of Crew-2 comes just before the launch of NASA's SpaceX Crew-3 mission. The return looked spotless. I know folks will be wondering about that one lagging main parachute, and the team will be going off and looking at how the loading was on the chutes and understanding that behavior. It is behavior we've seen multiple times in other tests, and usually happens when the lines kind of bunch up together until the aero forces kind of open up and spread the chutes. And the thing that makes me feel a little bit more confident is that the loading and the deceleration of the spacecraft all looked nominal for us, which is good news. But we're making this an exciting week for us. And, one of the key things we'll be doing at our launch readiness review for the Crew-3 mission coming up, we'll be working through that. That launch readiness review is tomorrow starting at 7 p.m. And my OCOM colleagues would be kicking me under the desk right now if I didn't tell everybody we'll be doing a post-launch readiness review press conference tomorrow evening at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So once again, thank you for watching. I can't tell you how excited I am to see all 4 of the crew members back on Earth, and I'm looking forward to launching another set of 4 this week. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kathy Leaders, Associate Administrator for Space Operations here at NASA. We also have on the line Hiroshi Sasaki, Vice President and Director General for the Human Spaceflight Technology Directorate at JAXA. Mr. Sasaki, your thoughts on the successful return and the completion of the Crew-2 mission?
Thank you for the introductions. First of all, on behalf of JAXA, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to the NASA leadership, SpaceX, our international partners, ESA, CSA, Roscosmos, and all the colleagues who have devoted to the successful mission while overcoming the tough time under COVID-19. I'm really relieved that all the crew members came back home safely to Earth, and I do believe they have brought tremendous courage and hopes for all of us through this successful mission. Aki Hoshide served as the commander and led the Expedition 65 and 66 missions over 5 months. During his on-orbit stay succeeding astronaut Soichi Noguchi, Aki has completed his EVA with ESA astronaut Thomas Pesquet and contributed to the upgrade of the ISS, including the installation of MLM. Aki and the entire team faced various challenges during their stay, and they have overcome with great communication among the crew members and with ground team. It proves us again with the importance of teamwork and international cooperations. I'm also pleased that we, JAXA, along with Aki, have conducted various activities to promote space explorations, basic research, as well as commercialization of low Earth orbit. Every time we see a successful mission like this, we are getting one step closer to achieve our common goals towards space exploration using the Gateway and on the lunar surface, and also bringing further benefits to Earth through the utilization by the ISS. Next fall, JAXA astronaut Koichi Wakata will be on board the Crew-2, followed by Satoshi Furukawa's long-stay mission in the coming years. I hope that the Aki's experience will be succeeded to contribute to our endeavors towards space exploration and human space flight. Once again, congratulations to all of you, the safe return, and wishing the successful launch of Crew-3. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hiroshi Sasaki, Vice President and Director General for the Human Spaceflight Technology Directorate at JAXA. So that will do it for us. That is the comments that we have from the respective agencies. Thank you so much for calling in and providing those comments. Well, now that Shane, Megan, Aki, and Thomas are safely back on planet Earth and getting checked out by NASA medical teams and, of course, teams from the respective international agencies, we are going to wrap up our live coverage of their historic return. This all kicked off on April 23rd, 2021 from historic Launch Pad 39A at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. After a successful liftoff and separation from Falcon 9, Shane, Megan, Aki, and Thomas made a 24-hour flight on board Dragon to the International Space Station. Since arriving at the space station, they spent nearly 6 months as members of Expedition 65 and 66 executing science experiments, spacewalks, and repairs while aboard the orbiting laboratory.
And then their journey home began earlier today on the 8th when they closed the hatch to Dragon and undocked hours later at 11:05 a.m. Pacific time. After 4 successful departure burns and a phasing burn to line up their orbit, Shane, Megan, Aki, and Thomas rested for a few hours before waking up to prepare for re-entry this evening. Excuse me, they didn't rest. They went straight to
they had a meal.
They had a meal, basically, and donned their spacesuits. We then jettisoned the Dragon's trunk, and performed our final on-orbit maneuver, the deorbit burn, at 6:39 p.m. Pacific time to send Dragon on the path home. The spacecraft re-entered the Earth's atmosphere and slowed its descent with successful deployments of 2 drogue parachutes and 4 mains, with the final splashdown occurring off the coast of Pensacola, Florida at 7:33 p.m. Pacific time. Now, following successful splashdown, we saw SpaceX recovery experts move in and prepare Dragon Endeavour for its lift onto the recovery vessel. And just a little less than an hour following splashdown, we saw Shane, Megan, Aki, and Thomas make their way out of the Dragon and into the recovery ship's medical facilities safe and sound.
So they're on the recovery vessel right now. Next, they'll catch a helicopter flight back to shore while they're transferred to aircraft that will take them home. Shane, Megan, and Aki will take a NASA plane for a short flight back to Houston, and Thomas will fly back to Europe. And they'll be reunited with their families and then bring this historic flight to an end. It has been an honor and a privilege to share their journey with you all as we continue this new era in human spaceflight, but we have more coming up soon.
That is right. SpaceX and NASA are already looking forward to the next mission when Crew 3 launches, currently targeted just a few days from now on November 10th. We'll have an indirect handover with 3 people on board the station for a short period of time as we continue this regular cadence of flying astronauts on American rockets from the Kennedy Space Center. Again, it has been an incredible honor, Gary, and joy to share this mission with the public, and all the teams from SpaceX and NASA continue to work hard to keep America leading the world in human spaceflight. Continue to follow SpaceX and NASA online and on social media for updates for the very latest on crew and cargo flights to and from the International Space Station.
And we'll continue to share the progress of Shane, Megan, Aki, and Thomas as they travel back home on social media. So we'll say thanks once more for tuning in and cheering on Shane, Megan, Aki, and Thomas as they return home. And we'll see you again very soon when we'll once again be sending astronauts to the International Space Station from American soil on NASA's SpaceX Crew 3 mission. Until then, so long.